Hello, everybody. How is everybody today? We're finally here. It's finally happening, you guys. It's time for Yandev 2 Electric Boogaloo. So far, my connection seems to be doing well. I finally updated OBS. That might have helped. Now watch me have cursed myself. I'm still working on this Switcheroo comic. I tend to do Switcheroo on Wednesdays. Sometimes it's the only time I get time to work on it. So, as you can see, though, I've done some updates. I was thinking of taking the sky and having it reflect in the water here, so I might start working on that first. And just, I still haven't drawn the first goddamn panel. I'm still thinking of having it, be animated, but we'll see. I do use Stream Elements, BB Guy. I use it for the chats and the super chat animations. And that little scroll you see up top there, that's all Stream Elements. Highly recommend them. It is a free service. And you can do a lot with it. If you're in my Discord and you need help with something like Stream Elements or OBS, you can ask me.
Adrian Parchman sent a super chat. Sai-chan, have a happy holiday. Party
Thank you. It is almost the holidays, isn't it? It's funny, like, the older you get and the more childless you are, Christmas stops mattering that much. That's okay. I am having a get-together with a buddy of mine on, the 23rd, though. He's finally doing his annual Christmas get-together again after COVID kinda killed it for a few years. So that'll be fun. Alright, so we all know what we're fucking here for. Oh, thank you for complimenting our art. I'm usually drawing in my streams. My art stream also kind of became a sometimes react stream, and then other times I'll play video games or do special streams at different times so different people get a chance to come.
Jack Thorso sent a super chat. Perfect timing. I love listening to you while quilting. Excited to give cheers to the cum shally.
Oh, quilting. Very nice, very nice. That's a cool hobby to have. But yes, we're gonna clown on Yandev today. So I have a nice little playlist I put together in anticipation of this stream. Okay, now Cradles is coming on. It's like, this is the mood right now. Mood setter right there. My music's always on random, but it seems to, like, be appropriate sometimes. Okay. Wait, what the hell screen are you showing here? You're showing the wrong one. Hang on a second. Where the hell is the... I can only do the properties when it's visible? Okay, fine thing. I can't do the properties at all. What the hell? Hold on a second. Destructive vision appears to be broken, because something always has to break. Oh, wait, that's just the folder. Derp, derp, derp. Okay. Here we go. That's what I'm looking for. So I'm so paranoid I'm doing speed tests before every stream now. This has fucked up my head that much. But you are on the wrong fucking screen. Here we go. Yeah, I did make it a little pinker. I'm surprised you noticed. Because I was like... I thought that the skin tone was a little too human, so I pinked it up a little bit. Because that's one thing it's one thing, like, just design-wise I try to avoid with gems is making the skin tone look a little too human, because it's supposed to be aliens, you know? You never quite see a gem with, like, a human skin tone. So, I think I grayed the, or oranged up the, darker spots, too. So I was like, that's a little too normal. I should make it more pink. Oh no, I watched the recent Digital Circus, Kaiser. It's cool. I still haven't quite opened commissions yet, Mabel. I'm getting there. I've been doing a lot of work for other people privately. I work for a couple of YouTubers, and I got another YouTuber in my orbit who I'm going to be doing some stuff for. When I'm ready, I will open commissions, and it'll be through Ko-fi. So I'll have commission slots through Ko-fi. I used to just be open for commissions all the time, but I can't do that anymore. I just can't. I don't have enough physical time. So, yeah, as you might be able to see, what we're starting with is a Stronger Than You parody that Alex Mahan did with his Yandere Sim shit. Because apparently I wanted to torture myself. So I guess we should just get going. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready to, like, cringe so hard your face will collapse in onto itself? Though I'm waiting for Kaiser to send me something now, I think. I closed Discord. I'm sorry if you sent me something. I'm so paranoid about my connection now. I like close anything that could be a resource hog. Alright, let's see what Kaiser sent me. No, wrong window. Kaiser's picking on me again! I don't think I can do Gangle's voice. Like, now I know what you're thinking. I don't want a career in YouTube. I want to be a comic artist and eventually launch my own Steven Universe alternate universe webcomic. It is funny. I started with my Steven Universe webcomic and I'm a YouTuber.
Gaming sent a super chat. I lied. I'm not ready for the cringe.
You guys didn't know what I was gonna hit you with. It's okay. It's gonna torture me too. I am also hurting myself. This is self-harm live on stream. But yes, incidentally, becoming a Steven Universe fan artist led directly to me becoming a YouTuber. Isn't it funny how life works out sometimes? Oh, and don't worry about Lily's Dragon Age Origins stream. As soon as she finishes her Inquisition video, we will be doing a big react to all of Lily Orchard's terrible Dragon Age videos, which I know she's just doing to try to get to me, which is really funny, because there's nothing she could possibly say about Dragon Age that would offend me or hurt the series in any way, which is like... Kaiser says, Sai, you have to understand that dreams are meaningless and you have to work hard as a YouTuber. Do you know streaming is the hardest job in the world, you guys? Obviously the hardest job in the world. Honestly, I didn't like episode 4 of Digital Circus as much as the others, to be honest. I don't know, it just didn't really... I don't know. It was okay. I didn't like that one quite as much, though. So a lot of people were like, oh my god, it's so relatable. But I'm like, okay, yeah, but I've seen, like, the shift manager who's cheerful but like moments away from snapping done before a lot, I don't know. I didn't think it was as strong as the previous episodes. Not that it was bad, I just don't think it was as strong as the previous ones. Speaking of strong, we're gonna watch a Stronger Than You parody for Yandere Sim. You may try to interrupt it with super chats, but we have to do this, guys. We have to do this. You love the Pomni and Gummy Goo makeout scene? Okay, I saw a really funny post that was like, what do you mean they're just friends? She's already naming the Sour Patch babies they're gonna have. Yes, Skrill. Alex Mahan made a Stronger Than You parody, like, 3 years ago, so even after the trend was way over. Wow. Hey, Farfalla, you're just in time for pain. Let's go!
I don't feel much. I never could. But when I met Senpai, I began to feel love for once, like any normal girl would. I adored him and it felt so good. Some other girls like Senpai as well. But he's mine, so those other girls can go to hell. I'll stop anyone who gets in my way.
Meow sent a super chat. Hi, Sai. The page is looking so good. She's cute.
Thank you. For some positivity as... God, these lyrics are bad. Like, I know it's a parody song, but Jesus Christ, these lyrics are bad.
Don't mess with the Yandere. Go ahead and try to stop me if you're able. I've got lots of sneaky options on the table. I can ruin someone's social reputation, or just make them face brutal damnation. I'll make sure to go to class and study, burn my clothes and wash up if I'm bloody. I'll be sure to let those martial artists teach me, so not even teachers can restrain me. Stay away from my senpai, senpai.
Okay, I don't want to insult the poor girl who was Yan Chan's voice actor for the longest time, but she can't
Angels
sing
Art and Gaming
very
sent a
well.
super chat. I already have the face that Jax had with the training video. I know how you feel, Jax.
This is kind of like an employee training video, yeah, in a way. Just about the same amount of cringe.
Artificial Duck sent a super chat. Interruption donation message to pause the song.
This is my evil plan to make you guys super chat me. Thank you very much for your support, by the way.
Scooney sent a super chat. BRB clawing out my eyes.
As you should.
Senpai, senpai,
Oh dear.
senpai.
I mean, maybe she's gotten better at singing since, I mean, this was years ago, and, I mean, she's not terrible, but she's not really doing good on the senpai, senpai. She's too deep, I think, is her problem.
1 week to prepare, 1 week to confess, 1 week to kill my rival and then clean up all the mess. But no matter who I murder, girls keep coming for my man.
Ross sent a super chat. Ruby and Sapphire are straight up vomiting on.
Yeah, they unfuse just to throw up, even though Gems can't, they don't even know how they did that. Like, it's just that
Meow
bad.
Meow sent a super chat. Please make it stop. I'll do anything.
Nope, we're seeing this through to the end, guys. Come on.
And guess this school year's gonna end with all their blood upon my hands. Go ahead and try to stop me if you're able. I'm aware that my emotions are unstable. This could finally be my chance to not be lonely. So I won't let someone take my one and only. I may lower my school's atmosphere, but I will not forget the reason why I'm here. I'm here for romance, I'm here for vengeance, I'm
do I
here
not
for
have
his
viewer attacks turned on?
affections.
I'm
Stay away
sorry.
from my
Batman Sex and Witch Health sent a super chat. Sigh. I feel spiritual pain from this.
I just realized
Please.
I'm torturing
No.
you all even more because I forgot to turn viewer attack back on. Let me fix that real quick. Because I forgot to turn... Oh, I just heard myself real quick. Shh, ignore that. Ignore that. I'm going into Twitch right now. I'll fix it, I promise. I had turned it off for the Hawaii Part 2 stream. Yes. Alright, hang on. Activate. And activate. Wait, no, not panel 1. It needs to be component 1, I think. Yeah. Okay, you should be having your tomatoes very soon, guys. Let me just reload the screen. There it goes. It's loading. I'm so sorry. I've robbed you of your tomatoes. The tomato delivery to the peanut gallery was late. But now you have your free trough of tomatoes again, guys. There you go.
Senpai, senpai, 'cause my love is stronger than you. Senpai, 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 'cause my love is stronger than you. Senpai, senpai, senpai.
Oh, the poor girl. She is trying, but she just does not have the range for this.
'Cause my love is stronger than you. Senpai, senpai, senpai.
Master Clockwork sent a super chat. This sounds off key.
She is off key, but like I said, I don't think the song is in her range. She's got a very deep singing voice. I don't think it's entirely her fault, you know. So yeah, so now are you guys all ready to hate Alex Mahan after that? I think you are. Hang on, I have the planets reflecting in the water here. You know, to build up the mystery, I guess. If you can't tell, Wolfenite is in a hallucinatory fusion mind space right now. As can happen sometimes. Oh my god, there's a hype train coming on Twitch. I have no idea what that means, but... So, what did y'all think of that? Pretty good singing for a non-paid job. Yes, you are correct, Crowspine. I think if she just had a bit more practice and didn't try to sing out of her range, it could have been better. She's not a terrible singer, but she was like she's trying to do Estelle's pitch and she can't, you know? Estelle's soprano is not very easy to replicate, in fairness to her.
Swords Zinni send a super chat. This has the same vibe of those music videos that poorly force lyrics onto video game BGM.
And you know, he probably did this because of the fucking Undertale Stronger Than You parodies instead of Steven Universe. God damn it. Oh, God. But I mean, yeah, as far as shit like this goes, she wasn't terrible, but, you know, she's not singing in her range. That is the issue here. Maybe I'm being a bit of a snob, as I tend to be sometimes. But anyway, now we're gonna get to Alex himself. So I saved a bunch of videos here. The glut of them are about Osana and Raiburu, because that whole situation always cracked me the fuck up. How he spent so long putting the first rival in the game.
Meow Meow sent a super chat. I'd rather have drank from the chalice than listen to that.
At least the actual chalice was actually just milk. So, you feel awful for Michaela Laws. Yeah, like, me too. Like, she had so much of her early career wrapped up in Yandere Simulator, and even she abandoned him after the controversy where he fucking was flirting with a 16-year-old girl. So again, we don't really have to feel bad about making fun of him. Just FYI. So yeah, he puts in Osana finally, the first rival, and then he's so butthurt about people killing her immediately, he puts in an indestructible bodyguard. Like, that's not good game design, man. That's just you being butthurt at people playing your game in ways you don't approve of.
Angels Art and Gaming sent a super chat. You know what? I'm ready for Yandev now.
You know, it's like that saying, like, if the first thing you do in the day is eat an entire frog, it's very likely that, you know, something worse is gonna happen to you that day. We ripped off the Band-Aid. We did the most painful thing first, so now we're ready to just laugh at this dumbass. So, I can't remember exactly why I put a lot of these in here. I just, like, picked a bunch, like, a month ago. And even I fucking forgot, so, as I tend to do. So, let's see what the March 2017 progress report is all about. Get ready for Alex's monotone voice, everybody.
Today, there are a lot of things that I'd like to talk about. Some of these things I'll discuss very briefly, and other things will be discussed in thorough detail. Some of these topics will be the focus of future videos. The purpose of this video is to give you an idea of the sheer number of things that you have to look forward to in the future.
Oh boy!
Let's get started. A very talented sprite artist was kind enough to create all of the assets that I'd need in order to create the Maid Cafe minigame that I...
This was always his goddamn problem, guys. He kept adding minigames and extra features instead of working on the core gameplay loop, because he didn't know how to program it, and he didn't want to admit he didn't know how to program it. And even when he was working with Tiny Build and was given a programmer that could make his game make sense, he rejected it because he couldn't understand it anymore. See, the thing, I was never really a Yandere Simulator fan, but I always thought the idea, the concept, was a really funny idea. Like, you are a crazy yandere girl on the outskirts of a dating sim, killing all the girls who are, like, the choices for the main character. That's a fucking funny idea. You don't give me any of this, but it's about killing teenagers shit. It's making fun of anime tropes, or at least I thought it was, until I realized he was playing anime tropes straight, and I was like, oh fuck. Like... I went into this thinking he was in on the joke, but no, he was just the joke all along. You know?
I described in a previous video. Now that I have all of these assets, it would probably only take me a day or two to create the minigame. But it's hard for me to just...
I wonder how long it actually took for that minigame to come out. Doki Doki Literature Club did it better? Yeah, pretty much Doki Doki Literature Club is that concept of a yandere girl infiltrating the dating sim and offing the other girls. You're correct, but you're not playing as the yandere, which was the appeal of this, you know?
Justify taking time away from Osana when she's already been delayed long enough. If I do add the minigame, then Yandere-chan will finally have a way to earn money, which means that
Earned
Oh, and I'm earning money
sent
too.
a super chat. It's like original Clone High versus S2 Clone High.
Now, I never really watched Clone High, but I have heard that second season was pretty fucking bad. Yeah, so is that Doki Doki Literature Club compared to Yandere Simulator?
I can implement a feature that allows Yandere-chan
How is
to
the
buy
line art on
things
this
that
one?
wouldn't be
I
provided
have so
by
many
InfoChat.
layers.
I'll put a poll in the video description and ask you to vote on whether or not you'd like to see the Maid Cafe minigame added to Yandere Simulator before or after Osana has been completed.
Let's look at the poll. We did this before. Let's look at the poll. I'll say after. What is with his fucking fans? You guys are just enabling him. You know? Yeah, Doki Doki didn't involve panty shots. That alone makes it miles better. Now look. Now look at that mix and witch. I would actually have defended the panty shot thing because that is an old anime trope, unfortunately. And if it was making fun of that, I think that's funny. But nah, he was just being a pervert, you know? So, yeah.
Swords Zinni sent a super chat. Who ordered the Bintstein with extra padding?
It's a good description of him.
Adrian Parchman sent a super chat. Yandev is no Toby Fox or Scott Cawthon clearly.
Yeah, when you compare him to his contemporaries, there's just no fucking contest, you know? So, do I already have the planets on the... Oh, I do have it above that layer. Okay. My blending mode is just not cooperating with me very well.
There are a lot of features that I really want to revisit before Osana is completed. For example, being able to throw water on people at any arbitrary point in time creates a lot of game design problems. It would be better if there was a limited number of predetermined points where a trap can be set up that
Why? You're trying to make this like Hitman, aren't you? Hitman lets you fuck around so much, you know? Okay, and Behu's saying, can eat the colors of your compound. It does kind of look like, especially down here, it does kind of look like sherbet, doesn't it? I'm very pleased. You ever feel like Yandev and Lorch are on the same extreme ends of the spectrum of loving/hating Japanese things? A little, kinda. Like, Alex seems to take a lot of anime tropes at face value, which is kind of lame, but, he likes the idea of being a game developer, but not actually being one. Yeah, I don't even know what the fuck he's gonna do now. He's pretty much lost everybody that was helping him. So, I mean, he could have gotten this game done 6 fucking years ago. There was a timeline where he got this game done 6 fucking years ago and made a pretty good amount of money on it, but, And Sienna the Ghost says, it seems like Yandev just wants to stay within his comfort zone. He wants to complete Yan Sim, but his comfort zone and his my way or the highway mentality are stopping him. Yeah. Not even perfectionism. Like, he won't... It was like with the email thing. He's like, I can't hire a secretary. What if she does it wrong? I have to do everything myself. You know, like, dude, you don't. I mean, I struggle with that sometimes, too. Like, no, I have to do it all myself. But you gotta, like, get over that. Like, he had an out with Tiny Build. He had an out with Tiny Build. I do not understand this man.
Angels Art and Gaming sent a super chat. Yandev as a Pokemon developer. Do you guys want this mini game instead of me working on the first gym leader? That's what it feels like.
I know! Like, why are you wasting your time with answerly bullshit instead of making the core gameplay loop? If he just built the core gameplay loop, then he could add all these fun little extra things as updates. He did everything ass backwards. That's what drives me crazy about this. And like I said, I wasn't even a fan, but just the sheer wasted potential and him just like fucking it up at every single step along the way just both fascinates me and frustrates the fuck out of me, which is why I'm making fun of him right now. He is the DSP of indie developers, you're right.
results in a student being soaked in water. I also think that the process of electrocuting a student should work differently than it currently does. These are just two of the things that I really want to make adjustments
Wrong layer.
to before I release
Wrong layer
the
of
build
my
of the
300
game
layers.
that has Osana in it. Over the past 35 months, I've been contacted by dozens of talented artists who offered to draw concept art for Yandere Simulator's characters, but almost nobody was interested in drawing concept art for environments. Recently, I found an artist who is willing to draw environments. Now,
For free? Because maybe if you would pay somebody out of the $5,000 a month you're getting on Patreon, you could have an environment artist. Wow! Imagine how hiring a team helps. You know? Like, he would just use free labor from teenagers. That was the shittiest part. Oh, thank you for the gifted membership, Silas. I will put up a link to the Discord for anybody who's having trouble connecting. Though if you connect your Discord account to your YouTube, it should automatically add you. But sometimes it just doesn't work. I don't know why. Oh yeah, we'll get into it. We'll get into him ranting about Twitch a little later on. Don't you worry. Don't you worry.
Append of Guinness sent a super chat. Money for the bouncy head obs help. Sigh.
Oh.
Thanks.
Thank you, Pint. Yeah, I was just talking about that. If you're in my Discord and you want help with OBS or Stream Elements or anything like that, you can ask me. I helped Pint figure out the talk sprites Dan and I were using on the Hawaii stream, which you should check out. It was a really good stream on Hawaii Part 2, which is a really awesome concept album that basically we just did that stream for us. But you know, we had a good time. And I was able to play the music on stream because they have revenue sharing, so...
I can finally begin asking for concept art to help visualize locations that haven't been implemented yet, such as some of the club rooms. This will help me get closer to populating some of the empty locations in Yandere Simulator.
Julia DeForge sent a super chat. Yeah, because unpaid teens do the best work ever /s.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure a lot of these kids did have talent, and they wanted to be part of this, and they didn't know any better that they really should be paid for their time and labor, and he took advantage of that. But where was I going with that? I completely lost my train of thought. Oh no, he would always be like, I'm waiting on volunteers to get stuff done for me, completely out of my hands. When again, he was making $5,000 goddamn dollars a month on Patreon. He was like, no, that's my salary as the lead developer. But he could easily have taken that money and given someone like, I don't know, $300 a month to design shit for him or something. Just anything. Anything at all. You know? Or pay them per asset. You know? Like, even his main characters were all free Unity assets. This guy didn't want to pay anybody for their shit while he was raking in the dough for literally just sitting on his hands, not finishing his game. That's also the part that pisses me off. You know? I don't want to say it was completely malicious on his part. Like, he was like, haha, hoo, hee, I'm going to rip off teenagers. Like, but you're a grown fucking man, you should have known better. And, like, you know, you should pay artists, just like pay artists, guys. Everyone loves art, but they don't like paying artists, do they? You know, they seem to resent it almost. And then they make fun of you for going into art, but they sure like to consume it, though, don't they? I'm not bitter. Oh, you might. We just had a gifted sub fairy come on by and sprinkle subs on everybody. So there you go. There you go, guys.
As of now, all of the school's club leaders have been designed, and I will be creating profiles for them on the official website very soon.
How about you pay someone to do that while you actually work on the fucking game, Alex, in 2017? I mean, I'm yelling at him in hindsight, obviously, but I thought all of the same things back at the time.
Hopefully, I'll be able to implement them into the game sometime in the near future. In the beginning, they might not have routines or react to murder, like the version of the gardening club leader who is currently in the game. But eventually, all club leaders will have proper routines and proper AI, just like the game's other students. One of Yandere Simulator's upcoming rival characters Kizana, is significantly similar to a previously existing character.
Did this chick ever get put in the game? I don't think she did.
I have some solutions in mind for addressing this. However,
See you, Lady
I
Jasmine,
want
or
to
Miss
discuss
Jasmine.
these potential solutions in a separate video, so I won't be talking about that subject today, but it is something that I'm aware of and determined to fix. There are a lot of changes that I'd like to make to Yandere Simulator's character models, in terms of gameplay functionality, customization potential, facial expressiveness, body proportions, and art style. I'd like to make a video explaining the limitations.
All he ever did was take those free Unity assets and make them slightly more shiny. I mean, like...
Master Clockwork sent a super chat. There you are, playing a visual novel, and all of a sudden, you're a yandere. You didn't ask for this, you didn't choose this, yet there it is.
That would be a funny concept. I mean, I've seen other people, like, recently saying, hey, what if we try to actually make Yandere Simulator? And, like, every time that happens, it always ends in disaster. Unfortunately, I think the entire fucking concept is cursed now. I think Alex has put a hex on anybody else trying to make the same kind of concept. Like, it's just poison now, unfortunately. Yansim only has Osana. Amai was put in temporarily as a challenge to see how YouTubers kill her, so Alex can make her more difficult. But then he, like, made the 1980s mode and put in 10 rivals. And it works. Like, is he just mocking people at this point? I don't understand.
Of the current character models, and how I'd like to change them. There is a feature that I've wanted to put into the game since 2014. I'm currently asking an illustrator for concept art so I can make a video explaining the idea and show you my mental image of.
Well, this is the Yakuza stuff we went over last time, where Yandev was really, really excited about the idea of using the Yakuza to sell teenage girls into human trafficking in his haha funny simulator game. Like, dude, just, like, what is wrong with you?
The feature. I don't have all of the artwork that I need to convey the concept yet, but hopefully it'll be ready soon. There is something really huge that I've been working on for months, and it's part of the reason why Osana is taking so ridiculously long to add to the game.
Yeah.
I want to keep it a secret until it's ready to be shown, but I am very...
What, climbing mechanics? You can't do climbing mechanics and the main gameplay loop at the same fucking time?
Eager to show it off. There is something that's been in the works for a very long time, and it's quickly approaching completion. This is probably the one thing I'm most looking forward to showing you. When it's finally done...
You know, he could have done, like, 2D cutscenes in this style. Like, visual novel style cutscenes with just still images. Like, this is actually very nice art. I wonder who drew this. This is very, very good. Oh, Cub Scouts. Yeah, I used to watch a lot of Cub Scouts. I haven't watched him recently. He's a funny dude. But yeah, I loved his series of just trying to break Yandere Simulator. It was good shit. Very good shit. He's that dude.
I think you're going to love it. At this point, I probably
One
just
sent a
sound...
super chat. Are you coding, son?
No, he's fantasizing about selling teenage girls into sex trafficking via the Yakuza, yeah.
I'm like I'm repeating myself, but there's this really cool surprise that I want to show you, but it's not done yet either. I guess the point I'm trying to make is that there's a whole bunch of secret projects and surprises.
Look at all these blurry pink blobs that are totally future things that are going to be implemented. Get excited, teenage fan base.
Surprises that I've been working on for a long time that I'm very excited to show you.
That's a little too much, isn't
After
it?
I released a video talking about how many hours I spend working on the game, I received hundreds of supportive messages urging me to work shorter hours.
Isn't that from your fucking video where you complain about emails? Isn't that what that is? You know, like, stop sending me stupid emails. I spend 9 hours a day reading emails. You guys are hurting me. You know? Bro, and look at the little booby mouse pad there. At least he's fucking honest about what he's about.
And take better care of myself. I've decided to take the advice that I've been given. I'm still
Yeah, you definitely look like you took really good care of yourself in the years you were developing this game, Alex.
going to work on Yandere Simulator 7 days a week, but I'm reducing my work schedule to about 10 hours per day.
7 days a week, except he was also streaming video games every day. But he counted, like, thinking about the game as working on it. While I'm sitting here streaming Cuphead and screaming at the top of my lungs, I am conceptualizing additions to Yandere Simulator. Basically. Yandev wants his game to be like Hitman, but the second anybody does anything in a way he doesn't intend, he haphazardly patches the game so they can't. Yeah! Speaking of Hitman, like, a bunch of the earlier games were on sale on Steam for like $3.
Ed Stevens sent a super chat. Let's make it Yandere Simulator and see if it breaks the hex he made.
Tsundere Simulator! Then you can have a Kudere Simulator. But yeah, what was I saying? No, yeah, so I bought a bunch of Hitman games, and I've never actually played them, but a buddy of mine told me I'd probably like them because I'm one of those weirdos who likes the first Assassin's Creed game and having to be really meticulous. So, look forward to maybe Hitman streams in the future, guys. I think that'd be fun. Play those blind. Yeah, Doubt said, emails, I'm working. Then I got a bunch of supportive messages encouraging me to put Yanjeri-chan wearing panties and open her skirt for an inventory system. Yeah, that was the point where I was like, yeah, I don't think I can defend the panty thing anymore. It doesn't seem like it's a joke. It seems more like you're just really into seeing the panties of teenage girls, actually. You know what? I'm gonna have you guys vote on future game streams eventually when I'm ready to go down that. Again, I might do some one-shot game streams first, though. Like, I know I want to play Passepartout 2. A lot of people want me to play mouthwashing. Yes, I think that's one I can do in one sitting, right? So I will put like a one-shot game stream to the vote. I'll put mouthwashing on there. It'll probably win, but we'll do the same thing we do with the streams, where you guys will vote on which one I do next, but it's not like we're not gonna do every single one of them, you know? Like, I had you guys vote between this and home design for this week, but I'm still gonna do home design. I need to talk about that channel. It's amazing. But, yeah, mouthwashing is a real game. I'm gonna warn you guys, though, I'm not easily scared, so I might just be bored and make fun of it, but, I don't know about Class of 09, guys. I know I played Wani. I know I played Wani and did funny voices, but I'm not usually into visual novels, to be honest, honestly. But definitely, like, Disco Elysium's gonna be on the list. Outer Wilds is gonna be on the list. I'm actually completely blind to Outer Wilds. I know some people are excited about that. That can probably be a one-shot or a two-shot stream. Oh, it is voice acted? Okay, maybe. We'll see. Anyway.
I'm still going to limit myself to only taking 1 day off per month.
How am I gonna play the Utena visual novel? I'm pretty sure it's never been translated, and I need to get, like, a Saturn ROM.
Until I'm satisfied with the speed of Yandere Simulator's development. On that note, I've been following a new schedule for the past month. Every day after my workday has ended, I spend a few hours streaming video games on Twitch TV. I don't really try to put on
a few hours, more like 10 in a row. Even I don't stream that long, except sometimes. The only time I streamed for 12 hours was the day Veilguard came out. And I would have been playing it for 12 hours anyway. And the Ghost says, my work habits are as fucked up as they come, but holy shit, at least I can get my shit done. Yeah, like, I'm not the best with time or planning or executive function, but holy god, Alex, holy shit. I like the Japanese language, I just don't know Japanese. I'm not very good at learning other languages. I took Spanish for 6 years and I'm barely fucking able to even talk it.
Big show or anything. I just play random games and chat with anyone who shows up. If you'd like to come check it out, I usually start streaming every night at 12 midnight in the PST time zone. Now, this is the...
Was that midnight his time? Like, bro, I also have a really bad sleep schedule, but holy shit.
part of the video
Oh yeah, Slay the Princess. I've heard that's really good.
where I put up an illustration of Osana and display a graphic of a clock or something and put some text on screen and tell you that, sadly, Osana is still not.
I wish I knew about this image. I just would have used it for the thumbnail. She not finished. I don't know if I put the video about delinquents in here, Mata Mambus, but if we have time at the end, I can go find that one.
Not ready yet. I hope that some of the content that I previewed in this video will help you understand why Osana is taking so long. It's because there's a lot more to making a video game than just sitting down and writing code.
Well, if you just sat down and wrote the code for the main gameplay loop, you wouldn't have this fucking problem, dude. What, Skrill? Skrill is interrupting me. I already bought the Hitman games. What are you giving me? She gave me a code of some kind. A mysterious code. I'll have to find out what that is later.
Between requesting concept art and designing characters and reviewing animations and everything else, sometimes I just don't get the luxury of having enough spare time
Oh god, no, guys. Skrill is hacking me.
to actually write code. Now, I'll admit, some of the videos that I work on are arguably not completely necessary.
Like this one. If you didn't waste time editing videos and just shut up and made your fucking game, it would have been done already.
And thus I understand.
Wait, did she send me mouthwashing? I'll have to find out later.
And if you're thinking, darn it, Yandere Dev, stop working on promotional videos and just focus.
Did you not have your girl for this?
Yandere Dev, stop wasting your fucking time on these videos!
On Osana. My explanation is that a lot of these video projects were in development since long before I started working on Osana. And honestly, they really don't take up very much of my time compared to the
Sounds like fucking cope, bro. I edit videos myself too. It sounds like fucking cope to me.
important stuff, like speaking with volunteers.
Angels Art and Gaming sent a super chat. Still kills me he doesn't do development streams.
Yeah, well, because he wasn't working on the fucking game. It's like when he very clearly, right before Osana came out, all of a sudden, he stopped streaming video games on Twitch for like 2 weeks. I wonder what made that happen. It couldn't be he was quickly cobbling together this thing that he had promised for years and wasn't working on. No. Had to be something else.
In the future, you will see me upload a few more video projects that had been in the works for a long time, but from this point forward, I won't be planning any new video projects because I strongly desire...
QA Signboard sent a super chat. For my sake if nothing else, can you add the Drive to Murder elimination video? I thought it was so cool when I saw it as a kid.
Let's look up a couple of these and put them in another tab. So, let's see. No, you shut up. Drive to Murder. It's probably still on his account. Did I put that one on the list? I don't think I did. So you know what? I will add it to the playlist. So I'll just leave it up in this tab. And then the other one was the Delinquents. I think there's a couple of videos on the Delinquents. So let's shut up, Yandere Dev. Delinquents. Oh, he had a theme song for them,
Lampass
guys.
sent a super chat.
Thank you for the super. I think it's a super sticker when it's blank. Delinquent backstory? Is that the one we want?
Taylor Wynn sent a super chat. This guy could have made at least 4 games by now with the amount of time he's wasted whining and crying about how hard making one game is.
I know. Thank you very much for the super chat. Yeah, this is what drives me crazy about this guy. And, the red flags were always there. Alright, just make it clear which Delinquent video you want, and whoever asked for that, so I know which one to fucking play. I think this one is on the list. If it's not, I need to add it too. Oh no, it isn't. What the fuck? Okay. We need to play that one too, actually. Let me put that in another tab. Anyway, I will flip to those before I get to the last one in the playlist. Your first stream that's not a VOD. Well, welcome. I hope you enjoy yourself. We're probably gonna be here a while. These React streams tend to be 6 hours. Mostly because I'm a pause Andy. And then I go off on tangents like this. Delinquent backstory. That's the one you want. Okay, cool. We'll add these 3 videos then to our roster. Alright. Oop. There we go. I'll probably cut into those before I get to this last one here about how does he feel about Yandere Simulator.
Here to reach a point where I can focus exclusively on Osana without any distractions. Please, trust me.
Here's all these things I'm letting distract me from developing Osana. Hopefully I will stop getting in my own way soon.
When I say progress is definitely being made.
Oh yeah, the one very particular kill you can do for Osana that you have to follow like a strict set of steps in order to make happen. Very unlike Hitman.
I'm very grateful for your patience and your understanding throughout this phase of the game's production. As always, thank you for following the development of Yandere Simulator.
And he never fucking learned how to pronounce Yandere correctly. Oh, okay, I guess he's gonna stab Midori Guden at the end here. So wait, if you had the voice actor for this, why didn't you have her in the middle of the video? Why did I have to do it?
Yandere Dev! So, like, yeah, I just saw your latest video, and I came up with an idea, and I wanted to suggest it to you. And I also wanted to ask a few questions about...
Shut up!
Shut up, representation of my audience! This is how I feel about you! Like, seriously! You see the Samus boob mouse pad down there, too? Yeah. It's Strawman-chan! Hooray! That it? Okay, there's just some joke about Midori being, like, cloned over and over again, which I don't fucking care about at the end there. Okay. Next video. Is Yandere Simulator supposed to be taken seriously? Because, you know, it's called fucking whatever simulator. Those games were always jokes. But he started to take it serious. He thinks he's writing, like, a really deep story here, guys. Because I've said before, when it first started, and I saw the stupid names of the characters, like My Waifu, and, like, I don't know, Pippi Stockings, whatever the fuck her name was. Like, they were all, like, really cringe. Obviously, like, an American making fake Japanese names, and I thought that was the joke. I was like, oh, isn't that so funny? This is like a 15-year-old American writing their own anime. What a funny joke. And then I realized he wasn't fucking joking. And I was like, oh no. Oh no. So now we're gonna hear him tell us how his story is, like, super deep, you guys. His story about a girl who has no emotions until she falls in love with a boy, because that's what a yandere is, apparently. Which is not even what a fucking yandere is!
In January of 2016, I made a video about the reasons why it might be a good idea to rename Yandere Simulator. My primary concern was that the game's title could cause people to dismiss it as a joke game. In that video,
It should have been a joke game, Alex! It should have always been a joke game! The concept is inherently comedic! If you had just kept it a silly joke game, making fun of anime tropes, and actually did your fucking work, you would have had a successful game like fucking 6 years ago. Ah.
said things like, Yandere Simulator was always meant to be a dark and serious game, and Yandere Simulator is meant to be taken seriously. This exact choice of words created the wrong impression about my intentions for the game. Today, I'd like to clarify what I was trying to communicate. Yandere Simulator is a game with dark subject matter. It's about a stalker who is sabotaging a young man's love life. The protagonist is a dangerous person who is willing to do horrible things to achieve her goals. In the past, I've described the game as a horror game, where you play as the monster. However,
it's not a fucking horror game, Alex. It's goofy as shit, and it should have stayed that way.
I never meant to imply that the game would have a completely dark and scary atmosphere 100% of the time. Imagine a cute, girly visual novel about a boy who is being romanced by 10 girls at school. But one of the background characters is killing all of the main characters when the protagonist isn't looking.
Yeah, Alex, they beat you to the punch. It was called Doki Doki Literature Club.
That's the kind of vibe I'm going for. A cute dating sim gone wrong. That's why the environment is bright and peaceful, the characters are cheerful and friendly, and the user interface is soft and pink.
Let's see, this came out 7 years ago on September 2nd, 2017. The game has barely advanced since.
If the player commits a lot of murders or abductions and never cleans up blood or corpses, they will spread terror and dread throughout the school.
Alex, do you know what the fuck dark comedy is? I guess we can speed him up a little bit. I have trouble, like, listening to things that are too sped up, though, guys. So we'll do 1.25, okay? How's that?
Taylor Wynn sent a super chat. Yandev sounds like the coming soon to own on DVD announcer, if he was stupid.
Thank you very much. Oh, do you think... Did Doki Doki come out in 2017? You think he's being, like, a little bitter about it right now? That could be.
This will affect the game's visuals and the character's behavior, until the game has the atmosphere.
We got another super coming.
Majin Lifestyle sent a super chat. The only horrifying stuff about this game is the panty mechanic. Bada boom.
Got him!
Sphere of a horror game. If the player eliminates all of their rivals in non-destructive ways, then the game will always look like a cute, girly visual novel. In other words, the player has complete control over the atmosphere of the game. It will be precisely as dark as the player makes it through their choices and actions. My goal is to create a genuine...
Should have just been a funny, dark comedy killing game that makes fun of anime tropes, Alex. You had fucking gold here, and you just squandered it.
Genuinely good stealth game. A game with solid design, balanced mechanics, and lots of replayability. With that said, there are also whimsical things that were added just for fun, like silly Easter eggs. And some of the game's mechanics are based on anime tropes. When I said that the game is meant to be taken seriously, I wasn't trying to imply that it would be 100% serious at all times. I was trying to emphasize the fact that I'm trying to develop a real game, not a...
Alex, there was nothing about your writing that could possibly be taken seriously. That's why I thought it was a fucking joke and you were in on it at the first. You know, it was that bad.
meme game with a few minutes of novelty value. Although there will be jokes in the game, it's not my goal.
It is a meme game. You should have just fucking gotten over it and leaned into that. Oh, what is Skrill sending me now? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It did come out in it did come out in 2017. What month is that in Polish? I don't exactly know. But yeah. It did come out in yeah. So, he was probably a little salty about it. Yeah, probably a little salty. I imagine. Did his concept... Oh, did you say which one? Oh, yeah. So, September 22nd. He he must have known it was coming out, because this video was made before that, but still, yeah. I think homie was a little put off by that.
Goal to create a joke game. To summarize, my vision for the game isn't 100% dark and serious. It will have a cute side and a dark side, a serious side and a comedic side. In January of 2016, I proposed the idea of renaming the game to Lovesick.
I mean, Alex, you're not really talented enough to pull off, like, comedy and dark side by side. I mean, yeah.
A lot of people have been asking me when or if I will actually change the game's title. I still think that it would be a good idea to rename Yandere Simulator, and I still love the idea of calling it Lovesick. However, it's very difficult to pull the trigger and
Errand Alpha Eagle sent a super chat. DDLC came out in the same month as this video.
So he must have seen it in the upcoming games and been like, yeah. But also, when somebody else started to develop a Yandere game with the same assets that don't belong to him, because he got them on the Unity store and called it Lovesick, he basically sent them a very manipulative message implying he was going to kill himself if they made their game. Like, Jesus Christ.
commit to this decision because of the risks of changing a brand name that lots of people already recognize. At this point, it's too early to make any promises, but if I do decide to rename the game, I'll probably keep Yandere Simulator in the name as a subtitle. On the topic of rebranding the game, there's something else I'd like to discuss. For a long time, I've wondered whether or not it would be a good idea to drastically change the game's visuals and atmosphere to shake off the appearance of being a joke game, and make it far easier for people to take the game seriously.
No one was ever going to take this fucking game seriously, Alex. You should have just leaned into it and accepted that. You could have had a funny fucking game, and you could have had all the praise and adulation before you talked to a 16-year-old girl and lost everything. Oh, God. Mandy says, you know, the other problem with him is that he simply brings up the idea in vague descriptions but never actually tries to elaborate or execute them properly. It's all just yapping for the sake of sounding like a proper game developer. Yeah, and he, like, any stupid idea he came up with, he felt like he had to implement it right away. And it's like, just put it on the back burner in, like, your development log. Save it for after you make the main gameplay loop. I mean, I've never fucking coded a game, guys, but even I understand this. You make the skeleton of the game before adding all the fun stuff. You know, that's how it works.
Some people might appreciate this, but other people might want the game to stay the way it is now. I've decided that the best solution would be to give people the option of choosing what kind of atmosphere they want the game to have. The idea is that when you launch the game will ask you if you want to play Yandere Sim.
This is a really fucking stupid idea, and he never did it, so... And of course, like, the funny one has to be, like, the panties on a heart butt of a teenage girl, yeah.
Later, or play Lovesick. In Lovesick, all debug commands, Easter eggs, and memes are disabled, and the game has the atmosphere of a horror game. I'll show you what I mean. Here's Yandere Simulator. And here's Lovesick.
This is fucking retarded, bro. Like, the appeal of Yandere Simulator was having the cutesy anime look, but you're going around fucking stabbing people in the head. That was the appeal of it, that juxtaposition, because it's inherently comedic, you know? Owlman says, I just joined, and the first thing I heard was panties on the heart butt of a teenage girl. Welcome! Welcome to Yandev 2 Electric Boogaloo. Hey, yeah, I put up a short today linking to the original stream. I didn't actually do that on purpose. I was just scheduling a bunch of shorts, but I can pretend I did. I'm a brilliant businesswoman. Anyway, do Cliff Notes not exist with this dude? I don't think so.
In Lovesick, every single screen of the game...
Sent a super chat. I've written a fanfic that started as crack smut that became a deep story. Changing your mind is okay. Issue is he's not changing things to accommodate.
No, like with a fanfic, like whatever. You're gonna have like, you know, a few people reading that, you know, but they're gonna get what they want to get out of it. But with a video game, yeah, like this is excessive, you know? And again, this was inherently a concept no one could take fucking seriously, and no one should take fucking seriously.
Has been modified to have a much different look and feel. In some cases, this was as easy as changing the color scheme, but some screens are so cutesy and girly that just changing the colors wouldn't be enough. In these cases, the screen was completely redesigned. For example, the lovesick version of the Senpai creation screen depicts Yandere-chan stalking a boy down a dark school corridor as the player customizes him.
Oh, I forgot you could customize Senpai. Does anyone ever bother to do that?
Into the senpai that they desire. In Yandere Simulator, the protagonist's home is meant to feel like a soothing, peaceful place. In Lovesick, the protagonist's home is meant to feel like the lair of a deranged killer.
Look, he put a gray filter on it. Isn't it spooky now, guys? This fucking dude.
In Yandere Simulator, the school's atmosphere changes based on the player's actions. In Lovesick, the school's atmosphere is...
Who the fuck does he think he's fooling and taking this seriously? Teenagers. This is the only people who could possibly take it seriously. Teenagers.
...permanently as low as possible. I've heard a number of people complain that they can't take the game seriously because some of the character names are obvious jokes or puns. Perhaps in Lovesick, all joke names would...
Except they were, you just didn't know how to fucking name characters. My Wakabayashi. I don't even think it's a fucking real last name, bro.
...be replaced with more realistic and believable names. If the majority of people feel that a black...
You know, you could have just asked, like, someone who actually speaks Japanese or is a native Japanese person to, like, give you good pun names for the characters in Japanese, because, like, in a lot of anime, the characters' names are puns. That's very common.
...and red color scheme is too edgy, then I could always use a different color scheme for Lovesick mode, such as magenta and dark blue. There's a part of me that wonders if it might be appropriate if the character models in Lovesick were less cartoony and more realistic. However, it would cost a...
Julia DeForge sent a super chat. No one did, and he is so homophobic. You cannot make senpai a girl even though the option was there for years.
At least he doesn't fetishize lesbians, I guess. Just...
Ed Stevens sent a super chat. No, it just that the light bill was paid for.
Yeah, the electricity's off. This looks like a gross style, though. What the fuck?
Wiggly Type sent a super chat. Wasn't this game started when simulator games were trendy? Like
Yep.
Goat Simulator? I thought that this being a Yandere Sim was the joke.
Yeah, he did start it in the simulator trend. But then he's complaining, nobody takes my game seriously. What the fuck is this game? This looks dull as shit. This doesn't stand out at all. Why do you think this looks better?
There's a part of me that wonders if it might be appropriate if the character models in Lovesick were less cartoony and more realistic. However, it would cost a ridiculous amount of time.
That would not make anyone take your badly written fucking story any more seriously, Alex. I mean, come on.
Time and money to create an entirely new set of character models and hairstyles and accessories and so forth. So this...
Well, how would it take time and money? You just fucking use volunteer teenagers and then rake in all the dough yourself. You fucking asshole.
isn't very likely to happen. You might choose to play Lovesick mode because you want to know how the game will feel without the ability to use debug commands. Or perhaps you want the game to be darker and...
Well, but I thought you could only use debug commands in the main game because you still said it was like a proof of concept, that it was still like a sandbox and it wasn't going to be like that in the final game. I thought that's what you fucking said. What?
and more serious. Or perhaps you just want to experience Yandere Sim with a different coat of paint. Either way, the option is available. If nobody likes it, I can always take it out, or turn it into an Easter egg that you have to unlock.
Why don't you just, like, poll people on this first to see what they fucking want instead of just implementing these things without telling anybody until afterward?
It's possible that some aspects of Lovesick mode, like the removal of joke names, might be made into an option in the game's settings menu, so that you can change or remove the aspects of the game that are preventing you from enjoying it. On that subject, for a long time...
And yet, he would go on to, like, patch out any way people could have fun with the game. If you weren't playing it the way he wanted you to play it, he got mad, and he would, like, purposefully go in there and prevent you from just fucking around with the game and having fun, you know? So, like, dude. Can I zoom in on the 3 pretty colored panels I'm working on? Like, these 3 up here? I guess I could move my reference aside a little bit. Yeah, I'm still kind of working on the water here. I was gonna put fish and stuff under, but I don't know if I will now. I don't know. I'm gonna figure it out. So... yeah, joke names. Even he knows his names for characters are shit. Midori means green, so it's green. Yeah, it's Midori, which means green, and then Gurin, which is like a Japanese pronunciation of green. It's like, come on, bro. It's almost racist, you know? Come on. He uses polls as scapegoats for his shitty ideas. He doesn't actually care what his fans think. He just wants to justify deprioritizing everything actually important. Yeah, I think that's a good take, Diet Quartz Cola.
No, I've heard people request a way to pay for InfoChan's services without taking panty shots. In the latest build of the game, there is now another way to earn
like, okay, like I said, originally I was like, okay, the panty shot thing is obviously making fun of old anime tropes from, like, the 80s and 90s, whatever. But the way he would just double, triple, quadruple down on it really was kind of, like, bro, it's not really necessary to the game. You could figure out something else. You know, maybe, like, gossip, blackmail, things like that InfoChan would want. Instead of, oh, I'm gonna sell pictures of this girl's panties to the male students like fucking old school Ranma 1/2 or whatever, you know. The top panel is gonna be Wolf and I opening her eyes. I keep thinking I might animate it, so I haven't really gotten around to it yet. Hopefully, I'll have some time to work on this off stream. Again, I do have a lot of things to work on, though, after stream. But for right now, we're fucking around.
Favors from InfoChan. As her name implies, InfoChan's specialty is gathering and selling information. She values a person's secrets far more than a photo of their panties.
That's what I fucking said.
I can think of multiple ways that Yandere-chan can discover a person's secrets. But for now, she will collect information using covert listening devices, also known as bugs.
Why don't you just have her record people with her cell phone in her pocket? I mean, you have cell phones in this game, you fucking idiot. Where is she getting these things? Like, what teenage girl? Is she buying them on the internet or what?
The idea is to place bugs around school in places where students will have private conversations. At this point in time, the feature is very bare bones.
But he could also use the friendship system to have students, like, tell Yan-chan their secrets, and then she can sell them to InfoChan because she's a terrible person, you know?
You will have to locate each spot where a bug should be placed using your knowledge of locations where students or important characters will be talking. In the future, InfoChan should explicitly tell you exactly when and where to place bugs in order to record the specific information she needs. And you should have to retrieve the bugs after they have recorded a conversation. This should make the feature more interesting and challenging.
No, that's stupid. You could just use the cell phone or the friendship system. You could use systems you already have in the game to do this, man! What is the matter with you? This is what happens when you don't work with other people, you know? They don't talk you out of your own bad ideas.
I've also got another idea for how the player could earn favors from InfoChan, helping her acquire blackmail. To blackmail the student, InfoChan would need a photo of that student misbehaving. For example, a photo of Musume smoking cigarettes behind the school. Perhaps the player will get requests directly from InfoChan. Or, perhaps the player should have to look for clues in a student's profile and
okay, well, these are all sensible alternatives to having the fucking panty shot system, and the panty shot system is what got you banned off Twitch in the first place, you fucking dumbass. So I think you could sacrifice that feature. Like I said, at first I was like, okay, anime tropes, but it's clear he's not actually doing anime tropes. He's taking all of this very seriously, so it's like, you really don't need the fucking panty shot system, bro. You really don't need that in the game. It's not necessary. You're giving us all these alternatives to it that are perfectly sensible, except for the bug thing. Just have her use her cell phone.
figure it out for themselves. For example, if Ryuto's profile says that he tells his parents he studies in the library in his spare time, but you always
Skrill says, sorry for saying that, but you gotta have creativity to think of a phone. Yeah, probably. Yeah, why does InfoChan have to tell you? You should just be able to come to InfoChan with your juicy gossip, with your chisme, with your tea. And she goes, haha, very good. Here's some items for you to use to murder people.
See him playing video games in the computer lab, you could take a photo of him there, send it to InfoChan, and then she would blackmail Ryuto by threatening to—
Like, I honestly don't think InfoChan is a bad idea. I think this girl who runs a solo club that everyone is just kind of weirded out by and afraid of is really funny. You know?
send the photo to his parents. This is one potential way to earn favors from InfoChan without sticking your camera up anyone's skirt. I hope that this video has clarified my intentions for Yandere Simulator's tone. If the tone I want isn't what you want, I hope that lovesick mode will satisfy you. And if there's anything else that prevents you from enjoying the game, rest assured that I can always give you other options. Thank you.
Except when you just want to play the game and murder the girls the way you want to, then he will deliberately patch that out or give the first rival an indestructible bodyguard. So you can't have fun. You know?
Thank you for following the development of Yandere Simulator.
Okay, so next we're gonna get into his bitching about being banned from Twitch, which should be pretty funny. I think I scrubbed through some of these videos, but I didn't really fully watch them. We're gonna get GTA 6 before Yandere Sim is completed, you're fucking right! Oh no! How did he forget this air? He has smartphones implemented into the game already. Like, you could just add a gossip feature to it, you fucking dumbass. Like, you should work with what you already have before adding new shit. Like, that's not a terribly hard concept to grasp. Again, if he had just kept on keeping on working with Tiny Build or worked with people that weren't just fucking teenage fans, he could have become like an actual good developer, but alas. Let's just say Alex Mahan is a cautionary tale, you know? InfoChan would be interesting if we found out she was part of the student council all this time. That would be pretty funny. So we're coming up with better ideas.
This is a list of the games that are prohibited from being broadcasted on twitch.tv. This list is home to—
Let's see, one of them is called Battle
Angels
Rape.
Art and Gaming sent a super chat. Isn't Osana meant to be basically the first boss? Why does she need an invincible ally?
Because people were killing her like 2 seconds into the school day and it pissed him off, that's why. That was the only reason. So, okay, you got banned along with Battle Rape. Rape-lay.
Happy Halloween.
I'm assuming the rest of these are probably very bad. Wait, Second Life is banned? Well, yeah. BMX XXX is banned. I don't know, I've played games with boobies in it on Twitch and not gotten into trouble. I played Witcher 3 and I was like, there's boobs on screen. Am I gonna lose my account? But I didn't. But I guess most of these games are probably porn games, I imagine. So yeah, Second Life is pretty degenerate, and unfortunately VR chat is becoming Second Life 2.0 right now, but Second Life is apparently still around. You have no idea why Second Life is banned? Because it's full of diaper furs and penis mods. That's why. Have you ever seen fucking Second Life?
such games as Battle Rape, Rape-lay, and Yandere Simulator. Yes.
Well, geez, bro, if you're being put... I mean, you were the one sweating as you were talking about, yeah, guys, I'm gonna implement a feature where you can sell teenage girls to the Yakuza and they're taken away in a windowless van, and then who knows what might happen to them after that. You know? So, like, let's find that picture. Let's find that picture he had somebody draw.
Majin Lifestyle sent a super chat. Genuinely, if Yandev didn't cut ties with Tiny Build, Jensen would have been out in like 2018 to 2019 tops.
I agree. But yeah, so... Oh, damn it, went to the fucking wiki. Fuck you. I just want this picture. So yeah, maybe this is why you're on the fucking same level as Battle Rape, Alex. Because you really, really wanted to implement this in the game. You see this crying, bound and gagged teenage girl being hauled off by 3 adult men in the criminal underworld? Yeah, maybe that's why, Alex! You fucking idiot. Not even thinly veiled fetish. He's just putting his fucking teenage girl torture fetishes in his fucking game.
That's right. Broadcasting Yandere Simulator on Twitch may result in your account being suspended. So, why was Yandere Simulator banned?
Nice
Was it the
microphone
bullying,
noise, bro.
kidnapping, torture,
worse than mine.
suicide, or perhaps the panty shots? I don't know.
It was probably all of those things, dumbass. And if you had kept it a lighthearted joke game, you probably wouldn't have gotten as much trouble in it. You just had to take out the panty shot thing. It wasn't important. It was not a vital gameplay mechanic.
Twitch won't tell me. Twitch support hasn't responded to me on Twitter, and Twitch hasn't responded to the email I sent them over 24 hours ago. When journalists contact
Twitch didn't get back to me within 24 hours. Don't they know how important I
Sent
am?
a super chat. I come into the stream and hear diaper furs and battle rape. Jesus Christ, I just sat down.
Welcome! What did you expect from a Yandere Simulator stream, alright? I am just here reacting to these things.
Angels Art and Gaming sent a super chat. NGL, I'm curious to know what the duck battle grapes is.
I don't want to know. I think I might have heard of it. Like, it was an old school, like, shock thing in Newgrounds
Aaron
days.
Alpha Eagle sent a super chat. Battle R at the banned Twitch game tournament and its opponent is Yandere Simulator. Distressed face. Distressed face. Distressed face. Distressed face. Distressed face. Distressed face. Distressed face.
We have to emphasize just how distressed we are, chat. Yandev, do you think Twitch is an indie company that gets like 5 emails a day? They didn't answer me within 24 hours. They're ignoring me, the very important Alex Mahan. Twitch shakes the fence gate. Twitch! Let me broadcast my CP, please! Twitch, please! Thank you, Elman.
a Twitch representative to ask for details. The representative merely linked to Twitch's rules of conduct. However, they won't specify exactly which.
Okay, what's in the fucking rules of conduct here? At Twitch, our mission is to provide the best social video platform created by the community. Yeah. Protect the integrity of our community as provider of the service. We at Twitch reserve the right to suspend any account at any time for any conduct what we determine to be inappropriate or harmful. There you go. They reserve the right to terminate your account for any fucking reason. Twitch is not a right. They're a private company owned by fucking Amazon. They're not gonna want your teenage panty shot game on there. Sorry, bro. And I know companies tend to be harder on anime-themed games than other games. There are Western-made games that are allowed to get away with things that anime-style games are not. The aforementioned bare boobs in Witcher 3. But even so, bro, it's pretty obvious why they fucking banned you.
Rules Yandere Simulator is breaking. Twitch allows you to stream Grand Theft Auto 5, a game with an interactive torture scene and first-person sex scenes. However, Yandere Simulator is somehow even worse? If Twitch actually told me what the problem is...
It's probably because they're teenagers, bro. Probably because they're teenagers. And again, I don't really agree with that take that, oh, it's so bad because the characters are teenagers, if it was just an anime parody game. You know, because again, you're making fun of fucking anime tropes, and that fucking shit happens in anime, and we can laugh at it. Ah, thank you for punching the screen. I didn't even know that was in there. I got jump scared by a new viewer attack thing again. It's like when somebody jump scared me with a sad hamster.
I might be willing to modify the game so that it's acceptable for Twitch. For example, if they have a problem with the giant nude schoolgirls during Titan mode, I could retexture the students so that they look like skinless Titans instead of naked
Lifestyle
Titans.
sent a super chat.
Okay.
Twitch, everyone, hold everything. The great King Alex is sending us an email about why his CP game isn't on Twitch. We must respond post haste.
I know, I can't. That was the funniest thing in this video to me. I sent them an email 24 hours ago, and they have yet to respond. Like, bitch, who do you think you are? You know?
If they think that too much of a character's body is exposed when they are partially nude, I could increase the size of the Steam clouds. However, if Twitch...
Why do you need the ability for a teenage girl to get naked in the first place, man? You don't need to do that. You could just have her change into a robe and then go into the shower and not see anything.
...has a problem with panty shots, then we have a serious issue.
Do we?
Because I'm not going to remove any features from the game just so that Twitch will approve of it.
Why? It is non-essential. In the previous video we just watched, you went over so many other ways you could use the info chan system that does not involve panty shots. Which would probably actually make the game more dynamic and interesting if you had to go around collecting dirt on people or catching them doing bad things that are against school policy, you know?
Sabine Brown sent a super chat. This just a guy having a mental health breakdown.
Wow, look at guys, even Sabine agrees that Alex Mahan is cringe, so we know it's true. Wow. Even Sabine's on board here. Yeah, or like a Sims blur. You could have done a Sims blur. Whatever, you know, Sims is rated teen.
But if Twitch won't talk to me, then we can't begin taking steps towards resolving this issue. As far as...
We can't begin taking steps to resolve this issue. Again, who the fuck do you think you are? Twitch doesn't care about you. You're nobody important. You're not a studio. You don't have any clout. What are you talking about?
As I know, there has never been a game that was banned from Twitch and then unbanned afterwards. It's possible that Yandere Simulator might
as a private company, they have the right to ban whatever the fuck they want. Just cry more.
remain banned from Twitch forever. Fortunately, there's an obvious solution for that. Twitch isn't the only streaming website on the internet. Yandere Simulator isn't banned on Ustream, Hitbox, or YouTube Gaming.
Do any of these exist anymore? What the fuck is Hitbox? I never even heard of that one. Be like Alman says, be like if I sent side email, why they banned me off this chat, spamming racial slurs and going, Sai hasn't responded to me in 24 hours, fuck you, fuck you. And some of the messages I've been getting lately have been like that. I've been fist fighting people on social media again, just don't worry about it.
You can still broadcast the game on any of these streaming services. I hope that Twitch reconsiders their decision.
Super chat. Yandev heroically defending his penny shots.
I can't compromise my creative vision. The panty shots must stay. Oh man says, all I know is that Hitbox went bankrupt because nobody was using it. Yeah, it's really hard to host a streaming service, which is why only Amazon and Google are able to do it. Thank you, Google Overlord, by the way. I have no problems with you. Please don't rescind my paycheck.
Decision. There's nothing in Yandere Simulator that isn't present in games that they do allow to be broadcasted.
Super chat, and this is WHRE Kick comes in, the streaming site Nux Taku uses.
I don't think Kick even existed when he uploaded this. This was 8 years ago. Look at the clipping and the fucking prostitute's hair. What the fuck, man? This is shoddy work, Pinkman, shoddy work.
On their platform. And if there is something that is unacceptable, perhaps a slight change will fix the problem. But I can't begin working towards a solution unless Twitch communicates with me. Only time will tell how things will turn out.
And then we're gonna go right into the next one.
My name is Yandere Dev. I am developing a game.
So this is a warning to all game developers. This is a year later now. We're going back into the future. Yandere Simulator is still banned from Twitch. Twitch won't tell me why.
WXLF_MXXN sent a super chat. Since we're talking about banksning, it's now time we focus on unbanning me from the Discord server.
No.
Sabine Brown sent a super chat. This is boring. I don't care ABT guy's derangement.
No, thanks for the $4. Don't let the door hit you on the way out, Sabine. You can always come to a stream that's more interesting to you. I'm getting more DMs on Discord, god damn it. Yeah.
Jordan
with the
Burke
baby
sent
squad.
a super chat. That's the real problem. He's developing the game one-handed.
This is me on Tumblr recently, with the baby squad, which is what I call my haters now. Because it's so demeaning. Anyway.
Game called Yandere Simulator. Over the past year,
So yeah, congratulations, Wolf and Sabine! You are official members of the baby squad! Yay! Anyway. Yeah, the real problem is he's developing the game one-handed, Jordan. I think I talked over your super chat. I apologize. Thank you very much for your support.
I've been struggling with a problem. You might not care about me, and you might not care about my game, and
I
that's
don't.
fine. But you should care about my problem.
Rat Clown sent a super chat. Why does he talk about Twitch like it's he X?
I guess kind of his personality, I think. He's a very, like, vindictive person, if you can't tell from these fucking videos, you know? I was on the wrong layer. Might start working on something else now, because I'm getting frustrated with this water. I actually kind of like the reflection of the planet if I have it on the darker purple there, so... Sabine's a fan. They're just tsundere.
Because if it can happen to me, it can happen to you too. I'll start at the beginning, 1 year ago. On January 21st, 2016,
You couldn't even do like a flashback thing? Come on.
Yandere Simulator was added to Twitch TV's list of prohibited games. It was listed alongside games such as Battle Rape, Rape Lay, and The Maiden Rape Assault, Violent Semen Inferno.
What the fuck is that title? Oh god, okay, moving on.
Streaming Yandere Simulator
The Yandere Dev Ultimatum. I don't know if I know that one.
Direwolf181 sent a super chat. Jesus, Sabine, get a freaking life. Why are you here?
I don't know, I love when people argue with each other in the super chat, so definitely keep doing that.
Draco the Kitsune sent a super chat.
I don't see anything titled that here. Oh. Oh, is this a parody video? Okay. Yeah. Maybe we'll watch this after the Twitch videos.
on Twitch will result in your account being banned. When Yandere Simulator was banned from Twitch, it was a newsworthy event. Multiple websites reported about it. The Twitch community reacted with confusion, unsure as to why the game was actually banned. I made a video about the subject, expressing my own.
Majin Lifestyle sent a super chat. Yo wait, Fiery Semen Inferno goes kinda hard.
It sounds like a fucking metal band or something, doesn't it? Oh man says, I'm so glad Yandev made this video to warn me about game development. I was about to put CP in my game, and now I know that Twitch won't like it. Thank you, Yan bro.
Own confusion about the ban. This video has been viewed over 879,000 times. I tried to figure out why Yandere
8,000 hits on your video complaining about Twitch. Aren't you a big shot?
Simulator might have been banned. Could it be the violence? No. There are far more violent games than Yandere Simulator that are not banned from Twitch. Could it be the fact that there is a game mechanic involving panty shots? No. There are other games that involve panty shots that are not banned from Twitch. Could it be the fact that it's possible for the player to see high school girls naked? No. There are other games that allow players to see high school girls naked, and these games are not banned from Twitch.
They look like they use the same fucking assets you do as well. What the fuck? This should be banned from Twitch. What the fuck is this garbage?
Besides that, there is no actual nudity in Yandere Simulator. All nudity is obscured. Could it be the fact that the game involves school children being murdered in a school setting? No. There are other games that involve...
Taylor Wynn sent a super chat. Bro, if you're getting put on a list with literal rape games, you're doing something wrong.
Yeah, no shit. Got another one coming.
John Williams sent a super chat. Casual reminder, both of these devs are predators. This game genre is cursed.
Oh, good. Well, yeah, can you imagine the person who did, like, teenage girls getting their clothes ripped off as a predator? Oh, wow.
WXLF_MXXN sent a super chat. LOL, just joking, turn to Christ hail. Draco the Kitsune sent a super chat. The Lion, the Witch, and the audacity of Twitch lol.
Nice. Yeah, just joking, Wolf, you're not getting back into the Discord, so, too bad, but thanks for the money. This is Danganronpa, isn't it? Like, I don't think that's quite on the same level, man.
School children being murdered in a school setting that are not banned from Twitch. Could it be the fact that the player can kidnap and torture people? No, there are other games that involve kidnapping and torture that are not banned from Twitch. In other words, all of the content in Yandere Simulator can be found in other games that are allowed on Twitch. Last year, I took a day off to play South Park Stick of Truth. In this game, you can see men and children being anally raped by alien dildos.
Okay, look, it's fucking South Park, though.
John Williams sent a super chat. Wasn't the Fate series initially a smut light novel series?
Probably a lot of anime and games come from smutty light novels initially, because fucking Japan. But also, okay, bro, you're not Matt Stone and Troy what's his face. You don't have clout. Too bad.
You can perform an abortion on a man. You can watch two adults having sex. You must crawl up a gay man's rectum and navigate past all of the sex toys inside of his body.
Okay, these all happen in the fucking show, though, pretty much. Trey Parker, thank you. Parker's a very simple last name. Why couldn't I fucking... Mark the 1812 Copature. Cope. Anyway, I don't know why I started singing it to that tune, but it seemed right.
And you can light children on fire. I loved South Park Stick of Truth, and I don't think it should be banned. However, it simply doesn't make sense that...
Too bad nobody gives a shit what you think, Alex.
Twitch bans a game like Yandere Simulator, but doesn't ban South Park. If they're going to allow South Park, they should definitely allow Yandere Sim. It is not unprecedented for a game to be banned from Twitch over a misunderstanding, and then unbanned after the misunderstanding was cleared up.
Oh God, he is just justifying himself. This is just him justifying himself, this entire fucking... Just...
2 years ago, a game called Senran Kagura Estival Versus was banned from Twitch under the pretense of being an adult visual novel. However, the game is not a visual novel, nor is there any actual nudity in the game. Someone contacted the Twitch support team and expressed that the game did not deserve to be banned. Someone at Twitch read the email and took action to get the game unbanned. Because Twitch has demonstrated that they can recognize their mistakes and correct their mistakes, I decided to contact Twitch and ask them to clarify why Yandere Simulator was banned.
Dude, just going, look at these other Jiggle Booby games. My Jiggle Booby game shouldn't be banned. Like, you're not helping your case here, man. Like, yeah, oh, these other fucking perverted-ass games get to be on Twitch. Why can't mine?
I submitted a support ticket using the help portal. No response. I emailed the support team directly. No response. I private messaged the Twitch admins. No response. I emailed the Twitch...
Why don't you show us the actual message you sent, Alex? Was it a professionally written email? Or was it a fucking nerdy screed like this? Well, you let other hentai games on Twitch. Why can't mine be there? You know, like, was it an actual professionally intelligently written email?
Inka3new5 sent a super chat. Yandev is also forgetting that the SB art style is mostly circle people, whereas he's using very human-like models.
Yeah, exactly. South Park gets a little bit more away with it because it is like paper cutout people, which, okay, yeah, I know it's a little unfair. Like I said, anime-style games are treated a little more harshly than Western games a lot of the time, but, like, cry more, dude. You weren't important, you know? And I would be very curious what your actual emails read like. Was it just like whining and bitching and kicking your feet, or did you act like a fucking professional? I really doubt you acted like a fucking professional.
Developer Success Team. No response. I made a post on the Twitch forum for game developers. I was told that I was posting in the inappropriate place. I directly messaged Twitch employees on Twitter. This time I...
This just reminds me of his old posts on old forums that people found where he's like, I keep asking for help how to do this thing exactly, and no one is helping me. And people are like, bro, they just link me to a tutorial instead of just telling me how to do it. It's like, bro, linking you to the tutorial is how people are helping you, you fucking idiot, you know?
I actually did get response.
Maybe Twitch didn't send him an email back because of his stop sending me emails video. Probably not, but it's funny to think so, yeah. Bayonetta is allowed on Twitch, so naturally my game is completely safe to stream. Asinine Alex, yeah, probably.
But the responses varied. Some Twitch employees actually seemed to care about my problem and tried to give me advice about who I should contact. However, the majority of them seemed completely uninterested in helping me and implied that I was being a pest just for content.
Because you probably were being a pest. You were probably, like, spamming every avenue you could think of. You were probably up, like 24 hours a day, just spamming every Twitch thing you could possibly think of to go, my game doesn't deserve to be banned. Why isn't anyone taking me seriously? I'm a game developer. You know?
Contacting them.
Oh, we got a super comment.
Angels Art and Gaming sent a super chat. He thinks Twitch is like him. Always check in emails.
Yeah, like maybe he sent them like 5 whiny ass paragraphs and never got to his fucking point, so they just ignored him because he's not important.
The people who tried to assist me always promised that they'd email someone and ask them to help me, or gave me the email address of someone I could try contacting. However, no matter how many times I was told, I'll email someone to help you, I never received any emails. And no matter how many times I emailed anyone that I was told to contact, I never received a response. So, why was Yandere Simulator banned? I can think of 5 possibilities. Number 1, it was banned over a misunderstanding. Perhaps a Twitch employee played Yandere Simulator, saw the Senpai creation screen, assumed that it was some sort of child porn sex game, and banned it without a second thought. Number 2, it was banned for something that has been removed from the game.
Also, I doubt any of these motherfuckers actually played your game to check it out, you dipshit. He had such an overinflated sense of importance because he had all these teenage girls telling him how great he is. Because he made a cringe anime game and they were into it because they were fucking 13 or something.
Perhaps a Twitch employee saw the first version of the Titan Easter egg, which turns the game's characters into naked giants, just like the ones from the popular anime Attack on Titan. Just like in the anime, the characters didn't actually have any visible nipples or genitals. However,
do you think the people who, work for Twitch quality control give a shit about Attack on Titan either? Dude.
The idea of a game that allows you to see children quote-unquote naked may have been enough to get the game banned from Twitch. Since then, I have modified the Easter egg so that the characters are skinless when they become giants.
I don't have naked children in my game, it's just implied nudity. Why can't I be on Twitch? Yon delusional, yeah, he's Yon Delulu.
Just like the skinless Titans from Attack on Titan. Perhaps this change would satisfy Twitch. But because Twitch refuses to speak with me, there's no way to know for sure. Number 3.
It's probably because you were being a pest and a weirdo and a whiny little bitch, so they didn't take you seriously because you can't act like a fucking professional. Yeah, Jesus.
Twitch judges games differently if they have an anime art style. The majority of games on Twitch's prohibited games list...
Okay, this is the only one he might have a point on.
Jer Bear sent a super chat. Naked giants? Buddy, that's a choice.
Well, that was one of his Easter eggs, the things he just added in for people to fuck around with instead of developing the actual game. But,
Yandere Dev, you can make a serious story about Assassinus or whatever without CP. Shut up.
I don't know why I decided to go Midori for that one, but... How big is this twat's ego? Well, so big it collapsed in on him, so... Like a fucking neutron star.
Have an anime art style. Twitch may have a bias against anime-styled games. They will forgive violence and nudity in Western games, but not in any game that looks Japanese.
Okay, he does have a point here. This is actually true. Oh, thanks, Anthony, for joining my, joining the Psy Squad. He was already in my Discord on the nepotism ticket. We're making fun of Yandev today.
Yandere Simulator? What's this game about?
Ew! It's one of those anime games.
Oh shit, guys, it's me doing the Midori voice. What the fuck? Yandev predicted me!
Games. Yuck! Anime is so icky and gross. I'll just add it to the prohibited games list so that I don't have to see it anymore. There!
I doubt that's it. I mean, yes, a lot of Japanese games, and just anime in general, do face a lot more censorship than Western stuff. That is true. It's not as simple as you're thinking here, though. Yes, there is a cultural bias, but you still had fucking panty shots of teenage girls, bro. Like, it was in your fucking logo. You know? Jesus.
All done.
Number 4. Twitch only enforces its rules on games that won't be profitable. God of War 3, Grand Theft Auto 5, and South Park Stick of Truth are excellent video games.
Anthony Gramuglia sent a super chat. Violence in video games? Extreme. Did you talk about how Razafon is basically just Evangelion yet?
Of course, that's the thing that upsets you most about Alex Mahan, Anthony. Evangelion slander. But yeah, dude, yeah, these are all made by big, powerful fucking companies, which you are not. And I don't know if you were here for it, but we got another super coming.
Errand Alpha Eagle sent a super chat. Should have said EWWW. It's one of those hentai games.
And then he'd have to admit he puts his fetishes in this game, and he'll never do that. Yeah, and he was like, I sent an email to Twitch 24 hours ago, and they haven't gotten back to me. It's like, who the fuck do you think you are, bro? You're not the head of Rockstar Games or something, you know? And yeah, maybe it's shitty for indie developers, sure, but you're a piece of shit outside of all of this, dude, and you failed to make your fucking game, so I don't have any pity for you. I personally put the autism label on any purple women like people put biohazard labels on toxic waste. We wouldn't be wrong about me, so...
But let's admit it, they break most of Twitch's rules. So why doesn't Twitch ban them? It's because popular games will draw in more viewers, and more viewers means more people viewing advertisements, and more views on advertisements means more money for Twitch. If Twitch bans all of these games that break their rules, they would make much less money. So Twitch allows these games on their platform. When they saw a small niche indie game like Yandere Simulator, they decided to actually enforce their
MXX sent a super chat. Anthony, why did you say is it though then you learned coordinating
rules for once, because they didn't think Yandere Simulator would make them any money. Since that point in time, my subscriber count has grown from 100,000
We're laughing at Alex Mahan today. Stay on topic. Thank you for your money, though.
to 1 million. Maybe, by now, Twitch will finally recognize that it would be profitable to allow Yandere Simulator to be streamed on their platform. Number 5. Twitch has been taken over by those people.
Oh,
you know who I'm talking about, right?
Oh, who are they, Alex? Okay, now actually, you know what? I'm gonna slow it down again because this ought to be good. This ought to be real good.
You thought that was adorable. You didn't think about like the pillaging of the like continent of Hawaii.
Humongous what? Humongous what? Humongous what? Humongous what?
What do these have to do with anything you're talking about? They're not even talking about video games, are they? I don't even know what these clips were in context. These are old fucking memes. This was 2017, of course, so I only recognize the first one from like a GIF. So I have no idea the context of fucking any of these.
Anthony Gramuglia sent a super chat. Those people, the gays.
Probably not. He probably means feminists, actually, because we all know what you are, Alex.
This person just sexually harassed me.
Brave warriors fighting for justice by bullying people and attempting to ban anything they don't like. If those people are the ones at Twitch who decide whether or not a game should be banned, then they are going to ban any game that they personally find distasteful, whether or...
Yeah, they're oppressing the white man who just wants to make his innocent panty-shot teenage girls getting kidnapped into sex trafficking by Yakuza's game. Or torturing teenage girls in your basement game. Yeah, you're so oppressed, Alex. You're suffering under the thumb of the feminist, feminist agenda.
Or not, the game actually breaks any rules. Someone at Twitch might think, this game is offensive to women. I'm going to protect all women by banning this game. There, now that the game...
I don't need to hear this from the guy who said his ideal woman would be babyish and unintelligent and cutesy. Fuck off, Alex.
Game is banned, women everywhere are safe. You are welcome. The irony is that 52% of Yandere Simulator's fanbase is female.
What are their ages, Alex? Bet most of them are under 18, Alex. Yeah, teenage girls sometimes like cringy, over-the-top violent bullshit. Because teenagers are encountering that kind of content for the very first time, and it makes them feel grown up. That doesn't mean a fucking thing. They're too naive and inexperienced to see what a big fucking pervert you are, and it horrifies me that you were ever at conventions around teenage girls. Luckily, I think he was too incompetent to do anything with any of them. I hope, but ugh.
That's right. Yandere Simulator has more female fans than male fans. If Yandere Simulator really was a toxic, disgusting, offensive, sexist, misogynistic game, would most of the fans be female? There is also...
Guess what? Girls can still be taken in by misogynistic things, Alex. It's almost like that's the whole struggle with patriarchy and the way girls are raised in society to diminish ourselves and do things that men want us to do. You know, just not to be like on my feminist
Master
soapbox
Clockwork
today.
sent a super chat. When a white guy says those people. Cringe.
Yeah, right. Pretty much anything he says after that, you could just disregard.
Also another sixth possibility. Somebody banned Yandere Simulator for some reason, a misunderstanding, the anime art style, because they personally found it distasteful, and then that person left the company. Nobody who is working at Twitch today...
Females! Yeah, you're right, Angel Certain Gaming. I mean, I know what he's getting at. That's just how those statistics read out, but...
Adrian Parchman sent a super chat. You mean you, Yandev.
Yandev, that's you!
Anthony Gramuglia sent a super chat. He sounds uncomfortably excited about females liking his game.
Yeah, you ever seen pictures of him surrounded by teenage girls cosplaying Yan-chan? It's, yeah.
Jared Bear sent a super chat. You're welcome, women Alex, nail polish.
Shuffle says, wait till Yandev realizes how many women voted for Trump. Again, this was 2017. Yeah, well, actually, yeah, it was right after the 2016 election, wasn't it? It was the first time that terrible thing happened, yes.
They even knows why the game is banned. They just keep it on the list because it's been there for a year now, and they don't want to cause trouble by suggesting that it should be unbanned.
Or you are unimportant and they have way bigger things to worry about than you bitching at them that people can't stream your game.
Taylor Wynn sent a super chat. How old are your female fans, Alex? How old are they?
Yeah, Alex, do any of them have a driver's license, Alex? I don't think any of them can even smoke yet, Alex. Alman says, you know, I also find it annoying when people say man bad or white people bad, but also, first, it doesn't affect a privileged white man to say they're a privileged white man, and second, feminism isn't inherently man bad. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm making a little fun of him here, because he's saying, those people are oppressing me, you know, and it's like, dude, shut the fuck up, you know?
It's possible that Yandere Simulator was banned for something that I would never remove from the game. Or maybe Yandere Sim was banned for something minor that I don't care about and would have no problem changing. For example, maybe the game...
You know, it's really ironic now that Twitch is kind of dead as a platform. The only reason I'm still streaming on Twitch is so people can throw tomatoes at the screen. That's the only thing keeping me on Twitch. I got like $60 from it this week, you know?
was banned because too much skin is visible when the characters are in the locker room. If the game could be unbanned just by...
But I will keep streaming on Twitch because I love the tomatoes, unless... If viewer attack would let me have some way to link YouTube people so they can also throw tomatoes, I'd be so happy.
covering up more of their skin, I would gladly make that change. Because this is an insignificant aspect of the game that I don't care about. But I have no way of knowing what Twitch would like me to remove or change, because Twitch won't
Hey, let me pause, damn it! If you do want to throw tomatoes, you can skedaddle on over to Twitch, twitch.tv/mpsci, and I let you put stickers and tomatoes on the screen, because it's fun, and I enjoy it.
Intra3 New 5 sent a super chat. Oh, Jensen was banned for something minor, alright.
Damn it, I hate when chat is funnier than me.
Anthony Gramuglia sent a super chat. This is anti-anime American discrimination.
Yes, exactly. He's being... Anime fans are the only people more discriminated against than video game fans, obviously. Stop letting me unpause and pause by clicking on the screen right now. I don't know what the fuck is happening.
Let's read a blog post by Kathy Astromoff, Vice President of Developer Success at Twitch.
Oh, Jesus fucking
We
Christ.
hold that games are...
Okay. I'm definitely speeding you up again right now as you... Okay, I must have a key stuck down or something. I do. The control key was stuck down. Alright, there we go.
Our art. Uniquely personal expressions of alternate worldviews. We have exactly zero interest in telling game creators what content should or should not be in your games. Wow, that's great. It sounds like there are some good people working at Twitch. Our general guidance to broadcasters is as follows. Games with a rating equivalent to the ESRB's mature or below are okay to broadcast. Occurrences of nudity, sex, or gratuitous violence in games that otherwise adhere to the above are okay, so long as...
Well, gee, Alex... Maybe part of your problem is your game is unrated. You don't have an ESRB rating for it. So technically, it would be either an unrated or an AO. So yeah, maybe that's why it was banned from Twitch, you fucking idiot. Maybe you should have gone through the trouble of actually, like, getting an ESRB rating. I think indie games can do that, so... Duh?
As you do not make them the focus of your content. More good news. I don't want Yandere Simulator to obtain an adults-only rating, and I'm aiming for a mature rating. Furthermore, nudity, sex, and...
Well, then why didn't you seek out an ESRB rating? Why didn't you find out how you can do that? Because your game is unrated even today. You know? I mean, I don't have any problem with unrated video games. I mean, Steam has just opened the floodgates for anybody to just put a game on the internet. Itch.io as well, and a few other platforms. But, like, you could have gotten an actual ESRB rating, and then maybe you wouldn't have had this problem. Like, Alex, I just fixed this for you. No, this is Alex sped up. Don't worry, I sped him up really far because he's just bitching now.
And violence are not the focus of Yandere Simulator. Violence is just one way to achieve your...
I mean, it kind of is. The whole point is to stab other girls. I mean, that's the funny thing about it. That's the fun part, but...
goals. Yandere Simulator is about sabotaging a boy's love life so that every girl who develops a crush on him is removed from his life.
He cares so much because people couldn't stream his game on Twitch. He couldn't stream his own game on Twitch, which annoyed him because that was his primary platform. And he was very, very obsessed with, like, the YouTubers that would play his game and would, like, make sure to put things in that would keep them interested and keep them talking about it. No, I don't think even to profit. I think he just, for his own ego, to be honest, you know? Like, he was, like, really obsessed with, like, keeping Markiplier and Cub Scouts and all those guys playing the game. Oops. I just, like, fucking shot out of that panel by accident. Butterfingers. Alright, let's keep the video going, though. Ooh, I get the hiccups, excuse me.
Violence is one way to do this, but you also have many non-violent options. You can get a girl expelled from school, ruin her reputation, set her up with another boy, and so on. Violence does not have to be the focus of Yandere Simulator. What else does Kathy have to say? Engage your...
But I mean, most people are gonna take the violent options because that's the funny option, bro. I mean, if he had just accepted why people liked the game instead of trying to say, no, guys, I'm writing a totally deep and serious thing here, it could have been successful. And again, if he had just worked with other people to help develop it, like if he didn't fucking just blow up the entire Tiny Build deal, like that's still, like, and they were going to charge him money for breaking his contract, and he managed to somehow whine his way out of it. He owed them like $30,000 for their time and effort being thrown away, and he just somehow weaseled his way out of it.
Or Twitch community during, not after, development of your game. You can trust your broadcasters to tell you whether your game helps them build their viewer community or risks getting them banned. This is where you lost me, Kathy. Over the past year, I've asked numerous broadcasters on Twitch if they think that Yandere Simulator should be banned, and all of them...
Oh, of course, their opinion matters, not the actual private company that can choose whether to broadcast you or not at their own leisure.
Have said the same thing. No, it should not be banned.
What he's saying
it really doesn't
anymore.
matter what the broadcasters think. It's all up to some mysterious entity working at Twitch. Who at Twitch decides what games are banned and what games are allowed? What is their name? What is their email address? How do I contact them? Is it one person?
Dude, if there is somebody like that, you aren't getting their email address. You're not getting any direct contact with them because you are not important enough. Sorry. You know, you don't matter here.
Virgo 117 sent a super chat. Yandev tackling the matriarchy here.
Yeah, of course he focused in on an article written by a woman who works at Twitch, huh? So, after saying all that, oh, it's the feminists who are keeping me down bullshit in not so many words, you know?
Or is it a committee? Twitch doesn't make it possible for me to learn any of this information. The way that things are set up, nobody at Twitch ever has to be held accountable for banning a game. They can do...
You know, he's doing the Lily Orchard and Christian thing of taking a problem that's unique to him and trying to expand it into like some universal issue that everyone should be concerned about. Like, oh, this is gonna affect everybody on Twitch. No, it really isn't. And you're like, you're imagining there's some grand conspiracy to ban your game when it's just like, yeah, it was considered weird and inappropriate, and you probably threw a shit fit in emails, which is why nobody took you seriously or wanted to listen to you or work with you. You know? So, like Mandy says, just put the fries in the bag, bro.
Do whatever they want, and nobody can do anything about it. Imagine the following situation. You are a game developer. You spend 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, working on your video game. You don't take vacations, and you don't take time...
You do not spend 12 hours a day, 7 days a week on your fucking game, bro. Like I said before, he would stream games like 10 hours a day, and then right before Osana came out for like 2 weeks, all of a sudden he wasn't streaming anymore. Just for that 2-week span, and all of a sudden Osana was out. Like, dude, it's so obvious you don't actually work on the game. You just sit there going, well, I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about things to put in. That's working. No, it isn't. Yeah, he refuses to take the L and remove all the underage sexual content from the game, and yet he's surprised the game got so controversial and banned from Twitch. Yeah, like, again, the core appeal of the game was being a yandere girl, killing the other girls in a dating sim. That is a funny fucking idea, and he just fucked it all up in every possible way he could. And it drives me crazy.
I'm off on holidays. When your friends invite you to parties or weddings, you decline, because you want to make progress on your game. You pour your heart and
see, you gotta have a work-life balance, bro. That's your own fucking fault if you didn't have one.
Soul into this game. You pour your blood, sweat, and tears into this game. Then, one day, your favorite website bans your game, doesn't give you a reason why, and refuses to communicate with you when you ask about it. That would be a pretty...
Oh, that was his favorite streaming platform, I guess. Yeah, actually, and back in 2017, streaming was definitely way bigger on Twitch than it was on YouTube, I think, thinking back. But again, you guys are right. He's acting like a fucking upset ex-boyfriend, and Twitch is his girlfriend who dumped him right now. Like, can you imagine being in a relationship with Alex Mahan? Can you just imagine what this would be like? I'm sure all the women in the chat know what I'm talking about.
Pretty screwed up situation, right? This is my warning to game developers. Twitch TV can screw you over, and there's nothing you can do about it. If it can happen to me, it can happen to you, too. This issue doesn't just affect game developers. Think of your favorite video game to watch other people play.
It's not just me being bitter about being banned, guys. This is an issue that affects everyone. You could be next. You know, Slime Rancher, I'm looking at you. You could be banned at any moment. Like, what are you talking about?
Maybe it's Hello Neighbor. Maybe one day Twitch will ban Hello Neighbor. And...
Another game that got worked on by Tiny Build and actually came
Sent
out!
a super chat. Lol, this is like if Lily said all of my Discord kittens say my writing isn't incest pedo crap, so you can't criticize me.
Yeah,
wait, she does say that.
She does.
Anthony Gramaglia sent a super chat. Yandev went full tsundere with Twitch.
Yeah, he did. It's not like I like you or anything, Babaka. Please let me back on the platform, though.
Intra3 New 5 sent a super chat. Just put the rivals in the game, bro. Skull,
Yeah,
skull, skull.
Never mind fries in the bag. You should have just put the rivals in the game, bro. Just put them in. You showed you could do it with 1980s mode. What is the fucking problem? Actually, I know what the problem is. He put in too much bullshit in the main game, and now he can't actually make the, he can't actually make the game. Hibiscus drawing tutorial? I can't really, I mean, I think I drew them okay. I mostly just looked at reference pictures to draw the hibiscus. I can't really give you any tips. I'm not that great at drawing flowers, personally. I had to for this. Sometimes you draw things. Sometimes you have to draw things for the sake of the comic that you're not usually comfortable with drawing, but you should make yourself do it anyway.
Never give an explanation as to why they did it. This issue affects everyone, not just game developers, not just people who want to stream games, but also people who just want to watch video game streams. Let's try to end this video on a positive note. What possible solutions are there? Number 1, maybe if hundreds of thousands of people simultaneously email Twitch's support team and demand an explanation for why Yandere Simulator is banned, Twitch will finally respond to me in
Chris Chan-ass behavior. All the students at the school are going to definitely protest for the return of the Sonichu News Dash, guys. This is great. Yeah, so the devs, the people at Twitch have already told you you're being a fucking pest. So we gotta...
Angels Art and Gaming sent a super chat. Wonder if he's salty that Hello Neighbor is becoming more successful because of the better sequel and the actually good cartoon.
I don't think those were out at the time this video was made, but it is ironic that he mentioned fucking Hello Neighbor, which also got finished by Tiny Build, and actually fucking released. Meanwhile, he also got to deal with Tiny Build and just blew it all up because he was like, the coder that came in changed the code and I can't understand it anymore, even though he always said he was going to replace himself as the lead programmer. So, what's the problem, idiot? Oh, God. But yeah, so now after being told he's being a pest, he's like, I know, I will rally all of my naive teenage fans to spam email Twitch until they let me back on. This will definitely work. This will definitely make them put my game back on Twitch. Like, bro, again, if you could just act like a fucking professional, someone might have actually listened to you.
In order to stop the avalanche of emails. However, I don't think that this is the right solution. If I asked my 1.2 million YouTube subscribers to email Twitch on my behalf, Twitch...
I'm not saying you should spam email Twitch on my behalf, but if anyone wanted to, like, dude, you're not slick.
...may perceive this as an attack and would retaliate by never unbanning the game. So, I don't think this is the right course of action. Number 2. If you are a game developer or a Twitch broadcaster who is friends with someone who works at Twitch, maybe you can talk with your friend at Twitch and say, hey, Twitch has been screwing over this game developer, please.
Hey guys, if you know somebody at Twitch, can you please talk to them for me and tell them, like, my game is super good and shouldn't be banned and they should listen to me? Like, this is so pathetic.
Tell him, and maybe this will result in the game getting unbanned. If you can prove to me that you are personally responsible for getting the game unbanned, I will hail you as the hero who saved Yandere Simulator.
I won't pay you or anything. I won't give you reward money or anything substantial, but I'll say, like, good job for getting my game unbanned. Thank you. Who is even this he's zooming in on? Is this the guy he was hoping would bail him out? I don't even know who this is. Who is this guy?
Number 3. If this video gets enough attention, eventually someone at Twitch will see it. They will notice how many views it's getting, and they will say, oh my god, we need...
Again, Chris Chan-ass behavior. Oh, if my video gets enough views, Twitch is absolutely going to see it just somehow, watch the whole thing up to this point, and go, oh my god, we really need to unban Alex Mahan. This is looking terrible for us. He's so powerful. Like, bro, you ain't super eye patch wolf getting Dell's attention with his million hit thread on Twitter about his terrible experience buying a Dell computer that he made a really funny video about. You know? Alex claiming he's not saying people should spam email Twitch is like Lorch claiming she doesn't think Rebecca Sugar is a Nazi, but constantly insinuating that. Yeah, like, if you didn't want people to do that, to spam email Twitch for you, why did you even bring it up? You know? Come on, dude. Like, fucking hell.
Need to fix this problem right away. If you've been watching my channel for a long time, you'll know that I never say things like, please like and subscribe, or anything like that. However, if you help this video reach as many people as possible, then eventually, someone at Twitch will see this video, and then
Everybody, please like and subscribe.
maybe my problem can finally be solved. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my story. And thank you for following the development of Yandere Simulator.
Jordan Burke sent a super chat. Christ. This is like this one rando who kept asking me to hook him up with publishers. Then he sent me his crap poetry, then called me a N-word when I ignored him.
Wow, yeah, does seem like that type, doesn't he, huh? Very pushy. We got a super sticker coming. I know that's a super sticker this time. The vomiting face. I don't think it showed up.
Master Clockwork sent a super chat. My power is maximum.
He sure thinks so. He's like, I have an army of teenagers. They can't possibly ignore me. Let's have a little bit of a palate cleanser with this Yandere Dev's ultimatum video that somebody recommended we watch. Hang on, I gotta make sure it's on normal speed though. I don't know what custom speed means, but okay. I guess you can customize just how fast or slow something is now, which is kind of cool.
Alright, Alex, you've got two options here. You can learn to go, or let it go fall.
I feel like I'm
Those are your two choices. Choose wisely. So what it's gonna be, Go?
Grace Hall sent a super chat. Just woke up, managed to catch the stream. 3.
Congratulations for coming in during this fucking acid trip somebody said I should watch.
Boo!
The tale of the Yandere creature.
That had more artistic integrity than the entire game. Right there! Thank you, whoever recommended that. I forget already, but it was great. This video is called Yandere Dev's Ultimatum, made by Fun is Infinite. 3 years ago. My first attempt at creating animation! Oh, you did a good job. It's very YouTube poopy. Very good, very good.
Draco the Kitsune sent a super chat. I looked away for 1 minute. The hell?
I love how, like, one person joined on that video. You looked away, and all of a sudden we have this acid trip in her face. Pieman's Crown just fell asleep and woke up to this. We're all having a good day. Yeah, that video makes me feel like I'm on this acid, yeah. Anyway. I have to actually get back to drawing. I was just, like, enraptured by that right now. It was like jingling keys in front of my face. Alright, so the next video I have on here is, when will Yandere Simulator be finished? When's the crowdfunding campaign? Where's a my? This might be a later one.
Over the past...
This was 3 years ago. I'm gonna slow him back down till at least 1.25 so I can understand what the fuck he's saying.
The QA signboard sent a super chat. Are we not watching the Drive to Murder vid anymore?
No, we will. I'm gonna have that at the end. I have a few of the other videos in different tabs. So I'm gonna work them into the list here. I think I'll do all the Osana videos, like, in one go, though. This one was from 3 years ago. So I think this is after he got Osana put in. He took 2 weeks off of streaming to quickly cobble Osana into the game. So I forget why I added this one. I just thought it would be funny.
Greg Rogers sent a super chat. What avant-garde artist made this?
I can tell some people are still behind watching the acid trip video. It's wonderful. Oh, latency. At least my connection has been good, though. I don't need you all to send a hate campaign to Cox Communications today. It might have been OBS that was the problem, actually. I did update it, and now it's, like, working good. So, yeah, so I gotta put him on 1.25 speed. I'm sorry, I know some people want him faster. I have audio processing issues. I will not be able to fucking understand him if I put it any faster. So...
Over the past few days, I've released videos about a wide variety of different subjects. I've talked about the ways that user feedback has improved the demo. I've talked about new features and my plans for the future. I've talked about the origin of the Stalker House stealth mission. And I've talked about the ways that future rivals...
What? Oh, yeah, there's like a stalker whose house you can break into to help one of the rivals in a friendly way,
Chaos Kofi sent a super chat. Jesus, this guy acts like he is the center of the universe. Wait, oh god. Alex Universe.
Oh no, it's Alex Universe! It's like the Steven Universe from Temu. Yeah, I shouldn't jinx myself, you're right, Shadow Puppets. I'm just asking for connectivity problems now. But, yeah, like, his ego is, you know what it is, though? He was fucking homeschooled. And, I mean, not to say all homeschooled people are, like, egotistical, but I'm sure it didn't help. And then he was bitter he only got to go to high school for the last few years, and he was bitter that high school wasn't like his Japanese animes. And then he got super popular off of this, and it went to his head. Like, even before this, he made, like, a shitty fighting game and showed it to the Skullgirls guy. Oh, good. I think more neon shading will look better here, especially since it's supposed to be like a hallucinatory fusion mind palace. Anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, he made this shitty fighting game and sent it to the creator of Skullgirls, and the Skullgirls guy gave him feedback, but, you know, it wasn't a compliment sandwich critique, because he's a fucking professional and expects professional behavior from other people trying to be professionals. Like, if you take critiques seriously, no one's gonna take you seriously. So, the guy critiqued him, you know, telling him how to improve the game, and Alex went on a big baby bitch fit about how he humiliated me in front of everybody and he trashed my game. I spent months working on this and I thought it was pretty good. All of that effort wasted. And it's like, dude, you made your very first game demo and you got a guy who made one of the most popular games, like popular indie games, giving you advice directly, and you're so fucking ungrateful because he didn't kiss your ass while doing it. Like, this is how you're never gonna make it in any industry.
Grace Hall sent a super chat. Hell yay, neons.
Yeah, yay, neons. But yeah, you need to, well, the first bit of advice I would give to anyone who wants to go into any creative industry is kill your fucking ego. Kill your ego. Do not take revisions or critiques personally. It's hard to do. I know everyone has a knee-jerk reaction, especially when you're younger, to your art getting critiqued. It's hard to train yourself out of it, but you have to if you want to get anywhere. Trust me. Okay?
Will be different from Osana. But there are still a few questions that you might want me to answer. When will the crowdfunding campaign be launched? When will Amai be released? And when will Yandere Simulator be finished? In this video, I'll tell you the answers to those questions. First, let's define the criteria for implementing a new rival in Yandere Simulator. The rival must have unique circumstances that prevent the player from killing her without any effort.
Actually, to interrupt because this is boring, I did have somebody point out a mistake in my art in my server the other day, and they're like, I don't know how this is going to be received, but I see this little mistake here, and I was like, oh, you're right, I fucked that up. And I had to tell everybody, I was like, look, guys, do not be afraid to point out mistakes in my art. I'm not going to take it personally. I'm not that kind of asshole. I am used to being casually critiqued all the time. Hell, last time I was working on this, people were pointing out I forgot Wolfenite's little hip ruffles here in a couple of panels, and I was like, oh shit, thank you for telling me! Because sometimes you get so myopic about your own art, you miss very simple, obvious things, you know? It's like with writing, too. You might have looked and reread something so long that you miss, like, a very simple typo that someone else is gonna see and point out, hey, if you kind of fucked up there, you know, like, you can't be egotistical about these things, and we're gonna learn that from Alex, I assume. Is this the little sister character clinging to his arm there in a weird fucking way? Okay.
The rival must interact with Senpai multiple times per day in scripted events, and the player must have the ability to sabotage those events. The rival must have at least one unique elimination method that only applies to her. The rival must have a befriend-betray sidequest. The rival must have a suitor, and the rival must—
Why? You didn't need the friendship path. You could have just made the main game first, and then added those alternate ways to play later. Maybe even as a DLC or something, bro. I mean, like, think, Alex, think!
must have cutscenes for meeting Senpai, confessing to Senpai, and potentially—
Let's see. Al says, I would make the top part of the gradient in the last panel blue instead of orange since the sky goes from warm to cold. Yeah, but it is supposed to be kind of like a trippy mind space at the same time. So, yeah, that's what I'm kind of going for here.
a few other circumstances. Each rival is meant to feel as different from the other rivals as possible. Giving them lots of events and circumstances is essential for making each week of the game feel unique. So with that in mind, you might be wondering exactly how long it will take to fulfill all of this criteria. The good news is that—
I'm too tired says, why does he sound like a living AI? That is the eternal question about Alex fucking Mahan. Why does he talk like this? I think he thinks it sounds professional and like, I guess, clear speaking, but yeah.
that putting most of this stuff into the game won't require any further programming than what I've already done. For example, the matchmaking process is the same for every rival. The only thing that differs between them is their suitor. When I put new rivals into—
Except you didn't need to add this shit in the first place. You should have just actually added the rivals first, you fucking dumb shit.
Game, I won't need to write any new code to get the matchmaking feature to function for them. All I need to do is tell the game the ID numbers of the rival and the suitor.
Again, I think his problem and why he can't finish the game is that he kept adding all of this bullshit into his spaghetti code, and now it's way too complicated and about to topple over like a Jenga tower. So much that he can't put in the main gameplay loop anymore. He completely fucked himself. And again, if he had just stuck with Tiny Build, he would have been fine. If he had just learned to work with a team, he would have been fine.
And the feature will function perfectly. I've already tested it. All of the suitors are already in the game, so the only things I'm missing are some voiced lines for them to say when you befriend them, and the feature will be complete for every rival. Everything I just said also applies to other areas of the game too, such as the confession sequence. The code for making a rival put a note into Senpai's locker and wait for him under the cherry tree is already in the game. No further work is necessary there, just new animations and voiced lines for each rival's confession. Although I do plan to make each rival's events as different from one another as possible, I can reuse the code from Osana's events as a template, so that future events go into the game much faster. All I'm going to need are new animations and voiced lines. Giving the rivals unique
I don't think it's that simple, though, because, like, again, the way he's coded it so far is completely ass backwards and way too complex and is just going to fall in on itself.
Adrian Parchman sent a super chat. Is Alex an android?
Maybe. It's an android trying to understand human emotion, but unfortunately the first things he saw were like anime shit. That's what he bases everything on.
Circumstances will be easy too, because they'll be using mechanics that are already programmed into the game, such as making a character follow another character around school.
So optimistic.
The only things that might be required are, you guessed it, new animations and voiced lines. By now, I'm sure you can see the point that I'm trying to make. Most of the code-related work to implement the remaining rivals has...
Rocky sent a super chat. Also, can we talk how weird and gross that 2 of the rivals were adult women with a power dynamic over senpai? Like, trope or not, that feels grotty.
Yeah, like, as a trope, I don't mind it so much, but he did make the fucking teacher or guidance counselor or whatever the fuck she is, that is one of the rivals, like, look really hypersexual. I mean, if it wasn't like the teacher is actually trying to seduce the kid and Yan-chan is just seeing this teacher, like, get close to senpai and immediately goes, I must eliminate her, you know, just because the teacher's, like, talking to him and, like, tutoring him or something, that I think that would work better. Like, instead of going full, like, oh, the teacher is seducing the student trope, you know? Like, if Yan-chan just is so insane, like, any girl that gets any remotely close to him, she wants to murder. Same would go for the little sister, because we know what the fuck you were doing with the little sister character. Yandev, Alex, we know what you were doing with that. You wanted to do syscon bullshit. We know you did. You can't fucking hide it, okay? You're a fucking... Yeah, oh, you don't have to do that, Hughes. I'm just, I just need to figure out the sequence I'm gonna do, if I do animation on this at all, which I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm going to. So...
Already been done. From a programming standpoint, dropping new rivals into the game will be quick and easy. However, to make each rival feel like a distinct character, the game will require an abundance of new animations and voiced lines. Otherwise, every rival would feel identical, and eliminating them would just feel like eliminating Osana 10 times in a row. Up until now, Yandere Simulator has relied entirely upon the assistance of generous volunteers, creating
Salazar sent a super chat. Sai isn't Lily. She won't make you chew you out and ban you for pointing out mistakes in her art or rants.
Yeah, right. No, it takes a lot for me to even ban anybody from the Discord. The only people I've banned from the Discord are, like, absolute, like, fucking trolls. You know, I'm pretty lenient on that sort of thing, because I am so sick of overly moderated spaces full of sensitive-ass people who can't just let people talk to each other like fucking adults.
Assets for me in their spare time. I've always been immensely grateful for their help. But sometimes I might have to wait weeks or months until there is an opening in their schedule. For the rest of the game's development, it would be much better to hire professionals to work full-time on creating the assets I need to complete the rivals.
No! You don't say, Alex! Maybe you could have used that $5,000 fucking dollars a month you were getting in order to do that. Or, you know what he always said? He's like, I'm not gonna start the Kickstarter campaign until Osana is in the game. And then she was in the game, and he still didn't start a Kickstarter. Like, what the fuck were you waiting for, bro? This is the other thing, like, in the last few years before he ruined everything, he was actually starting to go, oh, you know what? All these things people have been telling me for years that I should do are actually good ideas. And now that I'm acting like it's my own idea, I'm going to do it. You know, like, fucking Christ.
Paying a team of animators to make hundreds of animations and paying a team of voice actors to record thousands of voice lines is going to cost a lot of money. And that's the reason why I've suggested the idea of a crowdfunding campaign to raise the budget that Yandere Sim requires to reach completion. The crowdfunding campaign will have multiple goals. The bare minimum goal is to raise enough money to pay some animators and voice actors.
I don't think he ever fucking actually did this, though, from what I remember. Like, he was too afraid at this point. Even though at the time, people would have still paid him. When we saw this 3 years ago, I remember him suggesting the copy-paste thing and saying he doesn't want to long before this video. Yeah.
Anthony Gramuglia sent a super chat. Sai, you are clearly very sensitive. You had a physical reaction to me asking you to draw Super Saiyan 4 Goku. I know you secretly love Dragon Ball GT.
See, the things I do for you, Ant. I drew the ugliest fucking Super Saiyan ever. It's even uglier than 3. I will not apologize.
Actors to make the remaining assets that the game needs. With more money, I could hire a software engineer to replace me as the game's programmer. With even more money, I could pay 3D artists to replace any low-quality assets that are currently in the game. Past that point, I would be able to...
Any low-quality assets made by my team of teenage volunteers. What an ungrateful fucking son of a bitch. Jesus Christ.
Implement wishlist features, such as a female senpai, a male protagonist, or an alternate story mode where you play as Yandere-chan's mother attending.
And then he didn't implement the gay stuff, but he did implement the fucking 1980s mode that nobody goddamn asked for. It's...
School in the 1980s. Even if the crowdfunding campaign is only able to hit the bare minimum goal, Yandere Simulator's future would be secured, and you would probably start to see new rivals appearing in the game every few months. It's exciting to think about how bright the game's future could be if the crowdfunding campaign is a success. But, even though it's not pleasant to think about, you might be curious what'll happen if the crowdfunding campaign does not succeed. The answer is that I would still continue to work on.
So again, he's just self-sabotaging. I could do this very successful thing that would actually let me hire a team for once, but I don't want to because working with a team scares me, and I'm afraid of failure, but I won't, like, actually try to succeed. Like, this man was his own worst enemy at every step of the fucking way. And if he had just listened to other people giving him advice, it wouldn't have gotten this bad. And then he sexted a 16-year-old, so it doesn't matter.
Yandere Simulator. But there would be a strong possibility that the final game would not contain any new assets, aside from the ones that are present in the demo. Every rival after Osana might not have any voice acting, and might just reuse old animations. Every cutscene would involve the characters.
Why didn't you do that in the first place? You didn't need fucking voice acting even. People would have played it anyway. Just hit the screen. I thought I heard something.
Popping between static poses. The art assets that are currently in the game would never be improved or replaced. Each rival would feel like a copy of Osana with different hair, rather than feel like a distinct character.
Guys, if you don't give me more money, this is how terrible my game will turn out. It's all up to you guys to support me, or otherwise you're not gonna get what you want. You hear me, teenage fans? Dig deep in your piggy banks, steal your parents' credit cards if you want Yandere Sim to actually be good.
Character offering a unique experience. The future of the game really does hinge entirely on the success.
That guy from Argentina says, mods ban Sai from the stream. She hates Super Saiyan 4. You banned me from my own stream.
Or failure of the crowdfunding campaign. So, naturally, you're probably wondering exactly when it's going to occur. And the answer is, it's complicated. Before I can launch the crowdfunding campaign, there's a lot.
Dude, it's only complicated because you make it complicated. You are the source of all of your own problems. Again, this is why I find him fascinating and also very frustrating. It's and again, I wasn't actually a fan, but I just this whole situation just it does something it tickles something in my brain. And I just want to shake past Alex by the shoulders and tell him that this was a mistake. This was all. Go back in time, Alex. This was all a mistake. You could still fix this.
A lot of work I need to do. I need to research campaigns that succeeded and analyze what they did right. I need to research campaigns that failed and analyze what they did wrong. I need to talk with other game developers who...
Dude, you already had people giving you money on Patreon. People were going to support this crowdfunding campaign. Why were you procrastinating so much? Again, I think he was afraid of failure and just talked about it but wouldn't implement it, you know?
Who operated successful campaigns and asked them for advice. I need to think up rewards for backers.
Yeah, because you're real good at, like, asking more successful people for advice and fucking listening to them, like that fucking Skullgirls incident.
Preferably digital rewards instead of physical ones that would cost a bunch of money to ship. I need to plan how to announce the campaign before it begins, and how to draw attention to it while it's happening.
You know what you could do? You could fucking hire somebody who was used to running campaigns or social media management stuff and have them do it for you. You know, cut a little bit of that $5,000 a month you're getting to pay somebody, you fucking dipshit.
Perhaps I'll even prepare some sort of huge, exciting surprise that'll get millions of eyes on the game, and launch the campaign directly afterwards. And maybe I should even consider making some further improvements to the demo, just to make sure that it leaves the best possible impression on everyone who's going to be playing it before they decide whether or not they want to contribute.
His insistence on being the sole person to do all this, and his allergy to fucking paying people was his biggest downfall. Alex, I haven't even been a YouTuber for an entire year and I'm already paying people to edit for me. You could have done that. I'm making way less than you. What does he say here? What is this text over him? Yes, I acknowledge that some of the game's features on screen right now were disappointments. I'm displaying them here because they represent successful crowdfunding campaigns, not successful video games. I did really enjoy Bloodstained though. So he's showing like Kickstarter campaigns that failed and acknowledging he's doing that. Like, dude, I think you have a fucking anxiety disorder. Like, you were sitting here throwing these things on screen and then thinking, oh no, people might think I'm saying my campaign's gonna fail. I better put some text on screen that clarifies that I don't think I'm going to fail. Not at all.
To the campaign.
Okay, nobody fucking... Dude, would anybody even care?
At this point in the video, I'd like to take the time to
You don't sound any different! What was the point of that?
preemptively answer a couple of questions that I'm sure will come up in the comments section.
Alex, your audio balancing is worse than mine.
The first question I anticipate is, why doesn't Yandere just use his Patreon money to hire a team?
Yeah, why didn't you do that like 5 fucking years before this video?
There are two answers to that question. The first answer is that the amount of money I'm making through Patreon is nowhere near the amount that would be required to pay a team of professionals to work full.
Okay, I know he was making 5,000 at one point. And dude, it doesn't have to be like super major professionals that are already working in the industry. You can pay people what you can and what they're willing to accept to help you work on this. You should have been doing it all along, and you would have gotten more money down the line because the game would actually be like fucking developing.
Full time for an extended period. The second answer is that my Patreon income is not the game's budget. It's my payment for working on Yandere Simulator.
And there it is. That's my money. Mine, 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 mine. I don't want to share it with anybody else, even if it would make my game successful. Yeah, you spent it on a fucking sex doll. Yeah, dude, that is the game's budget, because that's the only money you're making from it, so just buy that. Yeah, it is! You should have been taking bits from that to pay people, instead of hiring teenagers to work for you for free, you fucking asshole.
Later. It's my salary, not the budget. The purpose of a Patreon is, usually, to pay one person to keep doing what they're doing on a monthly basis. The purpose of a
I make like $100 on Patreon, and I still use that money to pay other people when I can.
A crowdfunding campaign is to raise a massive amount of money all at once, so that a project can get the budget it needs to reach completion. With that said, whenever my Patreon income goes past a certain threshold, all of that extra money is put towards Yandere Simulator. However, we are not currently...
Is it? Is it, Alex? Is it? Is it? Hang on a second. Yandev, my waifu real doll. Gotta come right up on, come on. Yeah, is it? Alex, is it? Is that what you spend your extra money on, Alex? Is it? You even named your sex doll after your joke character in your I think it didn't let it load all the way. You named the sex doll after your fucking joke character in your game who's married to a foreign game dev. Why were you even showing off your sex doll online to other perverts? Are you fucking stupid? She sworn her heart to an independent game developer living overseas. Let's just see what he wrote. She is dressed up as Momoka from Faku. I plan to dress up this doll as all my favorite anime and game characters. When I'm in the mood to cuddle Yoko Ratona, I'll do it. When I want to kiss Samus Aran, I'll do it. When I want to be intimate with Rei Ayunami, by gosh. This doll isn't just going to have one identity. She's going to have as many as I want her to have. She will dress up all of the...
Doodle Buggins sent a super chat. I am so late, bro. Your comics looking beautiful less than 3.
Thank you, Doodle, for that positive comment as I'm reading Yandere Dev's creepy fucking real doll post.
Chaos Kofi sent a super chat. Random unrelated question, but it seems you really like the Sega Saturn. Why? Also, what are your thoughts on the others like Genesis and the Dreamcast?
Oh, it's not that I particularly like the Sega Saturn. I'm just a big Knights fan. I just really like Knights. I would trade my N64 to my brother for his Sega Saturn to play Knights. Genesis, my brother and I had that. We played a lot of Toe Jam and Earl, and he played a lot of Sonic. I never had a Dreamcast, believe it or not. Anyway, I'm gonna keep reading this now. This doll isn't going to have just one identity. She's going to have as many as I want her to have. She'll dress up as all of the anime girls I have a crush on.
I could have lived a better life not seeing that.
Well, welcome to the stream. When you have a crush on an anime girl, she's called a waifu. This girl will be all of my waifu, so this is why I decided to name her my waifu. Have a closer look. Yeah, she's beautiful, Alex. She totally doesn't look like a fucking stuffed corpse or anything. I've said it before, if you have a real doll, throw it out. That's pathetic. Anyway. That's what he was spending his Patreon money on, everybody. And I wonder why women run for the fucking hills from you, Alex, when you're saying, like, my ideal woman would dress up as all the anime characters I wanna fuck.
You passed that threshold. I'll include some links in the video description if you'd like to learn more about how the Patreon money is spent. The second question I anticipate is, how much of the money raised through the crowdfunding campaign will go to Yandere Dev? And the answer is 0. The purpose of the crowdfunding campaign is to raise enough money to pay people to create the assets necessary to finish Yandere Simulator.
So the crowdfunding campaign is just one bulk of money.
Belrocky sent a super chat. My Catholic bones have been diseased by this.
Maybe they'll be sacred bones then. But yeah, but a Patreon is a monthly payment, which would help you pay people monthly. A Kickstarter campaign is just going to be one lump sum. So why aren't you just using Patreon to pay people already? Bro, again, he causes all of his own problems.
And that is exclusively what the money will be used for. Not a single cent of it would go into my own pocket. So, when will Yandere Simulator be finished?
X to doubt.
Well, if the crowdfunding campaign fails, then there's not very much more I can add to the game, aside from what's already in it. The game would be released in the very near future with no new voice acting, no new animations, no new art assets, and each of the rivals would feel nearly identical to one another. On the other hand, if the crowdfunding campaign just barely manages...
Master Clockwork sent a super chat. Just be normal and get a docky.
Do you think Alex Mahan can be normal?
To meet the minimum budget, then I could guarantee that the final game would have full voice acting, unique animations for each rival, and lots of variety in each week. However, without the budget required to hire a programmer to replace me, the speed of the game's development would continue to be dependent entirely.
You had a programmer to replace you when you had to deal with Tiny Build, and you threw it away because you couldn't understand the code he wrote for you, which was better than your fucking code. Again, it's the squandered potential and him just fucking this up every step of the way that makes this whole mess fascinating to me and infinitely frustrating.
On my personal availability as I continue to split my attention between my many different responsibilities. So, you'd probably have to wait a few more years for the final product to come out. But if the crowdfunding campaign raises enough money to meet the stretch goals, that would completely change everything. Not only would the final game be guaranteed...
And even at this juncture, in 2020, it probably would have. It probably would have reached its goals. You know, he had no fucking excuse.
Guaranteed to have better art assets all around, but I could even hire a professional software engineer to completely replace me as the game's lead programmer.
You had one! You fucking asshole! Ah!
Which would cause development speed to increase immensely. It would still take some time to put the game together, but nowhere near as much time as it would take if I was working alone. If you're wondering when Amai will be finished, well, the original plan was that I wouldn't put any work into her whatsoever until after the crowdfunding campaign had concluded. But I've already deviated from that plan. It's possible that, in the near future, I will work on all of the rivals in bits and pieces simultaneously, Instead of going in a straight line from Amai
The well-placed plans of mice and men. Did we just get a panty shot of a dead girl just now? That's real classy there, Alex.
to Megami, I might decide to let the player experience some of these bits and pieces in the game's demo.
It's funny she just ragdoll dropped the body before getting pepper sprayed.
Similar to the Amai challenge. So, the answer to the question, when will Amai be released, is honestly pretty unclear at this point in time, and will be largely dependent on the outcome of the crowdfunding campaign. So, that leaves us with just one final question. When will the crowdfunding campaign be launched? This is the most tricky question of all, and the honest answer is, I don't know yet. First, I'll need to do all of the research and preparations necessary to give the crowdfunding campaign the highest chance of success.
Alright, let's
Then,
just let him
I'll need to learn
yap
everything
his
that would
way
make
through the
people feel
rest of this.
uncomfortable with financially supporting the development of Yandere Simulator and do my best to address their concerns. I also have to consider the fact that it might be a terrible mistake to try launching a crowdfunding campaign during the current global circumstances.
Why, though? And yeah, this was right when COVID started, I think. December 23rd, 2020. Yep. And I don't think you were even allowed to say coronavirus on fucking YouTube at the time. Like,
So maybe I should wait for that to be over before I start asking people to fund a video game. In summary,
why? People were looking for entertainment because everyone was stuck in fucking side. It would have been the perfect time, you fucking idiot.
when finish? I don't know. When am I? I don't know. When crowdfund? I don't know. I wish I could give you more concrete answers, but there are just too many unknown factors at this point in time.
Then why did you make this whole fucking video when you could have been working on your game instead of editing this together, you fucking dipshit?
What I can tell you is what I plan to do in the immediate future. It's going to be a mix of several things. In addition to doing all of the research necessary
And
to...
this was before COVID was really, like, taking off, I think, because I remember the progression of it, like, it was like, oh, hey, there's this new disease in China. Oh, hey, it might be showing up on the West Coast. Oh, crap, it might come here. Oh, it's here. You know, like, yeah, kind of snuck up on us, but...
Prepare for the crowdfunding campaign. I'm also going to be releasing some further fixes and improvements to the demo, and I'm also going to be preparing some exciting surprises that will hopefully paint a clear picture of how cool the final game could be if the crowdfunding campaign...
What the fuck is this bullshit? This doesn't even look like the same goddamn game right here. Like, this is obviously Unity assets.
...succeeds. Now that I've said just about everything I wanted to say about the game's development, I finally feel comfortable with the idea of releasing some just-for-fun videos that aren't related to development, such as the ones that will be coming out tomorrow and the next day.
I think he really wanted to be a YouTuber. But the only reason people cared about him was he was developing this fucking game that was never gonna get done. You know? Yeah, he sounds so unmotivated, you're right. But if he had just stuck with Tiny Build or hired a team, it wouldn't be a problem. I don't get his damage. You know?
I hope that this video has helped to give you a clear picture of where we currently are in the game's development and what you can look forward to in the future. Thank you for following the development of Yandere Simulator.
Okay, I'm gonna take my break, go feed the pets. I'll leave you guys with some music, and I will be back very soon, I promise. Let me just find a good song to leave you guys on. Put you on Time Machine from the Miracle Musical. That sounds good. Alright, I'll be right back, guys. Alright, I'm back now. Took a little longer than I expected. In the winter months, the dog likes her food heated up. She's so spoiled. Thank you for hitting me with tomato as soon as I get back. I'm sure you're enjoying my weird fucking music right now, but we have to get back to Alex. I think, what are we on? Well, here's another one of him coping about how long it takes. We might just buzz through that one fast. When the cat opens the door. Alright, kitty. One cat has wet food, and the other cat has dry food, because that's all he'll eat. Sister character was originally designed to be jailbait. She was originally 8 years old, are we sure? even... Oh, the time machine went off without me. You're right, oh no. I've missed it. If only Alex had a time machine, this maybe wouldn't be such a shit show. Kinda two pupils. I was gonna go with two pupils originally, as I was kind of like, I don't know, I ended up doing this weird thing, because I couldn't quite make what I originally wanted to do work. So, I don't know. Still kind of fucking around with things. Okay, let's... Oh, here's this terrifying image again. Yandere dev, sister character, 8 years old? Where can I find information on this? I don't know. I'm not gonna Google around for it, but... Oh, original design, I should look...
The released Golden Heart Soul sent a super chat. Sup, money. What's Beto Dev talking about today?
Hey, released Golden Heart Soul. We're looking at, some of his older stuff, and oh boy. This was the original design for the fucking sister, who was also a love rival for, Where did he get this drawing from? This is actually competently drawn. There's obviously a fucking little girl in, like, short shorts. So short you couldn't even call them shorts. Ah, boy. Didn't... Well, that's a new one! Didn't Dev explicitly use the word jailbait to describe her? Oh, no. Oh, no.
Master Clockwork sent a super chat. Switcheroo Dev. Switcheroo Dev. When will the comic be done?
I don't know. When it's done, alright? I need to start a crowdfunding campaign. I'm kidding. So this is a post claiming he was calling her a slutty little sister. Walking around naked in girls' locker room and watching them shower is kind of lewd. Taking panty shots is pretty lewd. Some of the things that the nurse / slutty teacher will say are pretty suggestive. Senpai's little sister might be a lewd, incestuous emoto who constantly says perverted things. Let's just, I can't zoom in on that. Come on. I need to zoom in on that so we can all see how terrible it is. Yeah, he was definitely gonna do some siscon bullshit with an underage character.
Sent a super chat. Whoop whoop, that's the sound of the police.
FBI, open up! So, again, if you felt bad about us making fun of him, don't. Let's go to the next video. This is another one of him coping about how long it's taking him to make the goddamn game. When was this one uploaded?
How long does it...
This was 6 years ago. So now we're gonna hear him say all the same bullshit he just said in the video from 3 years ago, but 6 years ago. We'll see how close this is to what he was just fucking talking about.
Take to make a video game? The answer is, it depends on a large number of different factors, such as the genre, the budget, the size of the team, the complexity
your competency
of the game, whether it's an original game or an imitation, and a bunch of other factors that you probably wouldn't have considered. It's not an exact science. You can't really create a formula that tells you exactly how long a game should be in development for, because each game has a different set of circumstances.
Like, I think 5 years is about... You're cursed after 5 years, I think.
Here's a list of indie games and how long they were in development for. You'll notice that development time directly corresponds to the complexity of the game. Short, story-focused games with simple artwork, simple gameplay, and a heavy emphasis on characters and dialogue are developed faster than long games with detailed artwork and
you're comparing yourself to fucking Cuphead, which had meticulous hand-animated graphics and art.
And a heavy emphasis on characters and dialogue are
You're not Cuphead, Alex. You're not Cuphead. You fucking dumb shit. And you could have had a simple game. You could have had a simple game and then added all the other features later, after you actually developed the goddamn thing, but you didn't. That's your own fault.
developed faster than long games with detailed artwork and complex gameplay. You might be surprised to hear that it can take 5 years to develop a video game. That's because games are usually announced a few years after they have been in development.
Yeah, but 5 years should be about your limit. Otherwise, you're just Duke Nukem Forever, which is you, Alex.
Nintendo began developing Breath of the Wild in 2012. They didn't announce the project until 2014. They didn't show us any game.
Yeah, because fucking Nintendo is smart. They don't like Squeenix, who just makes like a fucking tech demo cutscene and says, oh, this game's totally coming out in a couple of years.
Play until 2016, and we didn't get to play it until 2017. God of War was in development since 2013, but it wasn't announced until 2016, and we didn't get to play it until 2018. Kingdom Hearts 3 was first announced back in 2013, and we're not going to get it, with dozens of different features, most of which affect one another. For example, when a student sees you doing...
Heart Soul sent a super chat. That game he cried and screamed over. Never forget.
Yeah, actually, maybe we should bring that up real quick, because it's not a real Yandere simulator stream without the Cuphead clip, is it? I'll warn people like I warned people last time, trigger warning for some very scary sounding screaming, like legitimately, but it is also kind of funny. I turned it down a bit though.
Ed Stevens sent a super chat. Alex, keep good games and children out of your reach.
Yeah. This is a very normal adult reaction to losing at a video game. I mean, I would probably get really frustrated if I played Cuphead, but I wouldn't fucking scream like this. Jesus Christ, bro. Alright, let's get back to whatever bullshit he's talking about.
Something bad, the outcome is determined by your current reputation, your current persona, whether or not you are armed, bloody, or insane, whether or not you are seductive, the persona of the student witnessing you, the current atmosphere at school, whether or not the student observing you is your friend, and whether or not it's their first time witnessing your behavior. And
you know what would have been really neat, Alex, if you implemented the fucking core gameplay loop of the 10 rivals before putting in any of this shit. Kingdom Hearts mention! You're right.
That's just one aspect of the game.
Master
Yandere Simulator has
sent a super chat. Star Citizen was announced on 2012 and we get to play it never.
Yeah, like I said, if you pass that 5-year threshold, you're probably gonna get stuck in development hell, and the game is probably going to be garbage. I'm sorry.
Much more complexity than the average game that is created by one man or a small team. It's actually kind of ridiculous. Even though I am committed to finishing the game, I would never suggest...
It's actually kind of ridiculous that you piled in all these features you didn't need before making the core game, Alex. Yeah, it's pretty fucking ridiculous. Why did you do that?
...that a small team ever attempts to build something like this, because the time investment required is an enormous price to pay. In most cases, the speed of a game's development is only going to be determined by the factors that I mentioned at the beginning of the video. However, there are also other circumstances that can cause a game's development to slow down. First, as the complexity of a project increases, it will become proportionally difficult to work on it.
Alex, you were the one who decided how complex or not complex this game would be. You only have yourself to blame.
Every time you add a new feature, it will affect other features, create new bugs, increase the amount of time you need to spend waiting for the code to compile, increase the loading times of the game, etc.
Oh yeah, I think after he changes something, he would compile all the code again to test it, and then go back and make another change, and then compile all the code again to test it. Like, he is the most inefficient motherfucker.
Something that was simple and easy to work on at the beginning can eventually become a nightmare that you are constantly wrestling with, where making even the smallest amount of progress becomes very time-consuming and difficult.
Feel bad for me, my teenage fans.
If you push yourself to work as many hours as humanly possible every single day, then eventually you're going to burn yourself out. You'll become too exhausted and fatigued to be productive.
Yeah, exactly why you should have had a work-life balance, but again, you weren't actually working on the game fucking 12 hours a day, you lying liar.
If you work on the same project for multiple years, you'll eventually get tired of it. This will lead to a loss of enthusiasm and motivation, which will cause you to become more easily distracted and less productive.
I wouldn't know anything about working on the same project for years that I'm working on right now.
Oblivion Blade TD sent a super chat. Alex be like, everyone. I have shot myself in both knees. I am having a hard time walking after capping myself. It is difficult to walk.
Basically, I took a bat to my own knees. This is everyone else's fault. It's Twitch's fault.
If a group of weird people on the internet decide that they feel completely justified in
I gotta read this one by Tired Moon Rabbit. You were the chosen one, Alex! You were supposed to finish the game, not stall it! Why do you have like a little girl taking drugs here? What the fuck?
treating you like garbage, and you're subjected to abusive treatment on a daily basis for multiple years, you'll become depressed, which will affect your productivity, which will cause
People critiqued you because you were inefficient and you were an asshole and you were using teenagers as free labor, you fucking jackass.
people to call you lazy or a scam artist, which will cause you to
You are! Both of those things! Maybe not a scam artist on purpose. I'd at least give you that benefit of the doubt, but fuck!
receive even more abuse, which will cause you to become even more depressed and less productive, which becomes a never-ending cycle of abuse and depression. Your fan base won't know about this for a long time because you'll do your best to never speak of it. Eventually, your comment sections will be dominated by people who want to hurl insults at you and spew ridiculous misinformation that isn't anywhere close to being true. Maybe a handful of people will behave with dignity and respect, but an overwhelming number of people will be cruel and abusive. You'll decide that thousands of angry, screaming voices is the absolute last thing that would help your mental health.
So ignore them, bro. Like, get good at the internet. You can just ignore people, like, fucking insulting you. I think it's only you, BB guy. I hope I'm not buffering. I better not be! I'm not losing any, frames, so... But yeah, he's just like, everyone's so mean to me because I'm so incompetent at making this game and I won't listen to anybody's advice. But again, like, when he brought his, like, fucking game, demo to the Skullgirls guy, he got so butthurt at being given, like, just regular professional advice. So, yeah, I don't believe you, man. I think you're over-exaggerating this shit. You have to be. I don't believe you.
And you'll shut it all off so that you don't lose even more motivation or become even more depressed than you already are. Even if you're 100% dedicated to the game that you're developing and you've sacrificed everything else in your life so that you can focus exclusively on your game, there are still a bunch of factors that can result in slow progress.
Alex, it was your choice to not leave the fucking house for like 5 years. That was all you, bro.
In 2016, I tried to estimate what might be a reasonable release date for Yandere Simulator. Using the information that was available to me at the time, I decided that 2019 sounded like a realistic target to hit.
How did that work out, guys? How do you think that worked out?
Sawesomeness. Sent a super chat. Haven't played Yandere in years. WTF happened?
A lot. We're kind of doing like a dissection of all the ways Alex Mahan fucked up and how it was obvious even years and years ago that he was going to fuck up everything. You know? Yeah, at this rate, the game's gonna come out in 2077, you're right.
In the 2 years that have passed since then, I've gained much more knowledge, experience, and information that has helped me to form a new estimate for when I think the game will be completed. And that estimate is... when it's ready.
What a fucking asshole.
When CD Projekt...
And again, this video is 6 years ago! Oh my god, and he mentioned Cyberpunk 2077, you guys! You guys! Oh god, we're all on the same wavelength with Alex Mahan in the past right now. What has happened?
Red first announced Cyberpunk 2077, they didn't bother giving the game a release date. Why would they? People would just get mad at them if they missed the date or had to delay the game. It was smart of them to avoid giving the game a
Alex, you're not CD Projekt Red, Alex!
release date. That's what I'm going to do too. Yandere Simulator will come out when it's finished, and not a moment sooner. I know that it can be difficult to wait for a game that you're eagerly anticipating, but if you're going to be a gamer, you've got to get used to it. I've been playing games for over 2 decades, and I've been in this situation countless times.
Does anyone even remember this fucking game? I don't remember what the fuck the title was. I remember this being in development hell, and it was really hyped, and then it came out, and nobody cared.
Waiting for a game with a long development cycle is something I've become accustomed to. I didn't like waiting 7 years for the
Last Guardian, that's what it was called, yeah.
Guardian, but I waited anyway, and I had a great time with the final game. In 2014, I saw a game called The Forest. It looked really cool. Even though it was still in development, I decided to download it and play it. I was having a ton of fun, so I uninstalled it immediately. I didn't want to get tired of the game before its final release.
The fuck kind of logic is that? It's an early access game. It was going to continue to develop after you bought it. Yeah, Veilguard got canceled twice, Alex. What's your excuse?
Recently, after 5 years in development, it was finally finished. I reinstalled it, and I had a fantastic time with it. I'm glad I didn't play it to death while it was still in early access, or else I wouldn't have been interested in playing the final game.
Errand Alpha Eagle sent a super chat, and they delayed Cyberpunk like twice. And it released as a glitchy mess.
Yeah, it did, but I think they eventually fixed it, right? If Cyberpunk is ever on sale for like $15, I'll probably at least try it.
Awesomeness sent a super chat, to quote the Lightbringer. It will be out when it's out.
History of Power Rangers. Okay. I'm not allowed to shit on Linkara, apparently. Ant's here, he'll scold me.
I always end my videos by saying, thank you for following the development of Yandere Simulator. But if you're looking forward to Yandere Sim, maybe the smartest thing to do is to completely ignore it until it comes out. That way, you won't get tired of it before it's released, and you'll be pleasant.
The fuck kind of logic is this? Don't play my game, guys. Don't play my game. That will help me develop it better.
Happy Halloween.
What? The fuck are you on, bro?
Surprised by everything you see in the final game. I hope that this video has helped you to understand 2 very important things. If you're waiting for a small team...
It's helped me understand a fucking lot about you. Let's just skip to the next one. This is boring. Let's, we'll go into the driving your rival to murder one. Since somebody requested this one before we get into all the Osana shit.
Oblivion Blade TD sent a super chat. Johnny Silverhand in V's head. Damn, I remember that anime girl killing game. That ever come out? Wasn't my style, but the buzz around that tune was legendary.
Like old man Alex Mahan, his teeth falling out, he's got a brain chip. He's still working on it.
Today, Yandere-chan must eliminate a girl named Kokona Haruka.
Okay.
Yandere-chan has the ability to commit murder and get away with it, but she has decided to dispose of Kokona without getting any blood on her hands. There are rumors that Kokona is going on dates with older men in exchange for money.
You had to put like fucking panties there, of course you did, and we have Akio covering it up, very appropriate.
Yandere-chan speaks with Kokona and learns that the rumors are true, but Kokona has a reason for her actions. Her father is in debt, and she is trying to earn enough money to help him pay his debt. Yandere-chan learns that the loan shark extorting Kokona's father has a daughter who is attending the same school as them. Yandere-chan realizes that she can use this information to her advantage.
Uh-huh.
Master Clockwork sent a super chat. I understand 2 things. Jack and shit.
I think that's the feeling most of these videos are gonna leave you with, to be honest.
You're the one who wanted to meet me here?
Now, this is the art we saw before, but uncolored, and I said he could have just fucking done game cutscenes like this, you know, like...
Your note said that you wanted to talk about my dad's debt. What did you want to say?
I learned some information that might be useful to you.
What is it?
Are you familiar with a girl named Musume?
I've spoken to her a couple of times, but I don't know her very well.
Her father runs a loan agency. Ronshaku Loans.
What?
Ronshaku Loans. He just made it like an English pronunciation of loan shark. Loan shark, rather. I can fucking talk too. Ronshaku. You're so fucking clever. I'm speeding it up more because this is boring.
Musume's father is the one...
I remember Markiplier calling this girl Boobs Mackenzie. Yeah.
extorting your dad.
I never would have expected to hear that. But what am I supposed to do with this information?
I think that if we hurt Musume-chan, we can make her father stop extorting your dad.
What?
Yeah, definitely 2 16-year-old girls could convince a grown male loan shark to clear a guy's debt by bullying his daughter. Yeah, okay.
No! Even if Musume-chan's father is an awful person, she doesn't deserve to be
This is some Ruby level voice acting. I mean, you said it, not me.
hurt.
Maybe she does.
Why would you say that?
Today, Musume-chan was bragging about the expensive gifts her father buys for her. Clothing, shoes, jewelry, watches, handbags. She bragged about how she can make her father buy anything she wants. If she
I bet the teenagers thought this was like so badass and cool. God, this is painfully boring and bad. Oh god, the art is good though. Who is this artist? Because, like, let's see, storyboarding and lineup by B-Drops. Let's check them out real quick though, because their art's actually fucking good. Watch them be like a porno artist or something. No, they're pretty normal so far. This person's actually a good artist, you know. So, like, oh, it looks like they stream, too. Cool. Cool. This person's cool. I'm sorry you worked for, Yandere Dev. You were probably young and didn't know any better. You're a good artist, though. Nope, wrong video. Wrong video again.
She pretends to cry until he buys it. Everything she owns was bought with the money that was extorted out of your father. And she's not even grateful.
I mean, it's not fucking extortion if you actually make a deal with a loan shark. That's your own fucking problem. It's like taking a payday loan. You should not do that.
For any of it.
That is what my dad suffers for. So that Bimbo can wear jewelry she doesn't deserve.
I have a plan. I'll knock her out.
Bimbo is definitely a word Japanese schoolgirls would use.
Tie her up and blindfold her. Then we'll beat her up. She'll never know it was us.
What?
Kokona's backstory is her dad owes money to a loan shark, so Kokona goes on paid dates with grown men, which is unfortunately kind of a thing that happens in Japan. It's like pseudo-prostitution. It's not good.
What would that solve?
It would send a message to her father. He'll realize he can't keep getting away with what he's doing. He'll put an end to his loan business.
Belroki sent a super chat. Gokona was literally the most developed thing in his bloody game. If only Alex just, oh I don't know, kept her as a rival.
Yeah, he was like, oh, she was always supposed to be a temporary character, but he put her in all this shit. So why did you do all this high effort shit with her then? You fucking idiot.
Dad will be free from debt.
Would that really work?
Of course.
Trust me,
right.
bro.
Let's do it.
Don't I look trustworthy?
I'll call you when it's time.
Please hurry. I don't want my dad to suffer any longer.
After you.
Oh my god!
Okay, how would she convince this normal girl to just, like, fucking commit murder like this? This is fucking stupid.
What's wrong?
This isn't what I expected.
Don't forget why we're here. This is for your
Why are you dressed like that? Did you think you were going on a date with her? What?
father's sake, remember? Here, you'll need this.
I'm not sure about this anymore.
I've heard that voice before. Kokona, is that you? Ugh, did I really get kidnapped by a skank like her?
What? Who are you calling a skank?
Don't play dumb. The whole school knows you sleep with men for money.
No!
This is how teenage girls talk, everybody. According to the 20-something-year-old man who wrote this.
I don't! I just go to dinner with them! It doesn't go any further than that!
That's a laugh. Any girl with a rack like yours knows how to take advantage of it. Just admit what everyone already knows. You're a total slut.
I never asked for...
Okay, he was probably like, he probably wrote this with one hand too, because this is definitely how fucking teenage girls work. You fucking... Oh god, I hate when men write teenage girls.
My body to look like this.
But I bet you enjoy all the money that your huge boobs are making for you.
I don't get to keep any of the money I make. I give it all to my dad.
How stupid. You're supposed to be milking money out of your dad, not the other way around.
I give my money to my dad so he can...
Okay, this bitch is like tied up and blindfolded in an unknown location, and she's just like, oh my god, I know that voice. That's that slut from school. I am totally gonna burn her right now. Like, why would she act like this in this situation? You fucking dumb shit.
Pay off his debt to your dad.
Oh my god, it's so funny that you have to like use your big boobs to have dates with men so you can make money. I'm just gonna laugh even though I'm like fucking in a vulnerable situation right now and tied to a fucking chair in a fucking warehouse and I don't know where I am. Like, is this bitch stupid or what?
Is that what this is all about? Your dad can't pay back a loan, so you're taking it out on me? You're pathetic, and your dad is
I mean, she's not wrong there, though.
pathetic. If someone can't pay debts, they shouldn't borrow money in the first place. If your dad can't pay back—
How are you, like, trusting that she's definitely gonna, like, bane her with the baseball bat if you just leave them alone? What if she just runs out of there crying, like was probably what would actually happen?
My dad? He deserves whatever happens to him. Keep selling your body, though. Maybe one day you'll save up enough money to buy some self—
Again, how is she being so mouthy when she's, like, fucking tied up and blindfolded? No one would act this way.
respect. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
Errand Alpha Eagle sent a super chat. She's acting like this to cope.
This is like some low-tier anime shit. Like, God. Like, this is like some seasonal anime bullshit that's just like guys who get off on teenage girls being fucking mutilated and bludgeoned. Like Alex Mahan.
Wait, she's not dead, is she? Oh my god.
How the progression of this situation just makes no goddamn sense at all. This writing is terrible, the voice acting is terrible, the art's at least good, but goddamn.
Oblivion Blade TD sent a super chat. Oh, Swizz, am I gonna die? Time to talk maximum crap.
I hope he paid this person. Their art is good enough that this should have been a commission. I hope they didn't do this for free. I'm sorry if they did. I don't know, because she has blood on her hands and symbolism, Paimon's crown.
Oh my god, she's dead! She's actually dead! I killed her! Ayano, what are we going to—
Oh my god, I killed her! Oh my god, I'm acting!
Ayano, where are you?
Please, put your hands out away from the body and put your hands in the air!
Fox sent a super chat. I know people who at knife point acted like that.
Okay, fine, but still. Why? How many people have you held at knife point that mouthed off to you? I'm a little concerned now.
Hey, don't move. We have you surrounded. Stay right where you are.
I don't think that's even how Japanese cops don't carry guns, do they? I don't think so. Or they don't just whip them out like American cops do. The fuck? No, wait, they do carry guns, but I don't think they're like, this is obviously like American cops. Come on.
Are you sure it's okay to let her go?
Her alibi is airtight, and we can't find any evidence whatsoever that she was even remote.
She was in the warehouse! You didn't find any hair or fingerprints or anything? Nobody saw her leave the school with Coconut? There's no witnesses that saw them go to that location? Are you stupid? How would she not be caught?
Actually involved in the crime. It doesn't matter
Her
how
fingerprints would be on the door!
many times the perp tells us that this girl's involved. We have no—
Was she wearing gloves? I didn't
Master
notice.
Clockwork sent a super chat. I don't like sand. It's coarse and rough and irritating and it gets everywhere.
Was she wearing gloves? Hang on, I need to double check this.
What's wrong?
This isn't what I expected.
Yeah, shut up. Okay, she was wearing gloves. Fine, but her hair would be there. There could be witnesses. This is stupid. Anyway, I think we got the gist of that one. And we're supposed to take, you guys were supposed to take that completely seriously and think it's like great writing. Yeah, her fucking shoe prints in the soil outside. Did she take care of those? You can't commit a murder in modern times without getting caught. It's like impossible. You know, don't even try. All right. What other one do we have on tap over here? We had another one. Oh, this is about, okay, this will be we'll play this during the Ribaru stuff. Let's read. Is this another, like, cutscene style one? Let's watch the Delinquent one before we get into all the Osana stuff. And this was 6 years ago, again!
My name is Genka Kunihito, and I am the guidance counselor at Academy High.
Oh, the slutty, braless, guidance counselor is gonna seduce a teenage boy, everybody. What the fuck kind of recorder is it? It looks like a thermometer. What the fuck?
Starting today, I will be attempting to rehabilitate a set of students who have begun to exhibit severely antisocial behavior. I will be documenting this process in the form of audio recordings.
Lady, you're a school guidance counselor. Don't take yourself so fucking seriously. Also, he later retconned this to be like a fake school that people who graduated already just go
Starlight
to.
Tumbra, Nightshade Fox, sent a super chat. My dad was a fucking lunatic. One of his reoccurring GFS tried to stab him and me, and we had to fight her. This happened multiple times.
You have lived quite an interesting life, Starlight Umbra. Jesus Christ. Okay, so you're saying that part is maybe realistic. Okay, I'll take your word for it. Thank you for the super chat. But, like, what was I even saying? Like, yeah, you're fucking... Like, oh, he later retconned it because of the teenager thing. He later retconned it, like, Academy High, and yes, he calls it Academy High, is now, like, just a place for people who have graduated from high school to go to, like, roleplay students. Or something. He could have just made it like an elite academy for just senior year if he wasn't fucking stupid. Yeah, then they'd all be 18 and you'd be fine!
If I succeed in my efforts, then the information contained within these recordings may one day prove useful to others in my line of work who are faced with the challenge of reforming wayward students. Last year, 5 students at this school were subjected to severe bullying. At the time, my policy was to require students to provide me with irrefutable evidence of wrongdoing before taking disciplinary measures toward anyone accused of misbehavior. Because no student was able to provide concrete proof that the bullying was taking place, I refused to take action, in accordance with my normal protocol.
What? Yeah, I know Japanese schools are kind of harsh, but come on!
To be frank, there is no decision in my life that I regret more than this one. A long period of sustained harassment and a lack of intervention from the school faculty had a strong negative impact on the victims. From what I have been told, they were considering a suicide pact at the time when the bullying was at its worst. However, a remarkable event occurred that pushed them in a drastically different direction.
So you knew these students were planning a suicide pact, and you took no fucking action at all! You're bad at your job!
Details of this event are vague, and stories about this event are heavily embellished and sensationalized. However, this is what I know for certain. A few weeks ago, a group of students from another school gathered outside of the entrance to Academy High. They were waiting for a certain student to arrive, a young woman named Osoro Shidesu. Osoro had somehow offended them, and they were planning to retaliate by beating her up in front of the school. Apparently, they wanted to make it clear that they would not tolerate disrespect from anyone at Academy High. Again, the details are fuzzy, but what really matters is what happened next. Osoro single-handedly fought off the group of students that tried to assault her. It's difficult to know how she accomplished this because every version of the story is different. Some reports state that she defeated 10 students one at a time, while other accounts claim that she fought off 100 students simultaneously. Some say she took a weapon from one of the attackers and used it to defend
So she's just Toru's mom from Fruits Basket, then?
herself against the rest, while others say she was bare-fisted the entire time.
Since
All versions of the story end the same way.
That guidance counselor is just that lady from that pervy prison school anime with different hair color by the looks of it.
That doesn't surprise me at fucking all. Yeah, where are the police? They can show up at a fucking warehouse in like 5 minutes, but they can't, like, intervene. Oh my god. Somebody just told me that this is Gangle's voice actor. Gangle from Digital Circus. Oh, you poor girl. This is where you had to start. Hi. I feel so bad for you. Good thing you reached the success Alex Mahan never will. Congratulations. Was she like a teenager when this was happening or something? I don't understand why you would work for Alex unless you were a teenager at the time. That's really funny to know, though. Yeah, Marissa Lenti. Yeah. So, God.
With Osoro standing at the school's entrance, splattered with blood, surrounded by the maimed bodies of her enemies. Allegedly, she
This was Gangle before she joined the Digital Circus.
took a coat from one of the students she had defeated and draped it around her shoulders as a trophy commemorating her victory. To this day, she attends school while wearing a tattered coat. For most students, that coat alone is enough evidence that this...
I'm sorry, guys. This one's really fucking boring. And now, is it going to be that the bullied students became the delinquents? Is that what this whole thing is about?
Bullied were present when Osoro's triumph occurred. They witnessed her achievement firsthand. Instantly, Osoro became an icon to them, a physical embodiment of the idea that a single person can stand against a group of tormentors and prevail. From that day forward, they idolized her, worshipped her like a goddess. They started...
So now the delinquents were formerly bullied, and now they're like The school
Master
badasses.
Clockwork sent a super chat. Can we watch Fruits Basket instead?
No, I'll get copyright struck.
Started following her around school at all hours, like baby ducks following their mother, and began acting exactly.
What a fucking way to talk about the students under your like your purview that you're supposed to be helping mentally,
Like
you fucking
Osana.
bitch.
The released Golden Heart Soul sent a super chat. Damn. Did I miss the murder scene where the victim calls one of the two people who kidnapped her a ST? Also, is Recon to avoid the creepy label by making everyone weird, sad cosplayers?
Yes, it is, and yes, unfortunately, you did miss the kidnapped girl like, oh my god, that's Coconut, you're such a slut, as she's tied up and blindfolded. It's fucking stupid.
Angels Art and Gaming sent a super chat. Someone animate Gangle in this cutscene /J. God.
I mean, the voice acting isn't terrible, but, like, the writing is so bad. Okay, I'm just gonna get into the Osana stuff now. So we have that one saved for that section. We're gonna go through all of his waffling about why Osana isn't in the game, and I think this is gonna span, like, fucking 5 years of videos. So everybody buckle up! Make sure this isn't on, like, 2 times speed. Okay, it is on 1.5. Okay, good. I almost used this image for the thumbnail, but it didn't... It's not... I don't know. It wasn't clear enough, but...
Cryohazard sent a super chat. Wait, I'm a bit lost. What made this guy stop making the game? It looks like this could have been a bonus cutscene.
He never stopped making it, Cryo. It hasn't been finished yet.
Wolfwing81 sent a super chat. You've seen Fruits Basket Sai? Love that show.
I've seen the original anime, and I have the manga. Though I've considered selling off my manga because I don't have room for it on my shelf anymore. But yeah, so what was I gonna say? But yeah, no Cryohazard. He has been working on this game since 2014, and he has fucked it up every step of the way, and he is still presumably working on it. Let's look at the Yandere Simulator website real quick and see if he has any updates right now. It's still in active development. He just posted yesterday. So this nonsense is still going on. He still has supporters despite losing most of his voice actors and asset makers because he got caught talking sexually to a 16-year-old girl. So again, don't feel bad about us making fun of him. I don't know, Epic Boy. It was just like his stupid way to try to get out of all the problematic stuff about, oh, you're killing teenagers. But again, if he had just made it an elite academy for just senior year only, it would have solved the problem. You dumb, Alex. You stupid. You're a bad writer.
It's been 7 months since I made a video exclusively about Osana. I don't plan to make a true progress report
So this was 7 years ago.
about Osana until after I'm finished implementing all of the events where Osana interacts with Senpai. But I would like to make a video where I elaborate about my game design philosophy for Osana. To do this, I'm going to show you one of Osana's events and describe how it works. As I explained back in January, the player can eavesdrop on conversations between Osana and Senpai to learn what they plan to do later in the day so that the player can sabotage their interactions and ruin their relationship. On Wednesday morning, the player can learn that Osana plans to take a photograph of something for Senpai. The player can sabotage Osana's plans by stealing her phone and putting lewd photographs on it. So when Osana gives her phone to Senpai, he'll see a bunch of dirty things on her phone and become disgusted with her.
Why wouldn't she check it herself first? What, did he swipe left and see a bunch of panty shots? What a rude motherfucker. Like, even back then, 7 years ago, he was making it like, I want to make this game like Hitman, only you have to follow these exact steps in order to kill your target that I put in place, and then I will patch out anything you do otherwise.
When implementing the expulsion elimination method, I gave the player the ability to steal Kokona's phone, take photos with it, return it to her, and then report her to the guidance counselor. So technically, all of the necessary code to implement Osana's Wednesday event was already in the game. But I decided not to copy Kokona's event and give it directly to Osana.
Why? Because did it break when you tried to do that? Probably.
Explain why. For Coconut, there was only one specific time on one specific day when she would leave her phone unattended. There was also only one specific opportunity for the player to return Coconut's phone. The more I thought about this, the more I disliked it. I don't like the idea of forcing the player to remain locked to one very specific path without any room to be creative, improvise.
Except when Osana was finally implemented, people were killing her at the very start of the school day and getting away with it, and that pissed him off so much he gave her an indestructible companion that will protect her.
Or make interesting choices. I decided that I would not be satisfied with just giving Coconuts event directly to Osana. I decided that I wanted the event to feel organic.
Cryohazard sent a super chat. I don't feel bad for somebody dumb making dumb decisions, especially if you're gonna make a stricter Hitman game.
Yeah, and like hearing you saying I wanted to be organic, but then he takes out any way people could fuck with the game and have fun and find unique, interesting ways to get to the goal, you know?
In other words, I want events to occur as the natural outcome of the player's actions, not because those events were scripted to occur.
And we're gonna see some videos just a few years later of him doing the opposite of all of this.
Now I'll tell you the various ways that I've tried to achieve this. Instead of being scripted to go to the locker room at a specific time of day, I decided that Osana should only go to the locker room if the player performs an action that will force Osana to go to the locker room. And I decided that the player should be able to do this at any time of day. In the past, the player could do this with Coconut by simply throwing water on her. But this ability is actually too overpowered, since it allows the player to stop any interaction event and change the rival's routine at any time, in any place. To make things more fair...
Oh, that's why he changed it to a bucket of water on a door, so people couldn't just do this at any point. Like a Hitman game. Which is what you said you wanted to make, you fucking idiot!
I've decided to change the way it works. If the player fills a bucket with liquid and puts it over a door, the bucket will spill on the next person to walk through the door. Using this method, the player can cause Osana to deviate from her normal routine and go directly to the girl's locker room to change her clothes.
I don't want everything to be a scripted event, but you can only make this happen at one specific scripted place.
This can occur during any phase of the day, before class, class time, lunchtime, after class, etc. But it can only be done if the player has memorized Osana's routine and knows what doors Osana is going to be walking through. That is how
Would she walk through the same goddamn doors every single day, and she doesn't notice you running right after her?
I decided to balance this feature. Anyway, the player can steal Osana's phone whenever she's in the locker room. This is significantly different from how things worked with Coconut, whose phone was only vulnerable during one scripted event. After Osana discovers that her phone is missing, she abandons her normal daily routine and searches for her lost phone whenever she's not in class. Normally, while Osana is waiting for class to begin, she will be texting on her phone, but if she doesn't have her phone, she will perform a different animation instead. To return Osana's phone, the player must put it in the room where Osana is searching for it. Osana might be in this room because she's searching for the phone, or she might be in this room because she's attending class.
Wouldn't you just walk up to her and say, I found your phone? I guess then she would suspect that you put the naughty pictures on there, but yeah.
She can discover the phone regardless of the reason why she's in the room. After Osana has discovered her phone, she stops searching for it and returns to her normal daily routine. Everything I just described might not sound like anything special, but the point I'm trying to make is that this is the polar opposite of the way that Coconut's event functioned.
Well, she... Mata Mabus. The thing that always mystified me about him is, like, with the emails video, he's like, I can't hire someone to go through my emails for me because they might leak stuff about the game. But then every time he made an update, he would explain in detail, step by step, everything you could possibly do in that update. So it's like, what's the difference?
Anyway, as I mentioned earlier, Osana plans to take a photo and show it to Senpai later in the day. If there was only one opportunity for her to do this and the player interfered with Osana's routine at that point in time, then the player would lose the ability to sabotage the event. So instead, Osana will attempt to take the photo anytime.
Well, shouldn't that be the player's choice then? Kitty cat. Kitty cat can't decide if he wants to be in or out.
After 1 p.m. if she is in possession of her phone. She might take the photo at 3:30 or 4 or 5, or whenever the player decides that she's going to be in possession of her phone. In short, what I'm saying is that the player is in control of the situation and isn't forced to work with one very specific window of.
Well, except they are! And you're saying I have to make sure they can't possibly miss this event, but okay, it's their own fucking fault or decision if they do.
Time. At the end of the school day, there are 3 possible outcomes. Senpai admires Osana's photo, Senpai is disgusted by lewd photos on Osana's phone, or Osana is unable to show her phone to Senpai because she never got it back.
Shneonbine sent a super chat. I swear, Yandev seeing people do things outside of his limited imagination shattered his fragile ego. Oh, do whatever, but not like that.
Yeah, I know, like, oh, I want this to be like a Hitman game, but oh no, people are playing in ways I don't like, they're trolling me, and it's like, bro. Also, why would it, like, be negative on her if she's like, Senpai, I wanted to show you something neat, but I lost my phone? Wouldn't he be like, oh no, Osana, that's terrible?
Cryohazard sent a super chat. It sounded like he was trying to make a mixture of Hitman and Metal Gear Solid V, the Phantom Pain, because that game adapts to how you play.
No, later on he would say, I want to make this like a cross of Hitman and Persona, and it's like, dude, you are a solo developer. There's no fucking way you can make a game like that. What is the matter with you?
Each of these outcomes results in a different interaction at the end of the day. The easy route would have been, the player can't affect Osana's routine, the player only has one opportunity to steal her phone, the player only has one opportunity to return the phone, Osana's routine doesn't change when her phone is gone, and Osana only has one opportunity to take the photo. This would have taken very little time to implement, and I would have been able to bring Osana to you faster. But the experience of sabotaging Osana's Wednesday event would have been boring. It wouldn't.
I could have brought this to you faster, but I want to put in all this little nitpicky bullshit to make sure you play exactly the way I want you to. And this was 7 years ago. I'm pretty sure Osana only came out in like 2021. So, yeah.
It wouldn't be fun or interesting at all. So instead, I've tried my best to make sure that sabotaging the Wednesday event doesn't feel scripted. The player must take action to change Osana's routine. You can steal.
Everything you just said feels scripted and very oddly specific, you fucking dumbass. Ah! God, why do I do this to myself?
Osana's phone in the morning, at lunchtime, or after classes end. You can steal the phone before or after she's taken the photo. You can decide what time of day Osana will rediscover her phone. Osana's routine is different depending on whether or not she has her phone. And Osana will take the photo any time that she has her phone and some free time. It was more time-consuming to implement the event this way, but I think it was worth it. This creates an array of different possibilities. Depending on when you steal the phone, when you return it, and when Osana takes the picture, the Wednesday event can occur in many different ways.
This is so boring.
So I have to limit myself to a specific amount of organic depth. It's important to note.
You didn't have to do any of this. You could have made these optional. If the player misses them, oh well. You know, like, it's like fucking Skyrim, where they were so afraid of a player possibly missing something on a single playthrough that they let you do everything, you know?
Mono sent a super chat. Yandev has no clue how friendships work. Guess what do you mean the childhood friends don't know what music they like? He refused to explain why too.
Yeah! And thank you for the salt super sticker, Adrian. Yeah, like Osana, like, literally means childhood friends. So they're supposed to have been friends since they were kids. And, like, they don't know anything about each other. He would like, look at her badly for losing her phone. Like, what the fuck who are these people? Oh, she was August 31st, 2020, someone says. You sound like a former fan, someone.
Note that not every single one of Osana's weekday events can function this way. Each event will be different in nature, and some will have less potential to be organic. Also, because Osana is the first rival, she's meant to be the least challenging rival to defeat, so her events will be...
She's meant to be the least challenging rival to defeat. Now, everybody keep that in mind for the next videos we're gonna watch.
Extremely simple in nature, and very easy to sabotage. For the past 2 years, players have been killing Kokona in a wide variety of different ways. When I finally release Osana, I don't want it to feel like I just swapped out Kokona for a girl with different hair. I want the...
Why not? People were having fun with that! You're making it less fun!
experience of eliminating Osana to feel completely different from the experience of eliminating Coconut.
Jaden says, so let me get this straight. This game was never about to be an actual game. You are correct, Jaden. Yes. Like, he just waffled around saying he was making a game without ever finishing it. It's so bizarre.
I want the experience of sabotaging Osana's interactions to feel organic, not scripted. I want you to feel like events are occurring because of your choices and actions, not because of an invisible script in the background.
Well, everything you described sounds exactly like that. That you were just railroading people into doing it a certain way. Oh, someone says they literally Googled it a few minutes ago. Okay, I'm watching you.
That is my game design philosophy for Osana. Or at least, that's part of it. There will also be other factors involved that will make it more difficult to eliminate her. But I'll elaborate about that in a different video.
Oh, he was already thinking 7 years ago! He was already thinking of putting in Raibaru, which again is just an English pronunciation of rival, which again seems a little racist. I don't know. Oh, God. Even back then, he was already planning to, like, railroad people into eliminating Osana in ways he wanted you to do it, while saying that's not what he's doing.
Making Osana's events feel organic isn't the only reason why it's been taking so long to implement her, but it is one of the factors. When a lot of time passes without any announcements regarding Osana, please rest assured that this is because I'm taking extra time and extra care to make sure that eliminating her is a much deeper and much more satisfying experience.
Meanwhile, this is what he was actually doing while he said he was working on it. Anyway.
Than testing out elimination methods on a purple-haired guinea pig. I hope that this video has helped to give you a clearer picture of my vision for Osana. Thank you for following the development of Yandere Simulator.
I think I'll just let it go into the next one right away. Okay, so this was 6 years ago.
Oh, excellent.
Oh, let's look at this description real quick, though. A lot of people have been asking me if I'm still working with TinyBuild and why comments were disabled. I've written a blog post about the subject here. Okay. I'm a little curious. I'm a little curious right now. I gotta see what his fucking excuse was. Hey, whatever happened with that whole TinyBuild thing? Posted on June 10th, 2018 by Yandere Dev. In my previous 2 videos, I discussed some of problems that I've been facing. A lot of people ask, shouldn't your publisher TinyBuild be helping you with that sort of thing? Well, now's probably the right time to tell you that TinyBuild and I stopped working together in December of last year. There's a reason why I was extremely reluctant to say anything about it for a very long time. Yes, because you fucked it all up, idiot! It's all your fault! An ending partnership is negative news, and I was terrified of accidentally violating part of the contract that forgives speaking negatively about other parties of the contract. If you weaseled your way out of paying them the $30,000 you owed them for breaking your contract, you fucking weaselly-ass weasel. Oh, hey, Hado, what's up? First time chatting in the Twitch chat. Go ahead and throw some tomatoes. Let's see, where's his fucking excuses for all this? In short, TinyBuild and I had a lot of experiences, blah, blah, blah.
Sent a super chat. Oh, my goodness. Just up the age, remove the weekly time limit, and give people more ways to deal with characters. I wonder if it would be ironic if someone from Japan made an American version of this and succeeded.
Unfortunately, I think an American version of this would be way more contentious. What is it going to be? School Shooter Simulator? Don't ban me, YouTube. It's a joke! Anyway. Whenever people speculate about why I'm no longer working with TinyBuild, they try to extrapolate information from some vague remarks I've made about having difficulty working with a programmer. Although it's true that the programmer and I had disagreements from time to time, he was absolutely not the primary reason why TinyBuild and I stopped working together. And here he is always saying, I'm going to replace myself with a programmer. But when he had the actual opportunity to do so back in 2017, he went, No, I don't like this. I don't like that I can't read the code anymore. Wah. Let's see. The plan was for the programmer to refactor certain aspects of the code, but it proved to be impossible to refactor that code while I was still making changes and additions to the game. Well, couldn't you give him a different copy of it? What, were you just pulling from, like, a GitHub repository? You couldn't just give him the code to work on independently? What is the matter with you? It wasn't the sort of situation where we could just work in separate branches and then merge our work. Why? If the programmer entirely changed the nature of a script, then all the work I did in the meantime would be incompatible and would have to be tossed out. So, stop working on the code. At this point, you could have let this guy work on the code while you started the Kickstarter campaign, you dumb shit. He just blew this all up for no reason except his fucking own ego and incompetence. It's amazing. To avoid doing any wasted work, I'd have to stop updating the game for a period of several months while the code was being refactored. So? You could have done other things. You like to make your stupid little, like, cutscene videos. You could have focused on stuff like that while the dude was making the code better. What is the matter with you? Going for a long period of time without any updates would be a death stroke for the game's popularity. Bullshit! You had people cosplaying your fucking Unity store asset thievery. You had people making fan art. You had people working for you for free. It was not gonna lose any momentum, especially if you kept making like videos that appeal to teenagers with your stupid cutscene bullshit, or videos of cosplayers, or whatever the fuck else you were doing at this period in time. Ugh. This isn't even hindsight. He was just fucking it up in real time and didn't care. As a result, the programmer couldn't do anything of major importance and could only make little adjustments. This led to a lot of arbitrary code changes, which caused us to have disagreements. You mean he actually improved your fucking if-else statements, and that made you mad? Having an expensive programmer sitting around with his hands tied is bad for every party involved. Well, then you should have just let him do his fucking job and just not did any updates for a few months and just said to your fans, hey, exciting news! I have a programmer to replace me like I always said I planned to do. He's gonna fix up the code, so in the meantime, we're gonna have, like, fan art contests or videos about, you know, fan things, or maybe we'll make a Yan-chan comic or something. You could have done anything to keep interest in the game up while letting this guy do his fucking job. When people are making comments like, did Tiny Build dump Yandere Dev, and did Yandere Dev fire the Tiny Build programmer, and did Yandev not understand the programmer's code, I desperately wanted to shut down all rumors by explaining the facts. But I was afraid of saying anything at all about the subject of Tiny Build, because I didn't want to accidentally trip some clause in the contracts if you still owe them $30,000 fucking dollars that you managed to worm out of. My brilliant solution was to start deleting comments mentioning Tiny Build. Boy, was that stupid. Yeah, it was. I don't doubt you delete comments otherwise. So anyway, it's just him going into fucking self-pitying navel gazing after that. It's just so bad, I'm too autistic to talk, Alex.
The latest build and video are finished uploading. Time to release them for the world to see. I hope that everybody likes the latest feature. I think I'll read the comments and see what people are saying.
Where's Osana? Why isn't Osana done yet? When will you work on Osana? Osana!
Oh wow, valid questions about why you're stalling the main gameplay loop. Wow, how terrible.
Osana!
Oh wow, we need to have a talk. I've already said this in my—
That's fucking lorch-pilled right there, like, oh wow, my fans are expecting things I promised to them. We need to have a talk about your behavior.
my previous videos, but I'll say it again. If I put Osana into the game right now, it would not be any fun to eliminate her. It would be exactly like killing Coconut or any—
Which was fun, and people were having fun doing it. What is your damage, dude? Again, I think he has like some kind of anxiety disorder or something. Like, oh no, I have to make this super extra good or people won't like it anymore. But like, people were having fun with what you had, man. You had something here. And you just wasted it.
Any other random student in the game. In order for me to craft a fun and challenging experience, I need many different types of obstacles that I can use to create interesting scenarios that require the player to be clever and use strategy in order to accomplish their objective. I need things like the student council, the bullies, the delinquents, the photography club, etc.
Why do you need all these things just to put in the first goddamn rival? I don't think you needed all of that. You're just procrastinating. Because and this is like right after... Because this is the Tiny Build article. This is right after he ditched Tiny Build because he was upset that if somebody refactored all the code because his code was garbage, he'd have to, like, not work on the code for a few months. But you weren't supposed to be working on it anymore anyway!
Shenanigans sent a super chat. My fans have expectations? No, they're wrong to ask. Let me go into a 50-paragraph explanation why it's your fault. Ugh, narcissism.
Yeah, that's really what it comes down to, isn't it? He was just fucking narcissistic.
Without these students or the features associated with them, I can't arrange characters around the school in a way that creates challenging situations. I'm not going to put Osana into the game until everything I need is in place. Here's a checklist of everything that
And we showed this in the last fucking one, too. So he needs 90 students at the school before he can put her in, apparently.
Adrian Parchman sent a super chat. Sai-chan. Where is Wilfi Night Fusion?
He's right here!
J.
I finally did her final colors, goddammit. I might still put claw marks on her leggings, I haven't decided yet. I need an intro cutscene before I can put in the first fucking character in my fucking early access game. Are you stupid? I need a stable frame rate. Well, you could have gotten a stable frame rate if you stuck with Tiny Build, you stupid son of a bitch! Ah!
think the game requires until I have what I need in order to make it fun to eliminate Osana. As you can see, most of this work is already done. 15 different elimination methods, 15 different personas, a multitude of different ways to interact with students, etc. But, of course, there is still some more work to be done. I wouldn't dream of putting Osana into the game until there are at least 90 students at school, students are reacting to blood, the guidance counselor has been implemented, the frame rate is more stable.
Sent a super chat. Sai-chan, when is WDAU crossover with Chekhov? God, I wish.
Chekhov already said they're not putting Spinel in White Diamond Steven AU because I don't give a shit about Spinel, so I don't think that's gonna happen.
The mysterious obstacle is functioning, etc. The build that contains Osana is going to be a big deal. It should be a completely accurate representation of the experience of playing the final game. That's why it's so important to get every other aspect of the game working before I implement Osana. It was a huge mistake for me to put so much emphasis on Osana in the past, because it created the false impression that Osana should be my one and only priority.
She should have been! She is the first character in the gameplay loop, you promise! But instead of doing just the core gameplay loop, you added in all this extra bullshit for no reason!
Sai-chan, when are you gonna release Wolfenite after all this time?
Soonish! I'm sorry. Look, paid art comes first, guys. Switcheroo is my fun time.
My goal is to give you an excellent experience, not to give you a target to kill as soon as possible. Osana will not be my top priority until I've finished working on every other feature that is required to present you with a build that represents my vision for the final game. Imagine that Yandere Simulator is a game of chess.
This is just self-sabotage. This is all this is.
Senpai is your king, Yandere-chan is your queen, and Osana is the enemy king. If I put her in the game right now, it would be the most boring game of chess ever. Just like chess.
It's not a chess game, you fucking dipshit. I'm skipping this whole part because this analogy doesn't make any sense.
You might feel better if you think of it this way. Because all of these things are required for Osana to be in the game, the act of working on these things...
No, they're not! They literally are not. You already had shit with Kokona. All you had to do is swap her out. You really did. People were already having fun with your open world sandbox game, and if you had stuck with Tiny Build, you could have gotten the game done.
Counts as progress towards Osana.
Yandere Dev! If it takes 5 years to finish one rival, and 9 will remain after her, does that mean it'll take 45 more years to finish the game?
Probably. Probably at this rate. He barely has the second one in now.
Absolutely not. After the first rival has been completed, implementing all subsequent rivals will be much, much faster.
How do we think that turned out, guys? How long? This was 2018, guys. This was 2018, guys.
I'll explain why. Over the past 50 months, 5% of my time has been spent working on Osana, and 95%.
No, James Somerton comparing the symbolism in Utena to fucking Wrecking Ball is the worst analogy anyone ever made ever in history.
percent has been spent on implementing the game's core mechanics. Thus, the time spent on the game's development so far does not represent how long it takes to complete a single rival. Once I've finished working on every feature that the game needs, I will switch 100% of my focus to the rivals. And that's when you'll start seeing rivals being implemented in a matter of months or weeks, not years. After full
So how long was the time between Osana and Amai? Let's added when? Oh, he actually got her in 2020. Okay, so it was a few months, but he still only has the first two rivals. Now here at our year of our Lord 2024. So
fully implementing a rival once, I'll have a template that I can use for all future rivals. In other words, I can reuse a lot of the code that was used for Osana, so all future rivals can be implemented faster and more efficiently than Osana. The experience and knowledge that I gain by implementing Osana will also make all future rivals easier to work on. After Osana, I will launch a crowdfunding campaign. One of the purposes of the crowdfunding campaign is to raise enough money to hire at least one experienced, highly qualified professional programmer to work on.
He's saying this in the same video where he has a fucking WordPress blog about why he stopped working with TinyBuild because he couldn't he didn't like the programmer redoing all his code, which any professional programmer is going to do anyway, and he still hasn't had a crowdfunding campaign
on the game full time. This programmer could build tools that will make it easier and faster to implement rivals and events. Right now, I am juggling the responsibilities of being the game's director and producer in addition to being its only programmer. In a best-case scenario, someone else would take my place as the game's programmer, so that I could work exclusively as the game's director and producer. If we rate—
That's what you had with TinyBuild! Right now, in the description of this video, you have a blog post, like, waffling around explaining why the fuck you ditched TinyBuild and broke your contract with them, because you didn't like what the programmer was doing. How are you still saying this with a straight face and expecting anybody to believe you?
Raise enough money, maybe we could hire multiple programmers who would work on multiple rivals simultaneously, so that future rivals are completed even faster. I hope that this video helps you to understand why I'm not prioritizing Osana at this point in time. Thank you for following—
Oh, I understand, you procrastinating bastard. I'm just gonna let it play into the next
development of Yandere Simulator. Oh, and by the way, I actually have made progress on Osana. I'm just not showing you, because I want it to be a surprise.
Uh-huh.
And I also can't say exactly how long it will take to implement Osana either. My goal for this year has always been to get—
Oh, this is I guess I put this in here. This is a compilation of him delaying Osana. So let's just let this play.
And I also can't say exactly how long it will take to implement—
Scooney sent a super chat. This feels like the ADHD thought process of breaking down simple tasks into smaller tasks and making them seem monumentally more complicated.
Not quite, Scooney. It's more like he has a simple task, but he, like, keeps inventing new tasks that he says he needs to do first that he doesn't really need to. That's more like procrastination than anything. Like, oh, but I can't do this simple task until we have the photography club and the student council and you know, like, you didn't need any of that.
And I also can't say exactly how long it will take to implement Osana either. My goal for this year has always been to get Osana into the game fully functional before 2017, and I'm going to do my best to make it happen. Progress continues on Osana. I still can't give you an estimate for when Osana will be ready. I'm aiming to complete her before 2017, but she might require a little more time than that. I'm going to turn my attention away from those other things and focus almost exclusively on Osana. Originally, my personal goal was to implement Osana before January 1st, but this is no longer likely to happen. But don't be surprised if she's a buggy mess at this point in time. I hope that this video has helped you to understand why the game's development has slowed down so much. Please, trust me when I say Progress is definitely being made. I feel optimistic that I'll be able to make progress on Osana much more rapidly than ever before. And if I'm still struggling with Osana 1 month from now, then TinyBuild and I will reevaluate our plan so I can get the help I need with Osana. I hope that this video has helped to give you a clearer picture of my vision for Osana. Whenever I upload a video without demonstrating any progress on Osana, there are people who take this as a sign that I'm not making any progress at all with the game. Oh wow, we need to have a talk. It was a huge mistake for me to put so much emphasis on Osana in the past, because it created the false impression that Osana should be my one and only priority. After Osana, I will launch a crowdfunding campaign. One of the purposes of the crowdfunding campaign is to raise enough money to hire at least one experienced, highly qualified professional programmer to work on the game full-time. This makes me feel like I'm at the
I see what you did there.
The QA sign board sent a super chat. As a chronic procrastinator for my projects, I feel called out by this stream.
Well, see, take this as inspiration. Don't be a Yandev. Don't be a Yandev. I remember in the last one we did on him, somebody was like saying, oh, what happened to him makes me nervous to be a game developer. And I said, just don't be a fuck up. Just don't do what he did.
Released Golden Heart Soul sent a super chat. I want to see Lily, Jello, James, and Yandev make a story-driven game with a 2-year time limit. It would be a beautiful mess, and I want to see who's blaming who when those 2 years are up.
That's a wonderful fantasy release, Golden Heart Soul. Oh god. But yeah, the dude put in the sex doll. And, yeah, that's right, he bought 2 Nintendo Switches. Because I think he was upset he couldn't make an additional Animal Crossing town, so he bought a second Nintendo Switch. Like, bro.
Full-time. This makes me feel like I'm at the stage of development where I'm rolling out the red carpet for the first rival. I can finally see the light at the end of the tunnel, and I hope you can see it too. For a long time, I deliberately put Osana at the bottom of my priority list. I'm finally working
You don't say! You don't fucking say! Even though you said you weren't doing that!
On Osana again. It feels good. I'm thrilled to be at this stage of the game's development, and I hope you are too. I'll take as much time as necessary to tweak and improve the experience of eliminating Osana until it reaches its maximum potential. After that, it'll finally be time to release a build that contains Osana. It's crazy to think that we're actually this close. I know that you've been waiting for Osana to be complete for a very long time, and I'm sorry if it's disappointing that you have to wait a little longer. I hope it's uplifting to hear that Osana is so close to the finish line. I'm at the stage where I'm basically just tying up loose ends.
Biohazard sent a super chat. Wait, it should be easy to create a character, the model, their story/behavior, and a voice. It shouldn't be that hard. That should take a week or 2.
Well, incidentally, Cryo, I don't know if you were here when I said it before, but right before Osana was released in 2021, I think it was, Alex all of a sudden didn't stream on Twitch for like 2 weeks. Before that, he was streaming video games like 8-10 hours a day on Twitch, but when it was time for Osana to be released, 2 weeks before that, all of a sudden, he wasn't streaming. But he couldn't possibly have just, you know, quickly cobbled together what he was supposed to be doing in the last 5 years in just those 2 weeks. No, that couldn't have happened. No, he wouldn't do that.
And preparing her for release.
Did I lie? Did I lie? Did I fucking lie?
This is a good video.
In the Hitman games, your objective is simple. Eliminate your target and escape. So, could you just stab your target right at the start of the mission and then run straight for the exit? Well, you could try, but you would...
Well, people were able to do that in your game, and you got really, really butthurt about it.
Immediately be shot to death by dozens of security guards. So how about following your target and waiting until there are no guards nearby? Well, the developers of the game won't let you get away with murder that
Man,
easily.
I'm gonna play Hitman
your
eventually.
Target is almost always accompanied by at least one personal bodyguard. This means that if you want to eliminate your target, it's necessary to neutralize their bodyguard, or find a way to separate your target from their guard.
Yeah, because these are probably like rich and powerful people you're killing, not a fucking fellow teenage girl in a high school, you dumb shit.
Yandere Simulator takes place in a peaceful school, with no security guards and no guns. So, what exactly is stopping you from simply running up to your rival and stabbing her right at the start of the day?
Well, students should hopefully react to it, and then you get caught, but you couldn't program that well, so yeah.
Well, in the case of Osana, the answer is...
What are you doing? Stop!
You won't get away with this!
Why didn't Senpai notice that? Like, if you kill the girl right in front of Senpai, that should be an automatic game over, shouldn't it? Like, he didn't, like, hear the stabbing and the screaming and turn around? That seems like an issue on your implementation, bro. You didn't need to put an indestructible girl in there to, like, attack you.
This girl. Her name is Ribaru. You may recognize her as the antagonist of the Indestructible Rival videos. This girl is the mysterious obstacle that I first mentioned back in 2017.
Oh, wait, I think that's what that video is that I brought up a little bit ago that I thought we were going to add to this, but maybe it's not worth watching after all. Let's see. Yeah, actually. Yeah, it's just a fucking stupid animation. That's why I didn't put this one in here. Okay, yeah, we're not even watching that one. Fuck you.
But who exactly is she, and what role does she play in Yandere Simulator? I'll start by explaining what purposes she serves from a game design perspective. Every morning after Osana has spoken...
I already know from what game design perspective. It was you being butthurt that people could kill Osana within 5 seconds of starting the game, and you couldn't, your ego, your poor little fragile ego couldn't handle that. You couldn't, for whatever reason, make it so Senpai would react if you just stab her there. You instead had to add this fucking indestructible girl that follows her around 24/7.
Spoken to Senpai, she will speak with Ribaru. During these conversations, Osana might mention what she plans to do later in the day. By eavesdropping on these conversations, the player can learn when and where Osana is going to be vulnerable. Sometimes there will be scripted events, where Ribaru asks Osana about her interests. These events will provide the player with information that is very useful for making Osana fall in love with another student using the matchmaking minigame. Additionally, Osana will speak to Ribaru about her personal problems. By eavesdropping on these conversations, the player...
Oh, and you didn't like thinking that Ribaru has a crush on Osana, because... Yeah, I guess he doesn't fetishize lesbians, but he's homophobic anyway, so it doesn't...
The player can learn crucial information that is necessary for befriending Osana, which will make her vulnerable to certain elimination methods. There will also be scripted events between Ribaru and Osana that may provide the player with an opportunity to eliminate Osana without bloodshed. For example, Ribaru might ask Osana to open a box with a box cutter, which could provide the player with a potential murder weapon that has Osana's fingerprints on it. Most importantly, Ribaru spends all of her time with Osana, which prevents the player from being able to eliminate Osana without a witness.
Yeah, why the fuck does she just follow her around school all day? That's creepy. It isn't Senpai supposed to be Osana's best friend? You know?
Not only that, but if Ribaru sees Osana being attacked, she will immediately apprehend the attacker. This means that Ribaru essentially serves the same function as a personal bodyguard from Hitman.
Which is stupid for this game, and you shouldn't have done it. You were just mad that people were killing her too easily.
Belrookie sent a super chat. I was always so mad about this. Ribaru was my favorite character design as a kid, only for Yandere did this to her.
Well, you'd be happy to know, Belrookie, that she is just a Unity asset that he pulled from the Unity store that's free. You could get this character yourself and do whatever the fuck you want with her. He didn't change the design at all.
So, what would happen if the player attacked Ribaru?
What are you doing? Are you crazy? I won't let you hurt me!
Directly attacking Ribaru would be a big mistake. She can sense danger, she has lightning-fast reflexes, and she is strong enough to physically overpower Yandere-chan, even if you raise your strength as far as possible.
Why? Again, so this is just a bullshit, unfair mechanic you put in because you just were butthurt that people could kill the first easiest rival so easily and didn't follow all your little step-by-step bullshit to do it. Yeah, why wouldn't Ribaru be Megami's bodyguard? Or Megumi, rather. Megumi's supposed to be the final rival, supposed to be the hardest to get, and she's like, I guess she's like the daughter of the people who founded the elite school, so she would have bodyguards and like an entourage, yeah, but why the fuck would Osana? She wouldn't. It's stupid. She's supposed to be the easiest one. It's supposed to be the easiest one to eliminate, but he's made it so if you try to eliminate her in any way he doesn't approve of, this fucking bullshit character who's indestructible runs in and stops you. It's so stupid.
Not even a stealth attack from behind is enough to take down Ribaru. So, instead of attacking her, how about separating Ribaru and Osana? One way to separate a student from a crowd is to talk with them, which causes them to stand still while everyone else moves on ahead. However, this strategy won't work for Ribaru. She thinks it would be rude to ignore a friend.
You could separate her, but this girl is super special and doesn't work like the other NPCs because I don't want you to be able to kill Osana right away.
So she will refuse to speak with Yandere-chan while she's spending time with Osana. Trying to distract her with a giggle or a radio won't work. She ignores all audible distractions while she's hanging out with Osana.
You wonder why people thought she had a fucking crush on Osana then. She's like, she follows her around everywhere. Will fucking go apeshit on anyone who even, like, looks at her funny.
Schneeonbine sent a super chat. I get trying to overtune things because you want a fight to go a certain way, but consider the following. Is it fun?
Yeah, it's not fun. This is the whole thing. He made it not fun because he was upset that he finally got his first rival in the game and people were like shanking her 5 seconds like after the first day started.
Oblivion Blade TD sent a super chat. Sai-chan. Yandev's excuses about his game makes as much sense as saying we can't see Wolfie's ankle until a full rewrite all of Steven Ulor. Chaos Kofi sent a super chat. Have you made a video on Jello at all or talked about him? I've seen your stuff on Lily and James and Alex, but I've never heard you talk about him.
I haven't really talked about Jello.
Schneeonbine sent a super chat. Gay. She is gay.
Gay, homosexual, gay, yes. Maybe I'd talk about Jello in the future. I'd have to look more into his fucking drama. I know he had drama, but being one of those fucking localizers that's like, I'm improving this bad foreign work with my superior American values, which is bullshit. I'm not into One Piece, so I'm not as pissed off at his new video as some people, but maybe we'll go into Jello one day. I mean, I have a suggestions chat in the Discord if you want to join. And join the Discord. It's just you become a channel member for like $1 or pay me $1 on Patreon. If you want to come in and like give me the material on Jello in the suggestions, I might look into them one day.
And you won't be able to send a student to distract her either. The other students are fully aware of how strong Ribaru is, and they don't want to risk getting on her bad side. So they won't agree to distract her.
No, I won't mess with her. Nobody will, like, even touch her because, you know, this will just ruin Yandev's day if people can play the game the way they want to. I know he did a Steven Universe video. His videos are actually funny. Like, the one about SU and Kingdom Hearts, I thought they were funny, but apparently, like, I guess maybe it's not a bit and he was actually, like, being mean and shitting on these things, but, I mean, I thought his Kingdom Hearts one is fucking hysterical, personally, but...
On your behalf. Let's review. Ribaru cannot be killed with a direct attack. She is immune to distractions, and she will break your...
sent a super chat. I thought the first person you take down was supposed to be the easiest. Why add all this security to them? But you are giving out the answers, Sai.
Yep, like I said, he was just butthurt that as soon as Osana was implemented, he was like, here, my adoring public, finally, I have deigned to give you Osana. And then people on YouTube were killing her, like, in 10 seconds, and he got really mad. And so he made this indestructible girl to protect her. This is not how you do game development.
Bones if she sees you attack Osana. It might sound like she's...
Oh, so we just expel Osana, got it. He'd probably find some way to make her unexpellable too, you know?
ridiculously overpowered. But a character like this is actually necessary to balance the gameplay.
No, it isn't! You completely unbalanced the gameplay with this! The first character is supposed to be the easiest one to eliminate, and you just drive all the players into the railroad of your very specific ways to kill her, when you said that's the opposite of what you wanted to do.
Yandere Simulator doesn't have dozens of security guards armed with guns to keep the player in check. So I need to compensate by including a character who is just as much of a threat as a team of bodyguards. I don't want the player to be able to eliminate any rival with a straightforward, brain-dead strategy. I want the player to have to think.
Why? That is their choice, if they want to play that way. If that's the way they have fun, who cares? There are other people who will actually go through your little bullshit tracks. He only made this. He just made this because trolls were fucking with him by killing Osana quickly. People who actually liked the game would have done it the correct way and would have enjoyed themselves. But who the fuck cares if somebody like ruins the game for themselves by just killing her on the first day? You know, like, why do you care so much? Why? Yeah, you could have InfoChan help with Rybaru. Find some dirt on her, maybe, you know? Like,
strategize and solve problems in order to make a rival become vulnerable. Some rivals will be accompanied by characters who serve the same function as a team of bodyguards.
Okay, now see, this makes sense. You have the fucking delinquent leader girl with her delinquent simps, you know?
Cryohazard sent a super chat. Speedrunners.
Yeah, speedrunners just, like, damaged his poor, fragile little ego, so he had to put in this indestructible girl. But hey, this girl is supposed to be, like, the fourth one, I think? The fourth or fifth rival? So yeah, it makes sense she has bodyguards. It is more difficult to get to. The first girl is supposed to be easy!
And other rivals will have completely different circumstances that
guys, it's the overly affectionate little sister. There's definitely nothing sus about this.
Will prevent the player from killing them too quickly or too easily. Usually, whenever I make a video to introduce a new feature, I explain absolutely every aspect of that feature.
Yes, you do, which is why I never understood your excuse of I can't have someone read my emails for me because they might leak stuff about the game when you're the biggest leaker. So,
you're probably waiting for me to explain how to defeat Rybaru. But I'm not going to.
Oh, yeah?
I want you to figure it out for yourself. I want it to be a challenge for you, so I'm not going to give you any hints. This is one puzzle.
This is not a challenge. This is an arbitrary difficulty spike. This is not balancing the game. This is like making sure people can't play the game the way you don't want them to. That's all this is, you fucking asshole.
You have to solve on your own.
It's not even
a puzzle.
Of course,
I couldn't put such a significant character into the game without coming up with a backstory for her. Ideally, the player would learn Rybaru's backstory
the
through
released
scripted
Golden
event.
Heart Soul sent a super chat. The strongest straight yandere of today versus the strongest gay yandere in history. Is all I hear.
Yeah, why didn't you make her yandere for Osana? That would have been funny, actually. That's why she follows her around and goes apeshit on anyone who even looks at her funny and won't pay attention to anything but her when they're together. You could have made her a lesbian yandere, and that could have been a funny joke and a funny, like, subversion and juxtaposition. But no, you just put her in because you were fucking bitter.
And conversations in the game itself. But this would require additional animations and voice acting that would further extend the game's development. So instead, I'll simply tell you Rybaru's backstory here, in this video. Let's begin. Exactly 1 year before Yandere Simulator takes place, Rybaru was the president of the martial arts club. She was a very good teacher and taught many students self-defense, even if they weren't actually members of the club. This explains why some of the students in the final game will have self-defense skills, even though they're not members of the martial arts club. Many students underestimated Rybaru due to her cute and girly appearance. A lot of students challenged her to duels, believing that they could easily defeat her.
Oblivion Blade TT sent a super chat. Honestly, sounds like he wants to make a time loop game where you have to brute force the correct order of events to stop a bomb planted in your neck.
That would actually be a good game. But, like, okay. Oh, why does this matter? Why does this matter at all?
But she never lost a single match. She was very proud of her 100% win streak. It earned her the nickname of...
No, see, this could be a fun character if you didn't implement her for bullshit reasons, you know? Like a cutesy girl who's the strongest martial artist in school secretly. That could be funny.
The indestructible rival. Rybaru's star pupil was Budo. Budo learned...
This is just how lesbians are, you know?
Many things from his sensei, Rybaru, and held an immense amount of respect for her. At the end of the semester, Budo unexpectedly challenged Rybaru to a duel. She accepted his challenge.
Also, it's not called a fucking duel when you do like a martial arts competition. You don't call it dueling. What the fuck is the matter with you? You couldn't look up fucking terms? What brand of martial arts are they even doing? Is this judo? Is it aikido? Is it karate? What is it, Alex? Did you do any fucking research?
And to everyone's surprise, Budo defeated Rybaru, shattering the 100% win streak that she had worked so hard to maintain. However, Rybaru was not angry when she was defeated. She was relieved.
Well, then shouldn't Budo be more strong than her then? Shouldn't he be like fucking impossible to resist if you attack him too then? If he's stronger than her? What the fuck are you talking about?
For a long time, she had wanted to stop practicing martial arts and pick up another hobby. But she felt obligated to keep practicing.
You can do two things at once, you know? That's possible!
Martial arts just because of her win streak. Now that her streak was broken and one of her own students had surpassed her, she felt like it was finally okay to quit martial arts. Raibaru resigned as the club's president and promoted Budo
So if she quit martial arts, wouldn't she be out of practice? Why should she be so fucking strong then?
to the position of club leader. All of her pupils were very sad to see her go, but they respected her decision and accepted Budo.
I mean, they're wearing gi. Are they all black belts? Really? They're wearing gi, but that doesn't really tell you exactly what martial art is. I mean, I had to wear a gi when I did Taekwondo. That's fucking Koreans.
as their new club president. After the school semester ended, Raibaru made a new friend, Osana Najimi. They spent a lot of time with one another and quickly became the best of friends. In fact, the two of them grew so close that they even started to wear matching accessories.
So why is fucking Senpai like her best friend and not this chick? This doesn't make any sense!
At the point in time when Yandere Simulator takes place, it's extremely rare to see Osana without Raibaru at her side. The two of them have become almost inseparable. Even though she's not participating in the martial arts club anymore, Raibaru is—
Why didn't you just have Osana follow Senpai around for most of the day? 'Cause then it would be really hard to kill her without Senpai seeing you do it and hating you forever. Oh my god, they were roommates. Oh my god, they were BFFs. They even had matching BFF necklaces. Oh, I only got up to, like, green belt. Lanola Cola. But I'll tell you, the martial arts training has still come in handy later in life. I still know how to break my fall. That has come in handy a few times.
is still at peak physical condition and is more than capable of breaking bones in order to protect herself or her friends. This means that the
My
safest place in
sub-boon was
school
really about
is at Raibaru's
teaching us
side.
street moves and practical things.
For a long time, I deliberately put Osana at the bottom of my priority list, because I felt it was more important to finish implementing every feature I thought the game required in order to be fun.
We know.
In June, I finally felt as though I had implemented enough features to justify returning to Osana. So that's exactly what I did. I'm finally working.
And then you quickly and frantically cobbled her together in 2 fucking weeks after promising her for years.
On Osana again. It feels good. Kind of like an ancient prophecy has finally come true, or something like that.
That's a cute picture of Midori Gurin, though. We fucking stan Midori on this channel, guys. Best
Something
character.
Like that. I'm thrilled to be at this stage of the game's development, and I hope you are too. Thank you for following the development.
Give us the
Yandere
gays,
Sim.
Alex! Let us have at least one gay. Just a crumb of gay, Alex. Come on. Wait, what was that last... Oh, this is the announcement of Osana. I missed that last text there, but now I don't care anymore. I don't know why this one didn't autoplay. Hello? Hello? You gotta play? Hello? Hello, we need to hear more of Alex's bullshit. I need it. Do I have too many tabs open? Probably. Probably. Hang on a second. Let me close some fucking tabs here. And I'll refresh that. I can accidentally start auto-playing on me here. Yeah, then he went and made 1980s mode, which was the whole game he promised, and then... Oh, that's why. Oh no, graphic or violent imagery.
Hi, Osana is complete. Yandere Simulator's first official demo is now available. Links are in the description. Right now, you might have a bunch of questions, like, how much content is in the demo? How close is the demo to the final game? How long did it take to make Osana?
Let's see, this was 4 years ago. The game is still not complete, but okay.
Will the other rivals take as much time to create as Osana did? How close is Yandere Simulator to completion? How long will it take to finish Yandere Simulator? And what is the next step in Yandere Simulator's development? I'll do my best to answer those questions in this video. Let's start with an easy one. How much content is in the demo? Osana's week involves 19 scripted events, 1 stealth mission, and 17 different elimination methods. In fact, there is so much content in the Osana demo, it's entirely possible that most people who play it won't even realize just how much the demo has to offer, or how to access all of its content. Fortunately, there is a solution. If you...
You're gonna explain it all right now, aren't you? Because this is another thing he implemented to make sure nobody misses all of his brilliant work.
pause the game, enter InfoChan's menu, and access the Schemes page, you will see a scheme for each of Osana's elimination methods. In case you don't know, a scheme is a kind of step-by-step walkthrough that
I want my game to feel organic, so here's a list of how to do every elimination method I programmed step by step with no surprises or figuring it out your fucking self.
Guides you through a specific elimination method. This feature was inspired by something from the Hitman games called Opportunities. Opportunities provide the player with step-by-step guides to eliminating their targets in specific ways. In my experience, the most fun aspect of playing the Hitman games is when I replay a mission over and over, going down the list of every possible way to eliminate my targets.
You know, you could just play a mission over and over and just fuck around with the game and see what you can do instead of following step-by-step instructions, which would be organic.
Until I've experienced all of the content that the mission has to offer. That's exactly how I hope people will enjoy the Osana demo, replaying it numerous times until they've eliminated Osana in every possible way.
So, like, he doesn't even play Hitman correctly. He's, like, basing his game on it.
In short, what I'm saying is that I hope you will take advantage of InfoChan's schemes to experience every bit of content that the demo has to offer. So, after hearing that, you might be wondering, how close is the demo to the final game? This one is actually a bit complicated. It'll be easier to explain if I start at the beginning.
Okay.
When Yandere Simulator was originally conceived in 2014, it was designed to be a very simple game with very few features. As time
Long ago in the distant past, we need all this backstory, man. He's just like crowing and patting himself on the back for finally getting Osana put in the game.
Passed, more and more features and mechanics were planned, and the game's design grew deeper and deeper. Eventually, Yandere Simulator evolved into a project that would be too complex for one man to finish on his own. I realized that I would require
And then you got a contract with Tiny Build, and then you fucking broke it like an asshole.
Assistance from a team of professionals in order to finish the game. But that would cost a lot of money.
Yes, 2014, he started this game 10 years ago. And it's still not done. And he has shot himself in the foot at every single opportunity he has had to complete it. This girl says he basically started to add rules to a sandbox, a type of games where there's supposed to be no rules to follow. Yeah, and that's what people liked about Yandere Simulator at first, was the sandbox. You go in the sandbox, you go around stabbing other students, and it was fun! And he just systematically stripped the fun out of it because people weren't playing it the way he wanted them to, and they weren't appreciating all of his brilliant writing and programming.
Oblivion Blade TD sent a super chat. John, yes, V look. Chum added the third rival.
I like how we have this backstory in the super chats right now, where Johnny Silverhand is still keeping up with the development of Yandere Simulator in 2077.
One way to raise enough money to hire a team of professionals is to hold a crowdfunding campaign. However, several prominent crowdfunded projects have disappointed their backers, and as a result, many people are now reluctant to donate to crowdfunding campaigns. The problem is that when you donate to a project...
I don't think they are, though. Like, people can be pretty choosy about their crowdfunding campaigns. Yeah, people get suckered by shitty ones, but it doesn't happen very often that those get very far or get a lot of money.
That doesn't exist yet. You don't have any guarantee of what the final game is going to be like. With that in mind, I came up with a solution.
Again, part of me thinks he has, like, fucking an anxiety disorder and, like, low-key OCD or something. Like, he gets in his own way, like, this entire time. It's just him getting in his own fucking way.
I decided to build a feature-complete demo that would allow people to experience a piece of the final game. This way, there would be no mystery about what type of game Yandere Simulator was going to be, which would hopefully make people feel comfortable about supporting the crowdfunding campaign. Because the purpose of the demo is to represent a piece of the final game, I focused on...
Well, yeah, the final game, which you just destroyed what everybody liked about it in the first place by trying to get overly serious with it and turning it into less of a sandbox. Like, bro...
Functionality, first and foremost. You'll be able to experience over 100 features and gameplay mechanics in the demo. However, because it is just a demo and not the final game, many models and animations are placeholders. The demo should allow you to get a sense of what type of game Yandere Simulator is supposed to be, but the final game will...
Yeah, he insists that everything here is placeholder art, including the characters from the Unity Asset Store, but he's gussied them up and edited them and made them look a little better and shinier, but he's still saying, I'm going to replace them eventually. No, you're not. You have sold merchandise with the appearance of these characters on it. They are inextricably associated with the game. But I mean, yeah, anybody can use those Unity assets for commercial purposes. So, but anybody else could also take these fucking models and make their own goddamn game with it if they
will,
wanted.
of course, have much better visuals, much better performance, and much more polish. Because Yandere Simulator is still in development, nothing is set in stone. We are still at a point in time when it's possible to make improvements to the game's design based on player feedback. I guess what I'm trying to say here is that if you play the demo...
Except he doesn't listen to anybody.
Eagle sent a super chat. Yandere Simulator X Cyberpunk 2077 crossover when?
Okay. In the distant future, when I finally stream Cyberpunk 2077, somebody remind me to make my character Alex Mahan.
And you don't like it, please send me your thoughts. Your feedback can help me shape the demo from a rough stone into a polished diamond. Perhaps 1 month from now, the demo will offer a new and improved experience that makes the current version completely obsolete. Next, I'd like to shine some light on a particular subject. How long did it take to make Osana? I announced the beginning of Osana's development in October of 2016. However, I couldn't actually get very much work done because I lacked the animations, 3D models, music, voice acting, and other assets that would be needed to create her scripted events.
You know what could have fixed that, Alex? You could have taken some of your Patreon money to fucking pay somebody to do that for you instead of relying on teenage volunteers that you took advantage of and profited off of while they got fucking nothing.
All I could really do at that point in time was write the dialogue for her scripted events and send requests to volunteers. Over the course of the next year, I gradually received a slow trickle of animations and models that allowed me to occasionally work on Osana in little bits and pieces. Throughout the year, I jumped...
It's my teenage volunteers' fault that they weren't getting me stuff fast enough, so I couldn't do any work. Well, you could have fucking paid a professional fucking adult then, you fucking retard! Oh, God! Oh, just shoot me in the fucking head, man.
Back and forth between working on Osana and working on other things. It wasn't until November of 2017 that I finally had every asset necessary to finish all of Osana's scripted events. In the video where I showed off her events, I explained that there would be no point in releasing Osana at that moment in time, because the game was still lacking a bunch of features that were necessary in order for me to craft a fun and challenging experience.
Stalling and procrastination, that's all this was. Self-sabotage, that's all this fucking was.
I announced that I would stop working on Osana until all of the other necessary features were functional. For the next 19 months, I barely touched Osana at all. Instead, I focused my attention almost exclusively on implementing every feature that I felt was mandatory in order to make it fun to eliminate Osana.
Yeah, I implemented all this shit that I didn't even need in there yet to procrastinate actually doing it. Yeah, snap mode is just an extended game over scene. Yeah, snap mode was there like forever and did nothing, and people thought it was just gonna be like, oh, you get to like just snap and murder the entire school. That would have been fun, but no, it's just stupid.
In case you're wondering why it took so long, I've written a blog post that might enlighten you. There's a link in the description.
No.
In June of 2019, I finally felt as though I had implemented enough features to return my attention to Osana. By December of 2019, Osana had reached a state of being functionally complete, meaning that every feature related to her was functioning, but there were still bugs, exploits, and things that required polish and improvement. Over the course of 2020, various circumstances prevented me from focusing on Yandere Simulator as much as I would have preferred to. This is yet another thing you can learn
What the hell is all this blurred text referring to then, man?
more about from a link in the description. Eventually, I was able to return my time and focus to Yandere Simulator, and Osana was completed in August of 2020. So I worked on her for 2 weeks in 2016, 12 weeks in 2017, 6 weeks in 2019, and 6 weeks in 2020. That means that from 2000...
So you're just proving that you weren't doing the work you needed to do to start the actual main gameplay loop, and instead we're just implementing all this other bullshit that could have been added later after you had the core of the game made. You know, it was early access, it was a demo, it didn't have to have completed features. You fucking oh god, he drives me so fucking crazy.
Oblivion Blade TT sent a super chat. John, yes. I swear to God, if you don't play the newest Yandere Simulator demo, I will never give you even a second of peace. V, go play the game. V.
Oh god, that would be torture. I just want to die at that point if I had Johnny Silverhand in my head telling me that I had to play Yandere Sim.
2016 to 2020, I spent about 6 months in total working on Osana. This means that in the 77 months that I've been developing Yandere Simulator, less than 8% of that time was spent on Osana. The rest of my time was spent on all of the other things that I deemed necessary for the demo to be an accurate representation of the final product.
Yeah, that you deemed necessary, that nobody fucking asked for.
At this point, it would be quite reasonable for you to ask, will the other rivals take as much time to create as Osana did? And the answer is no. The reason why it took 6 months to implement Osana is because I had to create the systems that were necessary for the game to support the presence of a special student that everything else would revolve around. Now that all of those systems are in place, dropping new rivals into the game will be much easier and faster.
Sure.
The most time-consuming part will be waiting for volunteers to create the animations and models necessary to give each rival a unique set of events.
And again, you could have just paid people, so you wouldn't have a long time gap waiting for people to do the shit for you that you couldn't do yourself.
After hearing that, you might be wondering, how close is Yandere Simulator to completion? In my opinion, Yandere Simulator is 90% gameplay mechanics and 10% story elements. 100% of the gameplay mechanics are now functional, but only 10%.
No, they're not. You don't even have the main gameplay loop in. Still! You don't have 10 rivals. You did 10 rivals in a completely different mode. But you can't do it in the main game for some reason. And bullshit, that's how much story takes. Your story is the most important thing to you. You think your writing is goddamn brilliant. And you want everyone to think so. Also, thank you for complimenting my art. I will take that, yes.
The released Golden Heart Soul sent a super chat. Okay, really quick new headcanon. Osana and Raybaru aren't friends. They're girlfriends. But Osana's parents are super homophobic.
Oh no, what a lesbian tragedy. The fucking Osana was just like collateral damage from a yandere who thought she was after senpai.
The released Golden Heart Soul sent a super chat. Osana's week is her trying to really confess to senpai but asking him to be her beard. And Ayano just did notice.
What a tragedy! Oh no!
Percent of the story elements are in the game. So you could say that the game is currently 91% complete. The 9 remaining rivals are the 9 remaining percent. So with that in mind, how long will it take to finish Yandere Simulator? That depends entirely on the outcome of the crowdfunding campaign that I discussed earlier. Up until now, Yandere Simulator has relied entirely on assistance from volunteers who have been helping out in their spare time. Remember when I mentioned that it took 13 months for all of Osana's assets to be created? I'd like to avoid that in the future.
You could avoid that by fucking paying people and doing the Kickstarter you kept saying you were going to do, or paying them out of your Patreon money. But of course he was like, no, your Patreon money is my salary. Nobody else gets that. I'm just going to continue to profit while teenagers do all the labor for me.
If Yandere Simulator had an actual budget, then I could pay professionals to work full-time on creating the animations and models I need, so the waiting periods for future rivals would be much shorter. I am known as Yandere Simulator's lead programmer, but that's not my only responsibility. There are many other obligations that I have to attend to on a daily basis. These various responsibilities take up the majority of my day.
Okay, wait a minute. Later, let's see. Writing code, speaking with 2D artists, speaking with 3D artists, speaking with animators, speaking with composers, speaking with voice actors, writing dialogue, game design tasks, creating videos for YouTube, discussing business deals. Okay, strike that one off, because you fucked up the tiny build thing, and this is way after that. Strike off creating YouTube videos, because you shouldn't be doing that anyway. You should be working on your fucking game. You could lump all of this speaking with people working on the game in here. And again, they're fucking teenage volunteers when you could be paying adults to do this work. It causes all of its own problems.
And leave me with very little time to actually write code. If the crowdfunding campaign is a success, I can hire a professional software engineer to completely replace me as the game's lead programmer. This way, development speed will no longer be dependent on my personal availability. In short, if the crowdfunding campaign is a success, Yandere Simulator's development speed will increase immensely. Even in the event that the crowdfunding campaign does not succeed, there would still be several other ways to raise a budget for the game.
Yeah, and again, this game still isn't finished, guys. Just keep that in mind.
I could look for investors who would be willing to finance the game in exchange for a percentage of the game's profits. I could look for
You had that! You had that with Tiny Build, you fucking stupid son of a bitch!
Game company that might be willing to bring Yandere Simulator to completion, most likely in exchange for the exclusive right to publish the game. If the crowdfunding campaign fails, and I can't find investors, and I can't find a company
Adrian Parchman sent a super chat. Yandev equals Cougar McDowell.
I would say so. Cougar works hard, guys. Don't ever think he doesn't, okay?
And to help me, then Yandere Simulator will continue to be developed by volunteers in their spare time, which means that the game's development speed will probably remain the same as it is now. This is why we should do our best to make sure that the crowdfunding campaign succeeds. So, this leaves us with one final question. What is the next step in Yandere Simulator's development.
No tell.
I've spent a large chunk of this video talking about how important the crowdfunding campaign will be, but that doesn't mean I want to jump straight into it.
That again, he never fucking actually did. Okay, I have like one more video left, which is probably good. This stream has gone on for a while.
As soon as possible. First, I want to see how people react to the demo. If there is a lot of negative feedback, I'd like to revise the demo until it develops into an experience that most people enjoy. Before releasing the demo, I tried my best to locate and fix every possible bug that I could find, but it's very likely that there are still some bugs present. So, over the next few
You could have paid people to be like your QA team, you know, if you weren't fucking stupid and insisting on doing all of this yourself.
days, I'll probably be releasing frequent updates to fix every bug or exploit that gets discovered. The reason why I didn't upload any videos over the past few months is because I wanted to focus my time and attention exclusively on finishing the demo. Now that the demo is released, there are tons of videos I'd like to make. I want to show you the new character models that are being created.
Stop making videos! Stop making videos and just work on your fucking game! Oh my god!
For Yandere Simulator. I want to show you a short story featuring Megami and Aoi. I want to make an in-depth video about the history of Yandere Simulator's development to clear up some common misconceptions about the game. There are so many videos I want to make, and at this point in time, it's honestly pretty difficult to decide what I'll do first. Before I wrap up this video, there are a few other things I'd like to mention. The demo does not allow you to access debug commands or Easter eggs until you've eliminated Osana at least once. I think you should have to play through the game legitimately at least one time before you gain the ability to cheat your way through it. The demo has a new title screen. If you play the game as a pacifist, Yandere-chan will look innocent at the title screen. But if you kill anyone, then Yandere-chan's appearance will change to reflect the fact that you are playing through the game as a murderer.
I mean, what's the point of making her a yandere, then, if you're just gonna be able to let her peacefully solve things? That this defeats the entire fucking purpose.
If you eliminate Osana by killing her, she will appear in the background of the title screen as a corpse. In the future, I think that she should appear differently on the title screen depending on the specific way that she was eliminated. The demo has a much more detailed settings menu than the debug builds did. If you are experiencing a low frame rate, try turning down the graphical settings. There are shortcut buttons for turning all graphics down.
Oh yeah, the frame rate, guys. Because he has a whole series of if-else statements on every single character, on every single frame, checking them constantly. The frame rate is terrible and will melt most people's fucking computers.
To the lowest settings, or restoring everything to default. I tried to make the game's graphical user interface a bit more presentable for the demo, but in the end, I don't think I really improved it that much. Graphic design simply isn't my specialty. Hopefully, in the future, I'll work together with a graphic designer to give the game's user interface a makeover.
You could have fucking paid somebody, or you can buy assets for that, dude. He just didn't want to spend any money. He just wanted to keep all his fucking Patreon money to himself, instead of actually investing in his own fucking project.
Osana's friend, Raibaru, has been described as an invincible bodyguard.
Yes.
But that's not really true. It's actually pretty easy to get her away from Osana. Her purpose is to prevent the player from being able to simply run up to Osana and stab her right at the start of the day, without any immediate...
Yeah, exactly. Precisely why you fucking put her in the game, because you were butthurt that people could do that.
consequences. You can think of her as a simple puzzle that the player has to solve before they can make Osana become vulnerable. Currently, there are 4 ways to get rid of Raibaru, but one of those methods is way too easy and completely trivializes Raibaru as a game.
Okay, wait a minute. You can distract her, poison her, shame her, or kill her, except you didn't, so you have to get step-by-step instructions from InfoChan how to get rid of her. So she's not a puzzle for the players to figure out. If they need to go get, specific step-by-step instructions on how to fucking do it, if it's not obvious. Yeah.
Gameplay mechanic, so I'll probably change it in the future. On the subject of difficulty, Osana is the first rival, so she should be the easiest to eliminate. However, with that said, I feel that it's currently way too easy to eliminate Osana. Even the first rival should still present a little challenge. I'll probably rebalance.
Yeah, but not a lot. She's like the tutorial character, you fucking idiot. Why would you do... Again, he's not thinking about good game design. He's just thinking about whatever he wants to see. And he wants people to play the game his specific way he programmed it, because otherwise all of his work has gotta go to waste.
Balance the difficulty of Osana in future updates, so that the player has to put in a little more effort to eliminate her. Before I end this video, the only other thing worth mentioning is that some of the cutscenes in the demo don't have animations. There was an animator creating animations for these cutscenes, but they never
Swords Zinni sent a super chat. Yandev's amount of attention to detail is really missing the forest and the trees for the twigs on the ground.
Well, I think it's part of it's self-sabotage and procrastination, but let's listen to what he just said here again.
Demo don't have animations. There was an animator creating animations for these cutscenes, but they never finished.
Maybe because you weren't fucking paying them and they were just a teenager you were exploiting, you fucking douchebag.
I don't mind having unfinished cutscenes in the demo, since it really emphasizes the fact that the game's crowdfunding campaign absolutely needs to be a success. Otherwise, I won't be able to hire animators. And with that, I think I've covered all of the subjects that I wanted to discuss today. The release of the demo is a major milestone in Yandere Simulator's development, and I hope it makes you feel optimistic about the game's future. Thank you for your patience and understanding during
the milestone that should have been in the game in like 2015, bro!
This turbulent time, and thank you for following the development of Yandere Simulator.
Alright, we got one more video for the stream, guys, and then I'll probably, like, wrap up right away because I need to go eat dinner.
In June of 2014, I made it possible to drag corpses in Yandere Simulator, and I quickly noticed...
This is like a 24-minute video, so I'm gonna keep him on high speed, I think.
...that I could stand on top of dead bodies. This made me wonder if it was possible to gather a bunch of corpses into a pile and use them as a stairway to climb over walls. I tried it, and it worked.
Okay.
I thought it was funny, so I posted a video of the corpse stairway, and I got a lot of responses. A few people actually suggested that I should stop developing Yandere Simulator and start developing a puzzle game.
I think somebody pointed out that this green guy is 4chan. You are correct. This is a representation of 4chan. So he first like gave the idea of the game to 4chan and was making changes to satisfy them, his 4chan audience, and then after he started picking up steam, he just basically went, fuck you 4chan, I don't need you guys anymore, you guys suck. And then he just completely abandoned them.
About stacking schoolgirl corpses on top of each other. One person in particular said something memorable that has stuck with me for years. He said, when you are developing a game, and you accidentally discover something that is way more fun and interesting than your original plan for the game, you should abandon your original plan and start building your game around the new discovery you made.
I'm staring directly into the camera like I'm in the office. Alex! That's exactly what you were fighting against! You were fighting against what people played your game for. They liked it because it was silly. They liked it because it was funny. They liked it because it was making fun of anime tropes. They liked it being open world sandbox. But you went and took away all of those things.
Oblivion Blade TT sent a super chat. John, yes. Oh, spare the moralizing V. Who cares about the allegations? Choom is a never-ending soap opera. Next you'll tell me we aren't going to watch the 2060 update on that Sonic Guys documentary. Really, V? Effed up, man.
Oblivion, I like this cyberpunk fanfic you're writing in my super chats right now. Thank you very much for supporting me and making me laugh.
When I read that post, I immediately said, no way, I'm not going to change my priorities every time I see something cool. I'm going to stick to the original plan.
You did that the entire time! Hey guys, I came up with a new idea. I'm immediately going to drop everything to implement it, even though I don't have the main game finished yet. God, I don't know why he gets under my skin more than anybody. I think it's because he actually had a golden opportunity that he could have built into something and he just fucking wasted it at every fucking step of the way. I think that is why. More than Lily, more than James Somerton, more than anybody, he just makes my blood fucking boil.
Plan. But I did not stick to the original plan. The Yandere Simulator that exists today is completely different from the game that I designed back in 2014. Why? What made me deviate so much from the initial plan? When did my priorities change? Well, it didn't happen for any one specific reason, or at any one exact moment in time. Rather, the transformation of Yandere Simulator...
I just want to point out real quick that the name of this video is How Does Yandev Feel About Yandere Simulator being in development for 7 years, and this was 3 years ago!
was a process that happened gradually over a long period, for many different reasons. I think I can explain exactly how it happened, and in this video, that's what I intend to do. If you go back and look through the oldest videos on my channel, you'll notice that almost every upload was about the latest feature that had been added to the game. Yeah. Kidnapping, then senpai, then teachers, then pushing girls off the roof, then poisoning, then drowning.
Wait, was kidnapping put in before senpai? Did you put in kidnapping teenage girls and tying them up in your basement before you even put in senpai? This was always a fetish game, wasn't it?
And so on. I had a list of every core feature that the game needed in order to be complete, and I was going down that list, implementing every feature one by one. I moved directly from one task to the next, making constant progress towards the completion of the game. During this period of time, I thought of Yandere Simulator as a checklist of tasks to do. I thought of the project as something that would be finished as soon as every task on the list was complete. However, I eventually stopped seeing
And then you kept adding more shit you didn't need to do! You just kept making the list bigger and bigger and telling yourself, oh, I'm totally getting work done though, guys. I just need to do all these things before I do the thing you want me to do.
Yandere Simulator that way. Over time, I started to see the game as something else. There were a lot of different factors that changed my perception of the game, but out of all of them, the one factor that had the greatest degree of influence was the game's sudden rise to popularity on YouTube, starting in 2015. Being able to watch people play the game I was developing was an eye-opening experience. I got to see what parts of the game were confusing to people, what features people enjoyed the most, and I got to hear people talk about the features they wished were in the game.
And then you ignored all of that because people liked it being a silly sandbox about being a Japanese schoolgirl who stabs other Japanese schoolgirls, and that's all it ever needed to be, man. You didn't have to do all this. Blame Eagleheart says, I've just realized he sounds like a kid who hasn't done their homework explaining to their parents what they have done so they don't get in trouble. It's like, oh, but I did these chores and I put together a Lego palace and, you know, I did all these other things.
Releasing a new build of the game, then watching people play the latest build on YouTube, and then making improvements to the game based on what I saw in those videos was a positive feedback loop that quickly became my daily routine. It was so rewarding and so fulfilling.
See, like I told you before, he like obsessively was trying to keep up with what he thought YouTubers wanted from the game to make YouTubers keep playing it. He just liked the thrill of YouTubers playing his game more than actually making the damn thing.
That it began to affect the way I viewed the game. Instead of seeing it...
Belrookie sent a super chat. Jesus, what if Senpai is his self-insert character?
I mean, probably every main character of like a harem game is just like a regular looking average like Japanese schoolboy. So I mean, they are supposed to be self-inserts in the first place. Except you're not playing as Senpai, you're playing as the crazy Yandere girl killing off Senpai's harem, which again is a really funny fucking idea, but he fucked it all up.
Yandere Simulator as a checklist of tasks to complete, I started seeing the game as something that should constantly be updated and improved based on what I observed from the fanbase. When I saw how much fun players were having with a mod that allowed them to pose the game's characters, I decided to add new functionality to the game that would help players be creative and build scenes.
Why didn't you just let the mod be? Like, this is the other thing, he would purposefully break mods because he's like, I'm tired of getting bug reports about this stupid mod, so stop modding my game. I put something in here deliberately to break the mod. You know, like, God, he's such an asshole.
When I saw how much fun people were having with the game's murder mechanics, even though the game lacked an official rival to kill, I decided to add a new gameplay mode where the player is given missions to kill specific students while meeting strict criteria, so that people could enjoy the act of eliminating targets and completing objectives even without a rival in the game. When I saw how much fun players were having by creating challenges for each other, such as killing all of the students at school in alphabetical order, I decided to make those challenges official.
You mean like Cub Scouts? That dude! I think he did that too. Man, I want to go watch some old Cub Scouts Yandere videos now. Maybe we'll watch those on a different stream.
With new music and new features to make the process more enjoyable. When YouTubers described the features they wanted to see in the game, such as turning a decorative object into an object with actual functionality, I decided to add the features they wished for. Whenever I saw
Yeah, making bullshit mini-games instead of finishing the actual gameplay loop, you fucking asshole. Yeah, he is lucky Cub Scout stuck around as long as he did. And Jay, like, he was really, really polite and really nice, but you could tell he was starting to get sick of Alex's bullshit. You could tell.
People find creative ways to enjoy the game, I couldn't resist the urge to enrich the experience for them. And whenever I heard people describe what they wanted to see in the game, I couldn't resist the temptation to make their wishes come true. As time passed, Yandere Simulator started to feel less like a checklist of tasks and more like an amusement park that I should fill with as many cool attractions as possible. Giving people new ways to have fun and get more enjoyment out of the game was very rewarding.
You know what would have made it more fun and give people more enjoyment out of the game is making the actual fucking gameplay loop of eliminating rivals. That would have been it, Alex, instead of adding all this fun park distraction bullshit that didn't matter.
It always felt like a meaningful way to spend my time. So
It was not a meaningful way to spend your time. Look at you 10 years later. It definitely wasn't a meaningful way to spend your time, you dumb shit.
Gradually began to focus less on my checklist and focus more on just making Yandere Sim into a really fun amusement park. It's worth mentioning that, around this point in time, there were also other factors that were causing me to redirect my focus towards things that were never part of the original plan for the game. When my YouTube channel took off and became way more popular than I ever expected, I felt an immense amount of pressure to upload videos on a regular basis.
You just wanted to be a YouTuber. Yeah, Bijou Mike was luckily less polite. Yes, he made a couple of videos on Alex that are pretty good.
And to give each video higher production values than the last. When people volunteered to create artwork and record footage for my YouTube channel, I jumped at the chance to work with them and produce cool promotional videos and lore videos. When people volunteered to make assets for Yandere Simulator, sometimes I just didn't have any high priority requests for them.
So, like, you just like, again, he liked the idea of having a game instead of actually making it. A lot of people were saying that, and I think you're right. Like, oh, cool, I'm gonna tell the backstory of this character in a video, and I'm gonna write out the backstories for all these people, and I'm gonna make promotional videos with cosplayers. We'll work on the fucking game! You have no excuse!
But I didn't want to lose the opportunity to work with such immensely talented people, so I asked them for artwork and models that I could use to create minigames. And whenever I began to feel burned out from working on one project for so long...
I also remember from the emails video when he said, don't send me stupid emails, and he was like, you can send me cosplay pictures. I like that. I like the cosplay pictures, you know? And mostly it was teenage girls who were his fans, and yeah.
I created Easter eggs.
And that teenage girl he got caught talking to, he was basically telling her, I didn't get to have the high school experience. I'm so sad about that. It's like, bro, high school is not like it is in your Japanese animes. God, you're so maladaptive.
Based on my most favorite anime and games, so that I could work on something that felt fresh while still technically contributing to the project. All of these decisions could be considered mistakes.
And that's it. Technically contributing to the project. Technically. Except you weren't doing anything that actually contributed to its completion. And it's still not finished 4 years later.
Times when I talked myself into doing things that I didn't actually need to do. But at the same time, it's worth acknowledging that these decisions led to the creation of content that...
Idea. What if Yen Sim was a world of horror escape mystery roguelite where you play as Senpai trying to figure out who the killer is every run?
Oh god, actually as a 2-player game, as like a multiplayer game, that could be fucking fun.
Millions of people have enjoyed. The videos on my YouTube channel, the minigames in Yandere Simulator, and even the Easter eggs that I've created have entertained countless people. It never felt like a waste of time or a bad decision, and it still doesn't. Producing
yeah, it was jangling keys in front of YouTubers and your teenage audience without finishing your fucking game and just rolling around in the praise you got for it while calling your haters gremlins for giving you advice on how to, like, not be stupid and terrible.
Content that makes people happy always feels like a meaningful pursuit. At this point in the video, let's take a moment to summarize.
GD sent a super chat, knowing a certain mission in the game, which Johnny does his best to drag you into. Johnny Silverhand would absolutely follow locale culture.
He would. Like, oh V, look, Boogie 2988 is a head in a jar now.
What I've discussed so far. At the beginning of the game's development, I was only concerned with one thing, completing a checklist of tasks. But over time, I observed that people were finding interesting ways to enjoy the game, even though it lacked an objective. This showed me that Yandere Simulator had the potential to provide many more forms of entertainment than originally intended. So I updated my priorities.
And then you just took the sandbox aspect away because you were pissed off people weren't playing the game the way you wanted them to. What is the matter with you?
And I started expanding the game in multiple different directions. Instead of focusing exclusively on giving the game an objective, I started filling the game with tons of fun activities. And I took the time to collaborate with amazing people to make awesome videos for my YouTube channel.
Yeah, we know, bro. You spent all this time doing all this extra bullshit without finishing the game. Self-sabotage. Like I said, self-fucking-sabotage.
I observed what the community enjoyed, and I adjusted my priorities accordingly. Instead of keeping Yandere Simulator locked to one path, I allowed the game to become something that is free to change and improve whenever I make new observations and discoveries.
Improve.
In short, I did exactly what that anonymous guy from 2014 suggested, even though I initially rejected what he had to say.
You initially rejected it, but now you're like, maybe he was right, except he wasn't, and you probably misunderstood what the fuck he was saying. He was just saying, oh, hey, you discovered a neat mechanic you could do with these models, so maybe you should implement that in some way. Like, oh, God.
These decisions contributed towards Yandere Simulator spending more time in development than I originally anticipated. But that's because the game evolved into something
Cope.
with much more to offer than what was initially planned. And I can't really see that as a bad thing. I don't feel that it was a mistake.
Cope.
However, there is something else that I do see as a mistake.
Oh, yeah?
Yandere Simulator's transformation happened so gradually, over such a long period of time, that I didn't actually notice it was happening. In my mind, I
spent so much time procrastinating, I didn't realize how much bullshit I had piled on top of my code, making it impossible to finish the game.
Sticking to the original plan, while occasionally taking small breaks to make fun additions to the game. But in reality, I was slowly transforming Yandere Simulator into a completely different type of game than what I initially designed. Because I failed to recognize this, I gave my audience the wrong impression about the game and its development.
Like, he is, like, putting this in the most, like, self-aggrandizing way he can. It's just like, oh, people just misunderstood me about what this game is supposed to be, because it was so gradual that I changed my mind on actually making it a finished game.
For 7 years straight, across dozens of videos, I've been talking about Yandere Simulator as though it was a traditional game project, where the developer just goes down a checklist of tasks until the game is done.
Where's he going with
I never
this?
once described Yandere Simulator as an amusement park that I was filling with attractions, or as a project that evolves and expands in response to whatever the community is doing for fun. At absolutely every opportunity, I portrayed...
If it did that, you wouldn't put in all your bullshit fanfic-level writing full of anime tropes played straight. You would just have kept it like a fun sandbox where people can just kill the target any way they goddamn want.
myself as a developer who was working single-mindedly towards a specific goal, when in truth, I was pulling the game in many different directions simultaneously, motivated by a desire to please as many people as possible.
Like, people had told him this. This was 3 years ago. People had told him this for years. And now he's like, oh, hey, guys, I'm starting to
Not
think.
sent a super chat. Why is he talking like we are a bunch of babies who never heard of video games, crowdfunding, or the internet before?
Because his average fan base members are like 14, probably. I don't know. He's just, I don't know. He's just a fucking arrogant asshole, probably. But, like, all this time, people have been telling him this exact fucking thing. That you are wasting your time adding all this bullshit. And he's like, I'm starting to think maybe people didn't understand that I was doing this. They did! They understood the entire time and told you, but now you're just trying to justify it in retrospect. You know?
Told people to expect a stealth assassination game about killing 10 rivals. But instead of making that,
Well, you fucking sold it as a stealth assassination game where you killed 10 rivals and started talking about how you wanted to make it like Hitman. So, gee, no wonder that shaped people's expectations of what you were doing. Why is it so complicated for you, Alex?
I made an amusement park with dozens of attractions and only one rival. Because my words were inconsistent with my actions, many people began to question my intentions, and...
Yeah, dude, they were right to, and now you're just trying to, like, fucking cobble together an excuse for why it's not your fault.
doubt my integrity. This could have been avoided so easily if only I had recognized early in development that Yandere Simulator was drifting away from the original plan. I could...
Yeah, drifting away from the original plan because you kept just adding meaningless bullshit to it. So you could say, see, I'm working. See, I'm working and updating. See?
have told people to expect a school sandbox that is regularly updated with new features and activities. This would have given people the correct expectations for the game. And all of the work I've done over the past few years...
This would have given people the correct expectations instead of actually believing all the bullshit I've been saying for the last 7 years.
probably would have been judged very differently. Instead, many people completely ignore the giant mountain of content in Yandere Simulator, and judge the game exclusively on the number of rivals that are not present.
Yeah, because you just keep adding meaningless fucking bullshit instead of the game you said you were making! Yeah, you've hyped up this entire time. People cosplay these fucking characters and they haven't even been put in the game!
If only I hadn't placed so much emphasis on the rivals, I could have avoided a lot of problems.
If only I didn't put so much emphasis on actually making a real game, I wouldn't have had to make a real game, and I wouldn't have any of these problems right now.
But there is some good news. There are many people who don't care how long the game has been in development for, or how many rivals aren't in the game.
Yeah, your sycophantic fucking fans were the new teenagers that replaced the old ones who grew out of it.
Only care about how much fun they can have with the stuff that is in the game. When I look in the Yandere Simulator Discord, for example, I see an incredible amount of variety in what people are doing with the game.
Yeah, how freely can they talk in your fucking Discord server, Alex? What will get them banned if they upset you in any way, I wonder?
I see people showing off screenshots they made using pose mode. I see people challenging one another with mission mode codes. I see people posting videos of the mods they're developing. I see people sharing the custom skins they've made. I see people theorizing about the mysteries in the game's lore. It's true that Yandere Simulator was originally planned to be nothing more than anime girl hitman. But over time, it evolved into a platform that allows people to be creative and have fun in many different ways.
You could have added all this shit after making the main game, and then everything would be fine. Yeah, the Discord bans speedruns. Like, come on, bro. Like, people are probably terrified of saying anything that might upset you in your Discord.
Thankfully, there are plenty of people who recognize that eliminating rivals is only a fraction of what Yandere Simulator provides. And instead of focusing on...
Luckily, I have some fans that I've gaslit into thinking that this was the plan all along, and they should be grateful.
On what the game doesn't have, they enjoy Yandere Simulator for what it is.
A super chat. John, yes. V. You need to get my Sonic medallion and old cyber deck with Yandev demo 3.69420 on it back from Smasher. Please, V, do a chum a favor.
I like this version of Johnny Silverhand you've been writing in the super chats all night. Oh, thank you, Jaded.
For these people, Yandere Simulator is not a game that still isn't finished after 7 years. It's a game that has been regularly updated with new content for 7 years. And I'm inclined to agree with that interpretation.
Yeah, of course you are, because this is the whole reason. Oh, the game, it isn't that the game is still finished. I've been adding stuff to it this whole time. See, you guys, I've been adding stuff and working on it, so you can't be mad at me for not actually making the actual game. Oh, I don't think goddammit Malcolm could handle this Flame Eagleheart. He's too much of a normie. This would melt his fucking brain trying to understand it. That could be pretty funny, though.
When I see how much fun people are able to have with the game in its current state, it makes me feel like I've created something good. It makes me feel like the decision to update my priorities throughout development was not a bad idea.
It was, though. You're just coping. You're just coping and seething and malding.
Now, after hearing me say all of that, you might be thinking, so Yandere Dev, is this video your way of saying that you see Yandere Simulator as the type of project that just keeps getting updated with new content and features indefinitely, and that you don't actually have any interest in working on the rivals, or finishing the game?
Yes, I am wondering that right now. You could finish the game and then have it be updated with new content and features indefinitely. Imagine that! You could have... There was a timeline where you could have been successful, you fucking stupid son of a bitch! Again, it's the squandered potential that just drives me up the goddamn wall here.
No. Actually, the opposite.
Errand Alpha Eagle sent a super chat. By that logic, this is a legitimate unfinished game by Dimich's definition.
I guess so. But, okay, let's hear his fucking excuse for this.
Is true. I'm happy that I've created something that so many people enjoy for such a wide variety of different reasons. But I never intended for one project to dominate my life for 7 years.
It didn't have to. This is all your own fault. You didn't have to make it take this long. If you just stuck with Tiny Build, it would have been done already. Well, you kept saying you were going to replace yourself with a programmer. When you got the chance to do that, it drove you crazy, and you couldn't handle not having, like, micromanagement control over everything. This is your you are the maker of your own hell, Alex Mahan.
Even though I enjoy working on the game, there are so many other things I want to do with my life. I want to return to some of the prototypes that I was developing before I started working on Yandere Sim.
Wasn't that the one you got butthurt over the Skullgirls guy giving you advice on?
Sent a super chat. Imagine Izzy talking about Yandev's situation.
Oh, Yahtzee would be way meaner than me. That's for sure. You think I'm mean? Yahtzee would just set this guy on fire, and walk away, probably. But yeah, again, he's the architect of his own fucking misery, and he's just blaming everybody else and everything else. And he's like, no, my fans just don't understand my vision, that's all. That's the only reason people are criticizing me for not delivering on what I promised.
GRF1556 sent a super chat. No, not the consequences of my actions.
It can't be the consequences of my own actions. This is all the fault of the teenagers who work for me for free and don't get me models on time.
I want to make short, simple games that can be beaten in under an hour. I even want to try stuff that has nothing to do with game development, like recording audiobooks. But it would be wrong to...
Oh my god, could you imagine listening to an audiobook in this voice? I mean, if you wanted to fall asleep fast, probably, but...
start any new projects before I've finished my current project, which means I won't have the freedom to do whatever I want with my life until Yandere Simulator is complete. This leads to a feeling of being trapped or even imprisoned by the project.
You could have just handed it over to Tiny Build and then reaped the reward and gotten the profit and then moved on to other things and actually been respected, but no. This is, again, a prison of your own fucking making. You put yourself behind those bars and are bitching about it and blaming everyone else.
There is no human being on Earth who wants Yandere Simulator to be finished more than I do.
Bullshit! You just want to keep the gravy train going. You just want to keep the Patreon money coming in and the teenage girls fawning over you and the praise you get from teenagers who don't know any better. And if you finish the game, you might lose all that. I think is at least part of it, deep down, I think. I don't know how conscious he is of that motivation, but it's definitely there.
Because completing this project is the only way to get my freedom back. Now, after hearing that, you might be thinking, okay, if you want to move on with your life...
After hearing that, I might be thinking, wow, Yandere Dev is such a whiny bitch who is ungrateful for his audience and all the opportunities he's had handed to him.
Life so badly, then what's stopping you from just finishing the game? The answer is complex, but I'll do my best to explain it.
Oh, go ahead.
At this point in time, Yandere Simulator is basically complete. The only things that are missing are the scripted events for the remaining rivals.
It's not even complete now! You only have 2 fucking rivals, you fucking god!
But to implement those events, I'll need hundreds of animations and voiced lines. To get the assets I need, I'll have to hire animators and voice actors. Yeah. And to raise enough money to pay them, I'll need to conduct a crowdfunding campaign.
Yeah, you've been saying this for like the last 5 fucking years, bro, in these videos we've been watching. Why didn't you just fucking do it? You could have done it at the height of its popularity. You probably would have gotten, like, the budget of a video game from that. You probably would have wasted it all because you're incompetent. You're an incompetent boob, and you have too much of an ego, and you're too narcissistic. But...
But people will only donate to the crowdfunding campaign if they trust me. And that is where the problem is.
Well, yeah, you've spent the last few years, like, systematically, you've spent the last 7 years giving everybody no reason to have any faith in you. And only now you're saying, like, I really don't get why, other than fear of failure, that he never did the crowdfunding campaign. I don't understand why. You know, there were probably people that would be willing to help him at the time.
Think back to what I said earlier in the video. There are people who don't know or just don't care about the mountain of content I've added to the game. They judge the game exclusively by the length of time it has been in development for, and the number of
Yeah, well, they don't care about shit nobody asked you to do, imagine.
rivals that are not present. And because there is only one rival in the game after 7 years, they perceive Yandere Simulator as a game that has barely made any progress towards its goal. And they perceive me as a developer who doesn't deserve their trust or support. It's true that various factors have resulted in Yandere Simulator's development taking longer than originally anticipated. Most of those factors are far outside of the scope of this video and will have to be discussed in detail another time. But
okay, you're just like hiding all the other things you could be talking about to like tease your audience to come back for another video or some shit, aren't you? Don't call him a boob, he'll take that as a compliment, you're right.
the main problem is that when people attempt to explain why Yandere Simulator has been in development for so long, they often make up outlandish theories that are as far from the truth as possible.
You just admitted everything I've been saying right in this video, dude. So again, bullshit.
For example, there are actually people who really believe that Yandere Simulator's lengthy development time is part of an evil, villainous plot to stretch out the number of monthly donations I can receive.
It is.
To be honest, this theory is absolutely ridiculous and falls apart after just a few seconds of critical thinking.
A few seconds of critical thinking being this wall of fucking text he wrote in his own defense here. To get attention and make money, you don't need skill or talent or even basic human decency. You'll need one thing, the willingness to completely ruin another person's career and reputation. Yeah, this is cope. Cope.
But the fact remains that there are actually a lot of people who believe it. And sadly,
but that's just a theory, a game theory. Anyway.
That's only one example of many things that people say about Yandere Simulator and myself, which are not true. As long as there is a large number of people who doubt my integrity, I predict that a crowdfunding campaign would have zero chance of success. In other words, just finish the game.
If you had done it the first time you proposed a crowdfunding campaign, you probably would have gotten like fucking $100,000, bro. You're an idiot.
Is not an option right now. Because it's currently
just pretend I'm Midori right now, dropping the voice. Like, nah, bro, you dumb.
impossible for me to get the support I need to bring this project to completion.
It's head-canon now. This is what Midori actually sounds like when she's not putting on the voice, alright? She's just Mia.
Because Yandere Simulator's future is entirely dependent on whether or not people trust me and feel comfortable supporting me, I think that my current goal should be to restore people's faith in me. There are a lot of things
How are you gonna do that? And how are you gonna do that 3 years ago? You definitely can't do it now after you got caught talking sexually to a fucking 16-year-old girl!
I need to do in order to accomplish that. But one of the things I'd like to do first is to demonstrate my ability to put 10 rivals into the game in a timely fashion. You might be thinking, how in the world?
Which he did in 1980s mode and not the main game because he's a fucking douchebag. I should make a Midori Pingtuber. Maybe. Is she going to become like part of my repertoire of voices now?
Could you possibly do that? But actually, I have an idea that would allow me to achieve this goal in a relatively short amount of time, without the need for any new animations or new voice acting.
Oh yeah?
I want it to be a surprise, so I'm going to keep it a secret until it's ready. But I will say...
Was this 1980s mode? Or did he already do that at this point? I forget.
One thing. For some people, it will satisfy the criteria of making Yandere Simulator a finished game.
Okay, he probably is talking about 1980s mode. Let's see where he ends on this. This is our final stretch of video, guys. Let me slow him down for the last part to play us out here.
So, now that I've had all this time to think about it, how would I define Yandere Simulator? Is it a stealth assassination game about killing 10 girls? Or is it an amusement park full of activities? Well, the answer is, it's both. I plan to deliver a game about eliminating 10 rivals with fun stealth mechanics, and while I'm doing so, I will also be observing what players like doing, and
again, you could just have done this from the beginning. You could have finished the main gameplay loop and then added in all this fucking bullshit.
Regularly adding new features and content to the game according to what the community enjoys. And sometimes, I'll put stuff into the game just for fun. I'm sorry if you hoped that the game's development was going to proceed differently. but this is just how things turned out. And honestly, I think the game we have today is better than the game we would have had if I had stuck to the original plan from 2014.
Cope, 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 cope!
Of course, I'm still going to be proactive about moving the game towards completion, but I've been placed into a very troublesome position, and it will be difficult.
Alex, I don't think you've ever moved anything but yourself toward completion, let's be honest.
To determine the best way to proceed from here. The only guarantee I can give you is that I'll continue trying my hardest to bring you the best game I can make. There is still a lot more I could say about Yandere Simulator's early history, the various factors that have affected the speed of development, and the misinformation that is surrounding the game. But those subjects will have to wait for another time. For now, I'm just going to get back to work. Thank you for taking the time to hear me out, and thank you for following the development of Yandere Simulator.
So guys, that was our last Yandev video for this one anyway. I don't know if I'm gonna do more Yandev in the future. I mean, there is his blog. There is his blog. And his FAQ of all of his controversies. And shit like that. What was his most recent video, actually? No, his most recent video was a year ago. Good. Stop making fucking videos, you fucking jackass. So that was our boy Alex. This is our second stream on him. There was another one if you want more Alex dunking. I haven't actually done his apology video, his now deleted apology video, because everyone else was doing it. And I wanted to go back and look at the old shit and talk about how he was never going to succeed. The red flags were there from the very beginning. And he was always gonna fuck this all up. He had such a good opportunity just thrown into his lap, and he fucked it all up. So, yeah. But you know what? I am very hungry. I'm gonna go I'm gonna go have dinner now. Oh, thank you, Meow Meow.
Meow Meow sent a super chat. I hate his voice so much, oh my god.
I guess we're getting a few last minute supers before I go eat. Yeah, somebody said earlier that if he did it on... Oh, hang on.
Hazard sent a super chat. I know we're not roasting Lily at the moment, but I bet they would be interested in this game if the sibling related.
Probably. But yeah, somebody earlier said if they didn't hear an audio book by him, they would go deaf, probably. I agree.
Oblivion Blade TD sent a super chat. John, yes, you know V, while we are taking a break from this Yandev documentary. I wonder that Lork chick is still around. Heard she went the way of Bard Moss. Could still be making sister kissing stories beyond the black wall.
I need to do like a supercut of all your Johnny Silverhand fucking jokes in this stream. Maybe I'll make that a short. Anyway, thank you all for your super chats. This was a long ass stream. I need to go eat some food. So I bid you adieu, and I will see you guys probably next Wednesday. I'm not sure if I'm doing any special streams. I do know my upcoming plans. On the 24th, or maybe Christmas night, I'm going to stream Christmas Nights, which is the Nights into Dreams demo that was Christmas themed. And then we'll probably just play the whole game because it's pretty short. And then on the 29th, I'm going to do a stream where I react to my first Steven Universe video responding to Lily. Because I think that would be very funny. Anyway, so if I have any other streams coming up, any gaming streams, I'll definitely tell you guys. But for now, those are my only plans. So I will bid you adieu. Thank you for coming, and goodbye.